Kathy's parents' place in London was in a quiet residential area, and it was a two-story house. All the houses on that street looked similar, and there were some apartment buildings nearby. The homes and condos here looked quite different compared with the structures in the U.S. London was an expensive place to live in, so it was quite amazing that they owned such a big house. "Kathy, you're here!" Kyle's parents came out to greet them immediately. "Uncle, Aunt, it's so nice to meet you guys." Kathy greeted them enthusiastically. Kathy's father's business in London was expanding rapidly, and he had the plan to open a new factory facility in Manchester. Kathy's parents were still going to be in charge of the main factories in London, so they were planning to let Kyle's parents manage the new factory. Kyle's dream was to play in the NBA. However, he also had the potential of becoming a good entrepreneur, and Kathy had great analytical thinking. Ray wanted to turn his business into a giant family business, and he had been making progress. "Hurry and come in." Kathy's aunt grabbed her by the arm and pulled her into the house excitedly. This house was pretty big. There was a garage, a backyard, and trees surrounding the house. In terms of size, it was larger than Jacob's home. Kathy visited her parents every summer, so she was familiar with the house. However, Jacob felt a bit uncomfortable in the new environment. "Hello, Jacob. It's so nice to see you all grown up." Kathy's uncle smiled and said as he handed Jacob a glass of water. Jacob smiled and looked a bit embarrassed. "Mom, I'm going to go upstairs and rest." Kathy looked at her mother and said she was tired from the long flight and wanted to give her family a chance to catch up with Jacob and Walter. "Go!" Alice waved her hands. The two-story house was made of wood, so it was different from the houses back home. It was very quiet. Kathy's room was on the second floor, facing the backyard. One could see the busy streets afar from the window, but the noise there could not be heard here. Her parents had reserved the room for her, and there were all sorts of things in it. Since Kathy was coming, they cleaned it so that it looked spotless. Kathy's parents cared a lot about her, and always got very excited when she visited them. Downstairs, the older bunch talked among themselves and recalled their old days together, while Jacob was left there with Kyle. "How long are you staying this time?" Kyle asked Jacob. I'll let the old friends catch up, so I'll stay for 3 to 4 days, Jacob said as he walked over to the window and looked at the small road in front. I want to go take a walk, Jacob asked him, still looking outside. He wasn't tired at all and wanted to explore the city a little while he was there. Kyle thought about accompanying Jacob, but from one look at Jacob's face, he understood that he wanted to go alone. "What's up?" Alice asked while she was making tea. "I'm going out for a walk," Jacob said. "You just got off the plane. Why don't you take a rest and get over your jet lag?" Alice asked. Ray looked at his wife and laughed. "It's okay. Young people are full of energy." Walter also smiled. "It's Jacob's first time being in the UK. He must be excited." With that, Jacob exited the house. He walked around the quiet neighborhood and took in the greenery. His own house was in a pretty scenic place back home, but this was a completely different scenery. He closed his eyes and felt the nature essence in the air. Suddenly, he heard a familiar sound coming from around the corner. Jacob turned the corner and saw Snowflake. It was wriggling its tail happily, and it started to hop near his legs. "Snowflake? Why are you here?" Jacob asked in shock. Snowflake chirped and looked at him with watery eyes. Noah was staying at Anna's place, so he didn't even bother with Snowflake. Snowflake missed Jacob, so it followed their plane to London. Then it used the faint connection it had with Jacob to track him down. Snowflake had searched for him around the big city. There was a telepathic bond between Snowflake and Jacob, since their relationship was spirit beast and owner. So Jacob suddenly pitied the little animal since he felt how much it had been through. "Okay, I won't leave you alone anymore. But you're the one to blame for being so close with Noah," Jacob said as he patted his head. Snowflake looked up and jumped delightfully. Jacob laughed when he saw its energy return, so he reached to rub its soft white fur. Just when he was going to pick Snowflake up, he ran towards the other side of the road. A pretty blonde girl bent down to play with it, and Snowflake lightly bit her finger and then jumped into her arms. Snowflake. Jacob couldn't help but cuss. So much for missing me, Jacob thought. He just started to feel a little sorry for the spirit beast. It was almost dusk when Jacob returned from his stroll. Snowflake was now safely tucked away in Jacob's necklace. Because Noah was always by Snowflake's side before, Jacob didn't put it in his storage space. However, he couldn't let it run around now, so he had to put it inside the necklace. They all settled down for dinner together. The table was lively with chatter. "Jacob, why not stay here for the summer?" Ray suddenly asked. Jacob looked up with a surprised look, and Ray looked at Jacob with anticipation. "Yeah, I like Jacob. You could get a summer job here," Kathy's mom Alice said with a smile. Jacob and Kathy were childhood friends. The two families were very close as well. Ray asked Jacob to stay with them because they wanted to thank Jacob for taking care of Kathy at home. "Thanks for the offer, but I think I'll pass this time." Jacob shook his head and smiled. "I'm not too familiar with the UK." "What's the matter? It's a good opportunity. Treat it as a trip." Ray tried to convince him. "Dad," Kathy started talking, looking a bit embarrassed. "If Jacob doesn't want to stay, you don't have to force him." Jacob looked at Kathy's dad and felt a bit guilty. If it were before, he would have stayed in the UK for the whole summer. However, he had promised to go through the special training with Kenneth. Therefore, he couldn't stay here. Jacob is a bit shy. He's too used to home. Walter tried to make the situation less awkward. Then he glared at Jacob, not understanding why he didn't accept Ray's invitation. It would be beneficial for him if he stayed and worked in the UK for 2 months. "Don't worry, treat this as your home." Alice smiled and reached out to pat Jacob's shoulder. Alice helped her husband with their business during the day and missed her daughter at night. Sometimes she wished she had a son. However, she couldn't have any more children at her age. That was why she liked Jacob and treated him as her godson. Kyle was also very attentive to this conversation. He thought Jacob was a bit weak and unreliable before. However, now he knew that Jacob was honest and strong. In a way, he admired Jacob. If Jacob stayed in the UK this summer, they could play a lot of basketball together. No, it's fine, really. I'll just stay for a few days," Jacob said. Ray sighed helplessly. Alice also looked disappointed. It seemed like Kyle was a bit disappointed as well. They all felt indebted to Walter and Mila for taking Kathy in and looking after her as their own, so they wanted to return the favor by having Jacob live with them for the summer. But he had rejected their offer. In Jacob's mind, he wanted to hurry up and improve his own strength. This was a time when the strong devoured the weak. If he were weak, he wouldn't be able to protect the ones he loved. Since there was one Reggie, there would be thousands who were like him. "Hey, Kathy. I'll go to Fifth Heaven with Snowflake in a bit. Do you want to go?" Jacob asked Kathy while she was showing him to his room for the night. "I'm not going. I want to spend more time talking with my parents since I just got home tonight." Kathy opened the door to a room on the second floor. Jacob nodded with understanding and headed inside the room. "Leave Snowflake with me before you go back home. I want to take care of the spiritual herbs on Fifth Heaven," Kathy said from behind. "Okay," Jacob answered as she closed the door and left. Snowflake couldn't wait anymore and jumped out of the storage space instantly as Jacob got into his room. He looked around the room anxiously. Jacob gave it a few minutes to get familiar with the room for the night. "Okay, Snowflake, let's go to Fifth Heaven." Jacob patted it on the head. Snowflake jumped out the window and transformed into its snow lion form with a red energy sphere around it. It was already a level 3 spirit beast, and it wasn't dumb. It already learned how to create the red energy sphere from Noah, which was a basic technique. Jacob also jumped out of the window and sat on Snowflake's back. Then they flew to Fifth Heaven. A streak of golden light appeared from the east and flew towards Jacob. The inspector's token on Jacob's waist started to vibrate, and he instantly realized that the person flying towards him was also an inspector. Soon, that person also realized that Jacob was an inspector, so he circled around and flew back to the corner in the east. "There are inspectors even in London," Jacob thought, and flew higher while sitting on Snowflake. However, it wasn't unbelievable. Since there were many inspectors all around the world, it wouldn't be strange to see some in a big city like London. Even Tom had traveled to Europe a few years ago. Since Kathy would be living in London for a while, she would be monitored by the inspectors here. However, she had a mark on her shoulder, which was left by Irene, so no inspector would dare to take the risk and bother her. Snowflake created a multicolored streak of light in the red energy sphere and flew towards Fifth Heaven. The area between Second and Fifth Heaven was where dragon cultivators and human cultivators could meet. Among the human cultivators who were hanging around, there was no one brave enough to get close to them. Since Jacob didn't have any interest in dealing with these people, he and Snowflake just flew to Fifth Heaven directly. Jacob broke through the fragile array formation, and the air filled with nature essence caressed his face. Fog and clouds were everywhere on Fifth Heaven. Spirit beasts were good at looking for directions. Moreover, Snowflake had been trained by Noah, which made it even more impossible for them to get lost. They flew over many summits, but not one single sect dared to stop them. Snowflake's speed was equivalent to the speed of a Nascent Soul Realm cultivator. Whoever wanted to block a Nascent Soul Realm cultivator on Fifth Heaven was looking for death. Snowflake flew into Ethereal Summit while carrying Jacob on its back, and a streak of white light was left wherever Snowflake flew by. The spiritual herbs in the valley seemed like they changed a bit after a few days. Jacob noticed that there were more messages left on the bulletin board at the entrance of the valley, but most of them were messages that were asking for elixir pills, or wanting to trade elixir pills, treasures, and cultivation techniques. Jacob didn't need any of them and ignored them. However, there was one message that drew Jacob's attention. 3 10,000-year golden trees for 30 youth pills. Since this spiritual herb could be used for cultivating the core lotus, Jacob was thrilled. He went back to the valley while stepping on his sword energy. He entered the Treasure Light Pavilion and found a board snatched by Sophie before and a marker pen. He then went back to the entrance of the valley and switched the small piece of a wooden board on the stone wall with the whiteboard. Jacob didn't expect the short message he left on the board at the entrance of the valley would spread so fast. Right now, the board was covered with all kinds of information, and many of the characters couldn't be seen. 3 10,000-year golden trees for 30 youth pills. Jacob copied the words down onto the whiteboard using the pen, and added the words filled at the end. 30 level 4 foundation establishment pills for 2 10,000-year black herbs. Jacob revised the original exchange information. He lowered the number of spiritual herbs and elixir pills. Afterward, he marked a star at the end which indicated that the information was important. The red pen wrote the characters, and they stood out even more on the whiteboard. Jacob drew a vertical straight line down the middle. On the left were the items that were being offered, and on the right were what was being sought after. Jacob looked at the whiteboard with satisfaction and brought Snowflake back into the Ethereal Summit. What he didn't expect was that the formal format he randomly left there created the first trading center on Fifth Heaven. It was later rumored that the Nascent Soul Realm cultivator lived in the valley, which made it impossible for anyone to erase information from other cultivators. Controlled operations, private management, and a monopoly. All the cultivation resources would be gathered here. The all-night-long cultivation on Fifth Heaven enabled Jacob to half-open an opening. With the reminder from Irene, he realized that cultivation couldn't be rushed. As a result, he started to be more cautious. Since Jacob would be under Kenneth's special training in a few days, he wasn't in a rush to break through his levels. He would rather follow Kenneth's guidance to reach a better level. In a practiced manner, 320 sword energies came out of Jacob's arms. The Heaven-Earth Array formation was being performed in the air in the valley. Its formation was neat and beautiful. Snowflake ran out of its small cave and went for a stroll in the garden. Heaven-Earth Array formation. Sitting in the cave, Jacob shouted abruptly. Snowflake, who was about to bite off a plant, ran away immediately as it saw a bunch of sword energies suddenly coming towards it. The sword energies followed it while the bright lights around them cut off all the grass around Snowflake. Knowing that there was no way to hide, Snowflake finally laid on its back and spat a giant fireball. Sitting in the cave, Jacob laughed as the 320 sword energies spun together to put out the fireball. Then they stabbed towards Snowflake. Snowflake cried and looked around but didn't see Jacob. It knew that it couldn't get away from the sword array formation, so it just released 5 colored light from its paws and slid against the grass. Then it shook suddenly and spat 3 fireballs. Those fireballs were extremely hot and chased Jacob's sword energies around. The unstoppable sword energies annoyed Snowflake and started to howl in a low and fierce tone. Its golden claws emitted golden sparks, and it transformed into a giant snow line. which allowed it to block dozens of sword energies that were coming towards it. Snowflake had evolved to level 3, and its golden fur had spread from its paws to its legs, making them the toughest part of its body. No weapon would be able to hurt it, and even regular spells couldn't damage it. As a result of that, every part of a spirit beast was a treasure, especially the fur of high-level spirit beasts. Snow Lion's fur would completely turn golden if they evolved to level 5, just like Lily, who was owned by Alina's father. No regular weapon could do any harm to Lily at all. As for the Snow Lion on level 6, they were more powerful than a Peak and Ascent Soul Realm cultivator. In terms of strength, it could even reach a draw while battling with cultivators below the Soul Formation realm. The reason the Sky Mountain Sect could firmly occupy the mountains that contained plenty of nature essence was that a level 6 Snow Lion guarded them. Snowflake used its front paws to smack off the sword energies that were shooting towards it. It then took the chance to fly and spat another fireball. The fireball exploded in the middle of the sword energies and melted down a lot of them. Jacob, who was sitting in his cave, felt his chest tighten. Then he rushed to control the rest of the sword energies to encircle Snowflake. Snowflake let out an angry howl and waved its paws as fast as the wind. 160 sword energies formed into a twin dragon array formation and dashed towards Snowflake. After spitting 2 small fireballs, Snowflake finally was unable to shoot any more. As the sword energies were about to cut its ears, a massive block of ice came out of Snowflake's throat. The huge ice formed a barrier that froze all the sword energies close by. The legendary Ice and Fire Elemental Snowline, Snowflake, finally exposed its potential. Sitting in the cave, Jacob smiled with contentment. Jacob's sword energies were like treasures, but not exactly. If they were regular treasures, they would be frozen by Snowflake already. The sword energies turned into tiny sparks of nature essence and went back to the cave where Jacob was. Snowflake was powerful, but was also too lazy. Therefore, the only way to improve its strength was to push its limit. That block of ice started melting all of a sudden, and it crashed onto the land. Luckily, where Jacob battled with Snowflake was the corner of the valley. If it were in the middle of the valley and it ruined the spiritual herbs, Kathy would be very upset. The sword energies went back to Jacob's cave and returned to his body. He lost some of his nature essence during the battle with Snowflake, but he still felt happy. Snowflake! Snowflake! Jacob clapped his hands towards Snowflake. Snowflake looked back at Jacob, who was standing in the middle of the hill. Then it turned around and ignored Jacob. This little beast seemed angry now. Jacob laughed. He poured 6 elixir pills out of the bottle and threw them at Snowflake. The elixir pills flew steadily to Snowflake over the valley. The elixir pills fell beside Snowflake on the grass, but it chose to ignore them. Fine, Snowflake. Jacob flew over and petted its head. Aggrieved whimpers kept coming out of Snowflake's mouth. All right, I'll inform you before any battle from now on. Jacob rubbed its neck gently. Snowflake lifted its head, stared at Jacob with its teary eyes, then chewed on the elixir pills that were on the grass. Good. Jacob rubbed its round head and realized Snowflake was innocent sometimes. Although this animal liked beautiful girls, food, being lazy, rolling around and pretending to be little, it was still very loyal. After eating the elixir pills, Snowflake licked Jacob passionately. It liked him again. Jacob might look unhappy with Snowflake, but he actually cared about it a lot. If anyone ever tried to bully Snowflake, Jacob would be the first one to avenge. We'll go back shortly. Jacob rubbed Snowflake's ears. Then he went back to check the entrance of the valley. According to rumors, there was an Ascent Soul Realm cultivator living in Ethereal Summit. Thus, there shouldn't be any cultivator trying to get close at night. However, Jacob still went there out of curiosity to see if there was any new messages left on the whiteboard. The array formation of the valley opened, and Jacob noticed 2 people standing at the entrance as he was about to check on the board. One of them was an older lady, and the other was a young girl. Both of them were wearing robes that were common on Fifth Heaven. The girl had some terrible wounds on her face that looked new, and there were still bruises on both of them, even though they got cleaned. They didn't expect people to show up, so they were shocked to see Jacob. Seeing Jacob, who was dressed strangely and young, they got so surprised that they didn't know what to say. "What's the matter?" Staring at them, words jumped out of Jacob's mouth subconsciously. Master, please grant us some elixir pills. That lady looked at Jacob and finally talked. We were thrilled to see you come back to the valley last night, but we were afraid to interrupt your cultivation. Therefore, we waited here the whole night. Jacob stared at this lady and vaguely remembered that she was the sect master of Mystic, one of the 3 small sects nearby. As for the person who was next to her, she was probably a disciple of the sect. Living in Ethereal Summit actually meant that Jacob had taken away this spiritual valley owned by all 3 sects before. However, since the 3 sects believed that an Ascent Soul Realm cultivator was living in the valley, they didn't dare to fight against it and were very respectful. As long as Kathy needed some materials and announced it, all 3 sects, especially the Mystic sect, would try their best to get them. Jacob had observed the 3 small sects recently and found that they were well behaved and quiet compared to other sects on Fifth Heaven. All that they focused on was training their own disciples. Although they would have conflicts from time to time, they never tried to provoke other sects. What is going on? Jacob looked at the sect master of Mystic and asked. It was like this. The sect master of Mystic faced Jacob with respect and explained. Yesterday, Moon Sect, which is 250 miles away, suddenly attacked us and robbed all the Foundation establishment pills and youth pills that were rewarded to us. All the disciples of the Mystic Sect tried to defend themselves, and even Star Sect and Hope Sect offered their help. However, we still lost to the masters from Moon Sect. She looked at Jacob and realized that there was no change on his face, so she kept going. Doris is a disciple of Mystic Sect, and she just reached Core Formation Realm. However, those evil cultivators damaged her golden core. I, Emily, wish that you could help to cure Doris. The sect master of Mystic was about to get on her knees in front of Jacob as she was talking. Jacob looked very young, but the sect master of Mystic didn't dare to look down upon him. From what she knew, a great cultivator of Ascent Soul Realm lived in the Herb King Valley, and she had at least a male disciple and 2 female disciples. This young man doesn't seem powerful at all, so he might be a disciple of that great Ascent Soul Realm cultivator, the sect master of Mystic thought, and didn't dare to neglect Jacob. After all, an Ascent Soul Realm cultivator was too mysterious to a small sect like Mystic. They couldn't take the risk, even though this young man might just be a little disciple. Did you suffer any casualties? Jacob asked with a cold expression. 6 disciples died, and 2 were seriously injured, Emily answered in a low voice. Emily looked at Jacob anxiously. She didn't know what he was thinking. Is he angry that we're coming to him for this incident? Does he think that this incident is too small for the Ascent Soul Realm cultivator to care? The sect master of Mystic thought. To an Ascent Soul Realm cultivator, small sects on Fifth Heaven were as weak as insects. They could wipe out a small sect with just 1 finger. If this Ascent Soul Realm cultivator in the Herb King Valley wasn't kind to the Mystic sect and didn't often give them elixir pills, the sect master of Mystic wouldn't dare to come here because of the deaths of her disciples. Are you lying? Jacob looked at Emily and asked. After hearing Jacob's question, Emily looked at Jacob anxiously. Everything I said is true. There is absolutely no lie. I would never lie to Master. Please investigate. The female disciple next to her looked down in sorrow and was too scared to interrupt, but she suddenly raised her head and said, As long as Master is willing to avenge my sisters, I, Doris, is willing to be your cauldron and help you increase your realm. Cauldron was a term in dual cultivation. It was where one cultivator sacrificed all their cultivation strength to make the other cultivator improve in strength. To the first cultivator, after being a cauldron, their foundation and future would be ruined. There's no need for that. This is a detox elixir pill. Crush it, and you can use it to cure injuries. This is an essence replenishment pill and helps with recovery. Here's a foundation establishment pill that helps with stabilizing realms. Jacob took 3 elixir pills and handed them to Emily. Thank you for granting us the elixir pills. Emily was moved to tears, and she could finally let go of the breath she was holding in. Even the elixir pills given by the Ascent Soul Realm cultivator's disciple are excellent level 4 elixir pills, she thought. Here's some more essence replenishment pills. Keep them with you, and give them to the other injured disciples. Jacob put some more elixir pills in Emily's hand. All the elixir pills that Kathy gave Jacob were the best. Therefore, the elixir pills he took out of his necklace were all level 4. After seeing that the sect master of Mystic was too excited to say anything, Jacob looked at the female cultivator who was still looking down and asked, "Where can I find the Moon Sect?" "On the Yellow Dragon Mountain, which is 250 miles in the west." Doris raised her head and said determinedly, "Okay." Jacob nodded and entered the valley. Doris looked at her sect master, feeling confused about Jacob's reaction. Only a little while after, Jacob came out of the valley. He now changed to a traditional robe on Fifth Heaven and a pair of ordinary shoes. There was also a long sword on his back and a flying sword in his hand. Sophie's thefts were really coming in handy for him. The young disciples, Doris and the sect master of Mystic, Emily, both looked at Jacob in surprise. "I don't know that place. Come with me and show me the way." A flying sword in Jacob's hand seemed to have a soul of its own as it flew below Jacob and took him into the air. Doris paused for a second before nodding determinedly. "All right." "Come on," Jacob said to Doris. Doris got on Jacob's flying sword with caution. This flying sword was of good quality. Even though Noah would never be interested in it, it was good enough for Jacob to use as a disguise. What Sophie robbed could be useful sometimes. A streak of white light appeared, and Jacob instantly flew thousands of meters away with Doris. Emily watched Jacob disappear in the distance and was surprised. She didn't expect that this young man could be so incredible. Countless sects filled up Fifth Heaven. Even the sect masters didn't know how many sects were there. All the sects were roughly divided into 4 tiers. The first tier sects on Fifth Heaven were affiliated with the sects on Sixth Heaven. For example, White Sand Sect was affiliated with the Sky Mountain Sect, which was on Sixth Heaven. The second tier sects were associated with first tier sects, which meant that they had little connection to the sects on Sixth Heaven, and they were still considered powerful. The third tier sects had nothing to do with the sects on Sixth Heaven at all. Among those sects, they were grouped based on their strength. Battles happened very frequently. The fourth tier sects were small sects, like the Mystic Sect, that occupied a small area, and the number of disciples they had were limited as well. If Mystic Sect, Hope Sect, and Star Sect emerged, they would barely make a third tier sect. Moon Sect, the sect that attacked Mystic this time, was a second tier sect on Fifth Heaven. It used to be the same size as Sky Mountain Sect when it was still on First Heaven. However, several generations of its sect masters didn't attempt to make progress, which caused the decline in its power. Moreover, most of its masters died during the Great War in the cultivation world that happened hundreds of years ago, and this sect wasn't qualified to enter Sixth Heaven. As a result, it could only stay on Fifth Heaven as a first-tier sect. Slowly, it deteriorated to the second tier. All it did was take advantage of third-tier and fourth-tier sects. Doris was one of the most talented disciples in the Mystic Sect. Before Moon Sect attacked them for the elixir pills, she just reached the core formation realm by taking a Foundation Establishment pill given by the Herb King Valley. Foundation Establishment pills were extremely effective for Chi Refinement Realm cultivators to reach Foundation Establishment Realm, and they were also useful for reaching the core Foundation Realm. Ever since Kathy gave elixir pills to Mystic Sect, the number of Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators had increased a lot. Doris became the second core Formation Realm cultivator other than the Sect Master, which triggered Moon Sect's greediness, resulting in them coming here to steal the cultivation resources. "Someone from your Mystic Sect got injured a while ago, right?" Jacob asked as they flew to the west. "Master, my sister was hurt by a nearby sect when she went to the mountains to collect herbs for you. Thanks to your elixir pill, she was able to keep her cultivation strength," Doris replied with great respect. "How was she during the attack from Moon Sect?" Jacob asked. "The other person who got seriously injured alongside me was my sister," Doris said. Jacob remained silent. The law of jungle applied to Fifth Heaven as well. All the cultivators had to face brutal competition. "Actually," Doris said after a few seconds of hesitation, "this was not the first time that we got injured. Sometimes the injuries weren't that serious, So we didn't want to bother you for help, Master. Jacob nodded and kept silent. Mystic Sect was the most earnest when collecting spiritual herbs for Ethereal Summit, which would obviously cause conflict with other sects in the area. Kathy didn't like to argue or fight with others. Therefore, when she saw the disciples of the Mystic Sect getting injured while collecting herbs, she would give them more elixir pills as compensation. The idea of revenge never crossed her mind. The Mystic Sect disciples never expected that the nascent Soul Realm Cultivator would seek justice for them. They were thankful already when they got elixir pills. Standing on the flying sword, Doris looked at Jacob's face and didn't say anything. What she didn't know was that even though Jacob looked calm and cool, he was mad deep inside. The cultivators of Mystic Sect were all females who never stirred up any conflicts. When they were collecting spiritual herbs, they were trying to find them in the wilderness. Therefore, it was unreasonable that other sects kept hurting them. Especially this time when Moon Sect came to Mystic Sect like robbers. They seriously hurt 2 disciples and killed 6. If Mystic Sect didn't try its best to defend, and didn't get help from the Star and Hope sects, their losses would be even worse. Jacob could probably figure out what Moon Sect was thinking. These days, Jacob and the others were busy preparing for their exams, and went sightseeing on Coral Island afterwards. They hadn't been to the Ethereal Summit for many days, which convinced the Moon Sect that the Nascent Master wasn't in the Herb King Valley anymore. Moon Sect also believed that a small 4th-tier sect would be an easy target, and they bet that Mystic Sect wouldn't dare to trouble that Nascent Soul Realm Cultivator. After all, Nascent Soul Realm Cultivators usually ignored the little sects, and Moon Sect believed that this cultivator was the same. To them, they felt like the cultivator giving Mystic Sect some elixir pills was like a rich man giving a beggar a coin. If another beggar took that coin later on, the rich man wouldn't be bothered to do anything. However, they were wrong. Jacob wasn't an Ascent Soul Realm cultivator, and he wasn't ignorant. Soon, a sect that occupied acres of land appeared before Jacob and Doris. Moon Sect is right there, Doris said as she pointed ahead. Even though Moon Sect had fallen, it still had a rich history, and thus was able to get this large stretch of land. However, it was nothing in Jacob's eyes, since he had seen big sects on Sixth Heaven, as well as the huge North Atlantic Dragon clan. Jacob sped up and instantly passed through Moon Sect's gate. At the same time, the long sword on his back flashed, chopping the gate into halves. The sword shined again, destroying the grand protective array formation of this sect. He wanted revenge for Mystic Sect, but he also didn't want to reveal his sword shadow scroll. Therefore, he picked up a good sword and used his nature essence through it. It was still very powerful. More than a dozen core formation realm cultivators, who were elders, appeared over the place and shot their treasures towards Jacob. Jacob's long sword buzzed, and a sharp sword energy appeared. It knocked away the first treasure that was flying towards him, and also injured the elder. Then the sword shined even more and dashed forward. The accumulated rage exploded along the sword energy. The sword energy turned into arrows and hit 2 of the elders so hard that they flew away while coughing up blood. Then the sword energy extended hundreds of meters and hit the middle of a mountain. All the paths and side palaces were crushed into pieces. Standing on Jacob's flying sword, Doris looked at Jacob in shock. She didn't know that he was so powerful. He's the first disciple of an Ascent Soul Realm cultivator after all, she thought. Who are you? These core formation realm elders yelled loudly, even though Jacob had severely beaten them. Herb King Valley, Ethereal Summit. Jacob stated 5 words. The long sword in his hand drew out another streak of glorious light. The lotus pond in front of the main palace also exploded into bits. The disciples of the Moon Sect started to run everywhere and had no intention of facing their enemy. The tip of Jacob's sword emitted a bright light. Shortly, a ball of lightning came out of the sword and blew a hole in the middle of Moon Sect's main mountain. Whoever injured the disciples of Mystic Sect, come out right now. Jacob's angry shout could be heard clearly anywhere in the territory of Moon Sect. All the Foundation Establishment Realm disciplines of the Moon Sect hid in their caves. No one had the guts to come out. The Chi Refinement Realm disciples rushed out of the sect territory, and some of them even quickly packed their belongings. It was way more important for them to save their own lives when a powerful enemy appeared. Come out, those who killed the disciples of Mystic Sect, Jacob yelled again. Jacob was seriously enraged this time. Although he didn't have much of a relationship with the small sects nearby, they were still under his watch. The three small sects spread around Herb King Valley, and they supported each other, even though life was hard for them. The reason Kathy shared some of the elixir pills that she made with great effort with them was to help them out. However, Moon Sect acted surprisingly unreasonable, as they didn't only rob but also killed the Mystic Sect's disciples. Jacob threw another sword energy and cut a 2-meter deep trail on the square practice field. If these people didn't react, Jacob was going to demolish the entire Moon Sect. What Jacob had learned from cultivation was that tolerance would only make the enemies more arrogant. Those core Formation Realm elders surrounded Jacob from a distance, but were too terrified to make a move. They had never heard of Ethereal Summit, but they knew Herb King Valley, the valley behind Mystic Sect where the rumored Nascent Soul Realm cultivator lived. This young cultivator is incredibly mighty. He's probably a disciple sent by the Nascent Soul Realm cultivators to take care of the conflict. The Nascent Soul Realm cultivator has this young cultivator's back, and that's probably why he wouldn't hesitate to demolish our sect, they thought. Moon Sect had a glorious past, since it used to have many Nascent Soul Realm cultivators. However, they had fallen now. They didn't even have one Nascent Soul Realm cultivator. The strongest cultivator they had was at Peak Core Formation Realm, which gave them no confidence to fight back. Dressed in a golden robe, the Sect Master of Moon flew down from the back of the main mountain as he realized that the situation was getting out of control. "Please, calm down. We will take care of this." Jacob didn't respond to him at all. Instead, he looked back at Darius and asked, "Point out the people who attacked you." Darius looked at those elders as she gritted her teeth and started pointing at them. Him, and that guy. She was ready to risk anything. On Fifth Heaven, small sects had to give in when big sects bullied them, and there was no way for revenge. And Jacob only gave simple warnings to Moon Sect during his trip. As soon as he would move out of Herb King Valley, Mystic Sect would be in big trouble. But Darius felt that this young cultivator was different. She was willing to trust him and bet Mystic Sect's future on him. Jacob looked at the 4 elders Darius pointed at, and he slightly closed his eyes and brought out his longsword. The 4 elders were ready to use their killing techniques as well. They would fight until their deaths if Jacob was going to kill them. 4 kinds of treasure shot towards Jacob. However, Jacob's sword emitted 4 dashes of colorful light. With 4 crisp sounds, the 4 treasures were destroyed. Jacob's sword couldn't take such strong nature essence and cracked immediately as well. The residual energy in the sword hit the 4 elders on their bodies and went through their stomachs. Jacob was still using the sword Shadow Scroll, but it was in a different form. He was at low-tier 4th level, but the strength he exhibited was mid-tier to even top-tier. How could the Core Formation Realm elders defeat Jacob when they weren't that strong in the first place? The 4 elders fell to the ground one after another, and they realized that all their golden cores had been shattered. They would never have the chance to cultivate again. Based on their status and realms, they would never get the chance to get rare spiritual herbs and elixir pills to restore their golden cores. They weren't different from the dead after losing their ability to cultivate. The faces of the Sect Master of Moon paled. He was planning to say some nice words, make up some excuses, and return the stuff they took along with more treasures to get this over with. He was even willing for his sect to become a force under this Nascent Soul Realm cultivator. However, he didn't expect Jacob to leave no negotiation room and directly attack the 4 elders. 4 Core Formation Realm elders. This meant that Jacob damaged almost half of the strength of the Moon Sect. Moon Sect would soon be downgraded to a 3rd-tier sect. Moreover, with the considerable loss of its disciples and buildings, it wouldn't take too long for Moon Sect to drop to a 4th-tier sect. The news would spread like wildfire in 5th Heaven. Mystic Sect, Star Sect, Hope Sect. Whoever dares to bully these sects, I will kill them without mercy. After leaving his warning, Jacob threw away the rest of his sword, stepped on his flying sword, and flew towards the east. The broken sword he threw out stabbed into a stone plate beside the main palace, and it was so deep inside that only the handle could be seen. The rest of the core formation realm elders stared at each other in dismay. Then they looked at the mess around Moon Sect and started to make their own plans. "I'll take some of the treasures in the sect and leave this place," a lot of them thought. They could still get elder positions in small sects based on their core formation realm strength. Jacob's flying sword left a streak of white light in the sky, and they returned to the entrance of Ethereal Summit shortly. The sect master of Mystic, Emily, wasn't at the entrance anymore, so Darius got off the flying sword. It looked like she wanted to say something to Jacob, but she hesitated and didn't do it. Jacob knew what was on her mind, so he waved his hand and said, "You can go now. Your sect master really cares about you. Have some good rest and try your best to assist her so that Mystic could get stronger." "I will remember your words, master." Darius bowed to Jacob, with her eyes full of admiration. Then she turned around and left. Jacob sighed in relief and went back to the valley. There was no doubt that what Jacob did would help the situation of the 3 small sects near Ethereal Summit. He might not be able to change the culture on Fifth Heaven, but he could at least guarantee peace around Ethereal Summit. Jacob and Snowflake left the valley and returned to Fifth Heaven. Then they returned to London. Jacob entered the room through the window. Then he put away the red energy sphere and messed up his bed. He had to pretend he had slept through the night. Very soon, Walter came knocking on the door. "Jacob, did you wake up yet?" Walter shouted. Just woke up." Jacob opened the door with a yawn. Walter looked over Jacob's shoulder to see his bed. Then he looked at Jacob's expression and said, "Kathy's mom made breakfast. Come down and eat." "Oh, okay, I'll go wash up." Jacob walked towards the washroom on the second floor. After washing up, Jacob went down to the kitchen to eat the breakfast made by Kathy's mom. That was when Kathy came down from the second floor. "Kathy, did you sleep in the day?" Walter greeted Kathy as he took sips of his tea. "I was chatting with Mom last night. That's why I slept late." Kathy responded with a smile. She was happy to be around her family. "With your mom?" Walter was confused, so he quickly asked again, "Where did your dad sleep?" "He was in my room. My mom and I wanted to have a mother-daughter talk in private, so I made him go to my room," Kathy answered openly with a big smile on her face. "Let's go out together today. There's a lot of pretty good tourist places," Ray said with excitement. Last night, Kathy and her mom talked all night, forcing him to go sleep in another room. He felt a bit left out, but there was nothing he could do about it. He was still happy that his daughter came to visit them. Also, his good old friend Walter and his son had come to visit him. So, he had to do everything he could to make them feel at home. All right. Walter came to London a few times already, so he was quite familiar with this city. The last time he came to London, he bumped into Ray on the streets. Only then did the two families reconnect with each other. "It's a pity that Mila didn't come," Alice said with remorse. She hadn't met Mila in years and really wanted to catch up with her. Her relationship with Mila was great back then. Those were old memories, and reminiscing upon the old times made Alice feel nostalgic. "Mila was promoted this year, and she's even higher ranked than me. Therefore, she has more responsibilities and can't leave her position," Walter defended his wife. "Yeah, I know," Alice replied, with an understanding smile as she saw that Walter thought that she was upset with Mila. After breakfast, they all piled in the Ray's car and decided to visit the famous tourist spots in the city. They started with Big Ben, and then went to see the British Museum. They reached the British Museum and started looking around. "Jacob!" A voice called behind Jacob. Jacob turned around and saw Sophie standing behind them, with Helen beside her. Edward and his two sons were also there. "I didn't think we would bump into you here," Helen said to Walter. "Ha! We're just wandering around," Walter said with a smile. Helen turned to look at Kathy and her family with a smile. Walter noticed this and immediately introduced them. Helen, meet Kathy's parents, Alice and Ray. They run a business here in London. Alice and Ray, this is Helen. She's a famous architect and a family friend." "Hello." Helen reached out her hand. "Hello." Ray shook her hand. "Let me introduce you guys to each other. After shaking hands with both of them, Helen walked to the side and said, "This is my brother-in-law, Edward. He's currently the president of MTX Group's International Business Unit." Ray nodded and shook Edward's hand. Edward was in a pair of gold-framed glasses. He looked like a gentleman and an accomplished leader. "Ray, you worked with our company just a month ago, right?" Edward asked while looking at Ray. Yes, our factory signed a contract with one of your subsidiaries," Ray said. "Well, I hope we can work well with each other," Edward nodded and said with a smile. "Absolutely." Ray also smiled. A month ago, his business had received a contract from a subsidiary of MTX Group, a company that they had never worked with before. The order made Ray's factories incredibly busy, but Ray reaped thousands in profit from this deal. He didn't understand how he got the contract, but now he understood. It was Walter who must have used his connection. Ray and Alice had worked day and night and had completed the contract very successfully, delivering the products on time and passing all inspections. That was why they were confident that MTX Group would want to work with them again. Others could help them build relationships, but the actual business dealings depended on oneself. Ray learned this principle through years of doing business. "We were just headed to our company's office here, and now that we bumped into each other, well, would you like to accompany us?" Helen said after everyone finished introducing themselves. "Yeah, sure," Walter immediately agreed. He had no interest in the London headquarters of MTX Group, but if he went along today, he could help his best friend Ray build a good relationship with them. Helen nodded with a smile as she moved forward, and Edward hurried and walked past her to lead the way. Edward respected his sister-in-law very much. He knew that he was losing the dragon essence and chose to marry a mortal. His direct family would never step foot in the North Atlantic ever again, and his descendants would probably need to rely on the North Atlantic Dragon Clan to protect them. Jacob walked in the back, with Sophie on his left and her cousins on the right. Jacob looked at them and knew that they couldn't cultivate. They would never know that they were descendants of the North Atlantic Dragon Clan, and their future goals would most likely be to become successful businessmen under Edward's watch. Since they weren't eligible of inheriting the throne of the North Atlantic Dragon Clan, and Kenneth didn't have kids, the future of the North Atlantic Dragon Clan depended on Sophie. Because of this, Draken had to find different ways to test Jacob to see what his abilities and personality were like. He had to be a worthy partner to Sophie, as Helen was to Draken. Together, they all reached their cars and drove to the high-end commercial area of the city and stopped at a huge building. That building housed the offices of some of the biggest companies in the world. MTX Group has two headquarters, one in the U.S., and the international headquarters is situated here in the center of London. The one in America oversees the domestic market, while the international headquarters is in charge of global expansions, Edward explained as he led them around. Draken was the chairman of MTX Group and the CEO of the domestic business unit. Edward, whose whole family was in London, was the CEO of the international business unit. He was in charge of everything outside of the U.S., so he was extremely powerful and rich on land. One of his sons was still in high school, while the older son had graduated from a prestigious university and now worked under him in the London headquarters. Ray wanted to create his own family business, so he had Kyle's parents come over to London to help out. MTX Group was a huge corporation, but was still a large family business. Ray toured this office and quietly tried to absorb as much information as possible. He had a very smart daughter and a nephew who was studying at Stanford. He was going to let his brother oversee the Manchester unit. Even though his business was far from reaching the size of MTX Group, the family business structure was similar. As long as he was able to build good relationships with MTX Group, there'd be no problem earning 3 or 4 times the profit they were earning now. After finishing the tour, they all walked out of the building together, much better acquainted with each other. "Ray, about the factory you want to build in Manchester. I'm a bit interested. Why don't we find another place to discuss this in more detail?" Edward smiled and said to Ray. "If you're interested, we could definitely sit down and chat about it," Ray said politely. They had already sat down and chatted at MTX Group's office. Now that they were leaving, Edward still wanted to continue talking with Ray. Since he couldn't return to the Dragon Tribe, he wanted to do his best as a mortal, focusing all his energy on becoming more and more successful in the business world. After talking with Ray, he felt that Ray had good business acumen. Not only did Ray have interesting ideas,
but he also had execution abilities. Setting up a new unit was not an impulse. The idea came with an understanding of the economy and seeing which areas could be further developed. Now that Ray had the expertise, experience, and ambition, he was only missing the capital. Edward was willing to fund this investment to support Ray's plan. MTX Group was quite successful in its international expansion, and a lot of it had to do with Edward's intelligence and vision. Edward would never let go of an opportunity that could expand and strengthen MTX Group. Compared with Draken, who still had the North Atlantic Dragon clan, Edward was now a mortal businessman, and there was no turning back for him. MTX was his present and future, and it could bring prosperity to the generations after him. Since you guys have to talk business, you guys should take your time. Helen seemed happy, and she looked at Walter and asked with a smile, Walter, you don't mind if I take Jacob with me for a while, do you? Of course not, Walter replied casually. Helen turned around and looked at Jacob and Sophie. Soph, Jacob, let's go, Helen said. The three of them walked towards the underground parking lot. Jacob didn't know where Helen was taking him, but he didn't ask. Sophie also looked confused. She did not know where Helen was taking them as well. They stopped in front of a black Audi. Jacob and Soph looked at each other and sat inside the car without a word. The car drove across the London Bridge, and after a while they entered a beautiful area with huge mansions and lots of greenery. Sophie softly nodded and looked like she had figured out where Helen was going to take them. Where are we going? Jacob asked Sophie quietly. Before Sophie could answer, the car stopped in front of a large mansion that had a large and refined black steel gate that automatically opened. This mansion was situated by a small river, and everywhere around it was filled with natural sceneries. The drive from the main gate to the actual entry of the building itself took about 5 minutes. Around the mansion there were several other structures. There was also a private golf course, a man-made pond, and what looked like a small shooting range. This was the most luxurious place Jacob had ever seen in his life. Helen stopped the car in front of the large white mansion. Greetings, madam! 4 strong men in suits walked out from the mansion and greeted Helen. You've done great, generals. Helen nodded at them. She turned around and said to Jacob, who was getting off the car, this was Soph's grandpa's living space. Jacob looked around, and this peaceful scenery calmed him down. Jacob only met Darius a few times, but the latter had left a vivid impression on his mind. Even now, there was Darius's 1,000-year cultivation strength in Jacob's body. Helen led Jacob and Sophie into the mansion. The flooring was all marble, so it looked very high class, but was also incredibly cool. The exquisite decorations on the first floor made this place look like an art gallery more than a home. Jacob wanted to just stand there and look around in awe. But Helen led both of them straight to the second floor. Darius's guards followed closely. They were all 8th-level cultivators. When Helen, Sophie, and Jacob were still tens of miles away, they already knew they were approaching. Since the mansion was protected by 4 8th-level cultivators, even inspectors didn't dare to go near it. This became a restricted area for all the cultivators in London. This area, along with remote Immortal Mountains, Demon Sea, and Red Mountain, became the few places even the Dragon God Shrine couldn't touch. This is where he cultivated, Helen said as they reached the second floor. There was a large, empty room on the second floor. From the floor-to-ceiling glass, one could see the green golf course outside. Sophie followed behind Jacob and looked a bit nervous. The third floor is his living area, Helen said as they walked up towards the third floor. Jacob followed Helen, and the footsteps echoed in the whole house as they walked up the stairs. The old Dragon King Darius was a hero of the century. After he retired and started living here, he must have been so lonely. Jacob had sympathy for him. Thinking about Darius made him think about his grandma. Although it seemed like life went well, she was actually very lonely. Even though Darius had his gorgeous mansion and was extremely wealthy, he was for sure lonely. However, his grandma would always nag and try to get Walter and Mila to stay at home with her. Now she also had Noah and the girls to spend time with her. Darius, on the other hand, couldn't give up his pride, so he couldn't keep his children and grandchildren by his side. Kenneth was aiming for the Heavenly Dragon realm and was addicted to cultivation. Edward was in charge of MTX Group's international business unit and was busy with his work. And Draken was busy managing the domestic operations as well as the North Atlantic Dragon clan. Darius also didn't want to disturb his sons, so he chose to retire in London. He didn't want to affect Draken's authority in the North Atlantic Dragon clan, and he didn't let Edward's family come and visit him often. He had high hopes for Kenneth, but he never called him over, afraid that it would interrupt his cultivation. Looking through the door, Jacob saw that the bed and room were well organized, and he felt a bit sad. The room was empty. Here lived an old man who used to be a great ruler in the dragon tribe. The fourth floor is where he paid respect to the dragon god. Helen led them up. The style upstairs suddenly changed to an ancient dragon theme. There was a huge statue of the dragon god on the fourth floor. The dragon god was the ancestor of all 5 elemental dragon clans. In front of the statue of the dragon god was a small memorial tablet with the word Darius written on it. Helen went over quietly, picked up 3 incense sticks, and lit them up before placing them in the incense burner. Jacob moved forward and lit 3 incense sticks as well. He was paying respect to the dragon god as well as Darius. Sophie followed suit and burned 3 more incense sticks for the dragon god and her grandfather. The guards stood quietly by the door. They had been by Darius' side for hundreds of years, were the closest to Darius. When Darius took them in, they were still children. They had all reached 8th level under his guidance and instructions. Time slowly passed by. Helen stared at the incense sticks as they burned down bit by bit. She seemed to be praying quietly. Jacob was also paying respect to Darius. He had Darius's 1,000-year cultivation strength, and still remembered how Darius put his essence dragon soul into the black dragon spike. I brought you here today because Dad had said that when Soph finds a prince, we should bring him here to let him see, Helen said suddenly. Jacob turned around and looked at her. But it seems like we've been too slow. Draken and I were scared that Dad wouldn't be satisfied with you, so we were trying to find a good time to explain everything to him. That was why we didn't bring you here right away. If it weren't for him going back to North Atlantic, he wouldn't have met you at all, Helen continued to explain. Jacob stared at the black memorial tablet. He knew Helen regretted things like this. She shouldn't have kept this secret from Darius. Sophie suddenly sobbed out loud. When she discovered the news that Darius had passed away in the North Atlantic Dragon Palace, she was only shocked and didn't have other thoughts. After all, she'd never been too close to her grandpa. However, now that she was standing in his house, she could suddenly recall a lot of things from the past. Darius always looked stern and didn't smile or say much. However, when Soph visited him once a year during the summer, she could do whatever she wanted in his mansion. Darius never said no to her. She had once accidentally broken an expensive antique vase. She was so scared that she tried to hide it. But Darius just walked over to her calmly and asked her to be careful with the broken pieces. Another time, Sophie suddenly wanted to cultivate, so she ran over to the golf course and ended up destroying the whole course. Not only did Darius not scold her, he even happily taught her how to cultivate correctly. She was scared of this stern-looking man and just came every summer to see him because she had to. However, she missed him a lot now that he was gone. Madame, the old Dragon King left something for the prince, one of the guards said. Helen turned around and asked, What is it? The guard took a square box out of his storage ring and put it in Helen's hand. Helen looked down at it, but didn't open the box. She directly handed it over to Jacob. Surprised, he opened the box right there. Everyone here was close to him, or were Darius's trusted aides, and 2 were his family. In the box, there was an old-looking white paper slip that was only the size of a palm. Jacob grabbed the slip and found that it was blank, without a single word. He tried to inject his nature essence and spiritual essence into it, and he felt some mysterious characters spinning in front of his senses. Floating atop these densely packed characters were 3 words: Water Sword Technique. Among these characters were some moving pictures. Jacob only observed for a brief moment, and he already felt dizzy. Therefore, he pulled his spiritual senses out of the paper instantly. He had seen all kinds of techniques before, but they were all printed in scrolls or books. This was his first time reading a single piece of paper that required spiritual senses. The 4 guards saw Jacob's facial expression, and they were somewhat surprised that he could read the slip. They didn't think that with Jacob's low-tier, 4th-level realm, he would still be able to read the paper. They were loyal to Darius, and didn't read the paper unauthorized. Still, they knew this kind of paper imposed a high requirement on spiritual senses. Cultivators whose realm were too low couldn't even open it. Rumors said that this method of embedding techniques or records into paper slips was once very popular in the cultivation world. But after the Great War, this method was slowly lost over time. Some said that it was because spirit stones were becoming more precious, and the sects didn't want to waste materials. Others said that cultivators were afraid that their descendants and disciples wouldn't be able to access these stored techniques due to their low realms, and outsiders might rob the techniques. In some, paper slips became obsolete. "Jacob, keep it," Helen said. Jacob put the paper slip into his storage space. This paper initially had dozens of arrays protecting it, but they were all broken. When Jacob's spiritual senses entered the paper, he sensed faint layers of resistance, but he still reached the deepest place and saw the floating characters and pictures. "What did the old Dragon King say?" Helen asked them. "The old Dragon King said that if the prince comes here one day, hand this to him," the guard said. Helen nodded. She finally knew that Darius had prepared to die when he went back to the North Atlantic Dragon Palace. Depending on whether Helen or Draken would bring Jacob along to where he lived, Jacob may or may not have received this treasure. Sophie sobbed, and her eyes turned red as she moved closer to Jacob for comfort. She just saw the black memorial tablet with Darius's name on it and got more heartbroken. In these months, she got closer to Jacob's grandma and began to understand the feelings of elders. Now she could only think of Darius's loneliness. "Elder Kenneth came a few days ago," the guard said after some thought. "Oh?" Helen was a little surprised. "He had been sitting on the hill outside for 3 days. He didn't eat, didn't drink, and didn't sleep. Heavy rain poured down for 2 days, but Elder Kenneth didn't even repel it using his cultivation strength." Helen went silent, and her expression was sad. Among Darius's 3 sons, Kenneth was closest to him, and had the highest realm. Kenneth would visit Darius 3 or 4 times a year and spend some time with his dad. But ever since Kenneth failed to reach the heavenly dragon realm, he thought he didn't have the right to see Darius again, so he had never visited him afterwards. Now, Kenneth must feel immense regret in his heart. Thinking that Kenneth was silently sitting in the rain to wash away his regret, tears poured down Sophie's face again. She and Darius were separated by generations, and now she finally felt how considerate Darius was towards her. Jacob could have managed Kenneth in the pouring rain, clenching his fists and sitting motionlessly. Perhaps the tough man could hide his tears in the rain. "Generals, aren't you coming back to the North Atlantic Dragon Clan with us?" Helen looked at them and asked. They all shook their heads. Helen faced Darius's tablet and bowed deeply. "Dad, Draken didn't come because he was afraid that he'd be too heartbroken. You know his personality. He looks cold on the outside, but is soft on the inside. Edward already left the North Atlantic Dragon Clan and is peacefully conducting his mortal business. As for Kenneth, he swore to become a heavenly dragon and take you to the dragon tomb in the heavenly realm," Helen said calmly. After that, Helen slowly turned around and took the crying Sophie out of the big room that had the statue of the dragon god. Jacob followed Helen out. However, he turned around and stared at the memorial tablet. He felt like Darius was watching them. "Madame, take care." The 4 guards stood at the door and respectfully bid farewell. The car suddenly slowed down and parked on the side of the road. Helen looked at her hands on the wheel and said gently, Soph, go ahead. Sophie opened the car door and ran to the side where the trees were. Sitting in the car, Jacob went blank for half a second before hurriedly following her out of the car. Sophie ran forward wildly, and Jacob instantly caught up to her side. Sophie suddenly sat on a patch of grass beside a big tree, and tears rushed out of her red eyes. Jacob stopped and sat down beside her. Sophie wiped her tears with her hand and felt sadder as she cried. Darius was her only grandparent, and now he was gone. Thinking of this, the tears slid down her face uncontrollably. She lived with Helen and Draken and didn't think much of it at the beginning. But now that she was back at Darius's house, seeing the place where her grandpa used to live, thinking back to the times when she played here as a child, Sophie's tears could not be held back. She turned into Jacob's arms and her hands pulled on his shirt. Jacob immediately hugged her tightly and rubbed her back as soothingly as he could. I used to think he didn't like me. In Jacob's embrace, Sophie grabbed his sleeves to wipe off her tears. Jacob gently rubbed her back. Since Sophie's childhood, she had intermittent memories of this place. Because she thought Darius was too scary, she rarely interacted with her grandpa. Therefore, Darius mostly watched her play in the yard from the balcony. Now that Sophie thought of these scenes, she felt a pain in her heart. It's all right. Let it all out, Jacob said softly as he pushed her hair out of her face. Sophie only cried harder, hanging on to Jacob's neck. She let herself feel all the remorse that was in her heart. Helen stood on the road dozens of meters away from them. She had her back against the car, and her eyes turned red when seeing Sophie crying so hard. Sophie cried out all her emotions and finally wiped her tears messily. She pulled back from Jacob to take a deep breath as he wiped off the tears at the edge of her eyes with his finger. It's all right. You know that he had an amazing life, Jacob consoled her. Snowflake jumped out from Jacob's storage space and licked Sophie's wrist. Snowflake. Sophie hugged Snowflake tightly, and her tears slowly stopped. She knew that Darius was already 1,000 years old, and would die one day. But she couldn't help but feel sad when her grandpa passed away. Jacob stood up and pulled up Sophie from the grass. He hugged her one last time before leading her back towards the car. Their black Audi drove towards the gate of the mansion still on the private property. Snowflake snuggled into Sophie's arms and gently licked her palm. By the time the car reached back to the Central Park of London, Sophie was already asleep. Helen, there's one thing I'm not sure if I can ask. Soph, has she ever met her grandma? From the back seat, Jacob asked Helen. Jacob thought back to how close Sophie was to his grandma, and this question came to his mind. Soph's grandma passed away after giving birth to Kenneth, Helen said. Oh, Jacob nodded slightly. In fact, Helen paused for a few seconds and peeked at Sophie through the rearview mirror. After seeing that she was completely asleep, Helen continued. The stronger the individual in the race, the harder it is to reproduce. That is a natural law. What do you mean? Jacob was a little confused. In a sense, dragons are a kind of demon beast, but we are different from ordinary demon beasts. Dragons are born in the human form and have the cultivation treasure, i.e., our dragon cores. The stronger the demon beasts, the harder it is for them to produce offspring. For example, in the demon sea, one demon king may have dozens of demon queens, but he'd be extremely fortunate to have more than one kid. However, for the demon beasts who couldn't transform to the human form, it's easier for them to reproduce, Helen said while driving. Soph's grandma spent all her energy in the process of giving birth to Kenneth. This risk is hard for you to understand. The higher the realms of the parents, the greater the risk it is to reproduce. However, the benefit of this is that the offspring would be much more talented and stronger. For the Dragon Kings, to guarantee the strength of their descendants, they always decide to reproduce when their powers are at their peak. Soph's grandpa reached 8th level when he was 700 years old, and then he decided to have children, Helen said. Jacob nodded. He looked at Sophie, who was asleep beside him, and understood why Draken and Helen had her when they were almost 300 years old. Helen took the risk of dying for Sophie to have better talents. In fact, Draken had some disagreements with his dad on the topic of us having another child, and it affected their relationship, Helen said calmly. Jacob understood it. Edward's descendants, due to the loss of dragon essence, lost the chance of inheriting the North Atlantic Dragon clan. Kenneth was determined to reach the Heavenly Dragon realm and also decided not to have children, so that the North Atlantic Dragon clan wouldn't have a potential civil war when it came to the right of inheriting the throne. Among the three brothers, only the elder son Draken could inherit the North Atlantic Dragon clan, and his descendants were the most suitable to become the next generation of Dragon King or Queen. However, since Draken was worried about Helen's safety and didn't want to have another child, it separated the father and the son. Cultivation is inherently going against heaven's will. My realm is not as high as Soph's grandma, and it was already very dangerous when I gave birth to Soph. If I have another child, it's hard to say whether I'll make it out alive or not. Helen slowly pulled over and turned to look at Jacob. So, I hope you treat Soph well. Jacob looked at her and suddenly realized they were already back at their original destination. Soph was still asleep with Snowflake in her arms, and the dry tear marks were still prominent on her face. I will. Jacob suddenly understood Helen's request more deeply. Then Helen exited the car while Jacob softly woke Sophie up. When they found the rest of their group again, Edward and Ray were chatting happily in an outdoor cafe near the office. Walter and Alice were talking about some latest development in technology. Edward's sons were making a light conversation with Kathy about the difference in education between the two countries. What's going on? Is something wrong? Edward looked up and saw Sophie's red eyes. Soph, what's wrong? Tell us. Sophie's two cousins hurriedly stood up. Sophie's cousins were protective over her, even though they didn't see each other often. It's nothing. Sophie rubbed her eyes and turned to look at Jacob. She wanted to ask him to stay with her for the rest of the night, but she knew that he was there with his father, and it probably wouldn't look nice to Kathy's parents if he didn't stay with them. Ray and Edward were almost done chatting. The remaining details of their partnership would be discussed on another day. The two groups went separate ways, and Ray was especially happy after chatting with Edward. With help from MTX Group, his expansion plan would soon begin. They went home and had a great farewell dinner. Ray wanted Walter to stay longer, but he knew the latter was busy with his work, and coming all the way to London for a reunion was already an achievement. Ray drank with Walter lamentingly, and the two drank until their ears were red. Kyle and his parents also joined, making the atmosphere even more lively. After the long dinner, Jacob went to Kathy's room before retiring to his own. Here, Snowflake is yours for as long as you need. Any cultivators are requesting elixir pills on Fifth Heaven, Jacob said. Okay. Kathy put Snowflake in her bracelet. Her bracelet was modified by Noah as well. This bracelet was given to her by Irene when they were at the trading convention on Fifth Heaven. It was later turned into a storage space by Noah. Even though its storage size was incomparable to Jacob's necklace, it was more than enough for Snowflake. Jacob smiled and walked into his room. Today, he got the paper slip Darius left him, but he had not properly studied it. Jacob didn't plan on going to Fifth Heaven tonight and stayed in his room. After locking the door, Jacob sat on his bed and meditated quietly so that his body returned to its calmest state. Then he gradually released his spiritual senses. The Sword Shadow Scroll required the cultivation of all 5 elements and the control of thousands of sword energies at once. Since it was extremely demanding on the spiritual senses, Jacob's spiritual sense was a few times higher than cultivators in the same realm. The spiritual senses slowly entered the paper, went through the dozens of broken array formations, and accessed the core content. This tiny paper contained dense characters and images. Through his spiritual senses, Jacob studied the paper and saw the content clearly little by little. This water sword technique had no introduction, and directly went into the technique. There were 32 sword techniques, and each of them had 18 variations. In sum, there were 576 strikes documented. Jacob used to practice the fundamental boxing technique of the North Atlantic Dragon Palace. Compared with this water sword technique, they were extremely crude and primitive. Although the fundamental boxing technique required physical coordination with nature essence, it was far from variations in this sword technique. Jacob had helped Sophie study the Big Dipper constellation scroll. There was also a cultivation technique. Sophie could increase her realm by practicing the sword techniques. Once the 7th level was achieved, she would have mastered this technique and become very powerful. As for this water sword technique, there was no mentions of how to gather nature essence and how to increase realms. Everything was about sword strikes. The variations were hundreds and thousands of times more ingenious than the ones in Sophie's Big Dipper constellation scroll. Jacob concentrated on reading the first variation of the first sword technique. He deciphered the characters according to the images, and his hands moved and gestured in the air. Jacob slowly practiced the movement of nature essence, which was precise to acupoints, and he suddenly became exhausted. His spiritual senses were entirely drained by the paper and got kicked out. Jacob touched his chest and found that his whole body was drenched in sweat. Reading the paper alone was more exhausting than practicing the fundamental boxing technique dozens of times, not to mention practicing this sword technique. It was completely silent outside. Jacob checked the time and realized it was already midnight. Helen was knowledgeable and knew that the techniques stored in these types of papers were incredibly precious. Therefore, she had asked Jacob to cultivate it on his own, and never mention it to others. The guard handed it to Jacob in the mansion because it was a place that even the inspectors from the Dragon God Shrine couldn't spy on. It was said that treasures attracted misfortune. The paper Jacob got might catch the attention of the Dragon God Shrine. In fact, there were some things about this paper that the guard didn't mention in detail. About 20 years ago, Darius got this paper from somewhere by chance and decided to live in seclusion in the UK, handing the North Atlantic Dragon Clan the Draken. This tiny paper was protected by dozens of array formations. Darius felt that this was the last chance for him to break through to the Heavenly Dragon realm. So he spent 20 years carefully disarming the array formations one by one. The ingenious and complex sword techniques within made Darius realize that this was an item of the immortals. It was probably from the Heavenly realm, which was above 8th heaven, and Darius dedicated himself to studying it. However, his spirit was limited. Breaking the array formations took him 20 years. By the time he studied half of the sword techniques, his body was already on the brink of collapsing. At this time, there was news about the South Atlantic Dragon Clan invading the North Atlantic Dragon Clan, and Darius decided to give up on studying the paper and fight for his clan one last time. He passed the paper to Jacob because he saw Jacob practice the Sword Shadow Scroll, which was a type of sword cultivation. Also, whether Jacob would come to his mansion or not was the ultimate test. If he had known that he could obtain a set of immortal sword techniques in his old age, he would have switched to cultivating the Sword Shadow Scroll after the war ended several hundred years ago. He handed his dying wish to Jacob, which was also why he passed on his 1,000 years of cultivation strength to Jacob. It was all about fate. When Darius saw Jacob, even though the latter was weak, he knew that the kid was trustworthy and righteous. Loyalty, faith, righteousness, benevolence, and courage were the 5 virtues Darius valued the most, and Jacob had them all. The night wind blew outside, and Jacob got up to close the windows. Suddenly, he thought of something and tried to practice the first variation of the first sword technique. He picked up a feather duster by the window and activated his nature essence. Following one acupoint after another, the feather duster drew a bright arc. Jacob turned slightly and gently flicked with his fingertip, and the feathers on the duster all stood up straight, looking sharp like blades. Jacob wanted to turn once more, but found himself unable to do so. This one move drained all his nature essence. Jacob's arms were sore, So he put down the feather duster and took a deep breath. The sword shadow scroll was used to tune the body by absorbing nature essence. By the same principle, it could also release nature essence and condense sword energies. Sword array formation was an effective way of organizing sword energies that amplified their power. But in close-range combat, Jacob's only effective technique was fundamental boxing. When fighting against a master like Kenneth, there was no chance for him to use his sword array formation at all. Kenneth was very proficient in using tri-point double-edged swords. If he wanted, he could get someone to forge a sword like that for him, that was as powerful as special treasures. Then he'd be able to pressure Jacob and defeat him easily. Human cultivators favored bombarding each other with treasures, so Jacob's sword shadow scroll was sufficient for dealing with them. But the dragon cultivators were likely to engage in close-range combat. For example, before Jacob could release a sword array formation, Susan could already place her sword on Jacob's neck, even though her sword technique wasn't the best. Jacob sat on his bed and slowly restored his nature essence with the sword shadow scroll. The dragon core was like a reservoir. With more openings, its capacity grew bigger. It was difficult to expand the reservoir, but it only took a little time to fill it up again. Also, the process of continually draining and filling it up again would put pressure on the reservoir, making it grow in size and potentially get another opening in the dragon core. Jacob used to create openings on his dragon core using brute force. Even though it could increase the volume of the reservoir quickly, the reservoir may end up cracking and collapsing one day. The birds sang outside the window, startling Jacob, who was immersed in cultivation. It was another sunny morning. Jacob sorted his clothes and put them in his small luggage before walking out of the room. Downstairs, Kathy was making breakfast with her mom. "Good morning, Jacob." Seeing Jacob coming down the stairs, Kathy's mom greeted him sweetly. Kathy looked up at Jacob when he replied and smiled at him in greeting. Kyle was practicing boxing outside. In front of the garage hung a huge sandbag, and Kyle would practice for 2 hours every morning to maintain his strength. A moment later, he came in, full of sweat, and he nodded at Jacob. "Want to try?" "No, thanks." Jacob rejected it with a smile. "Look at your physique. You can jump, but you lack strength." Kyle slapped Jacob's shoulder with his strong arm and said. Kathy rolled her eyes. She clearly knew Jacob's capabilities. Kyle thought he was strong, but he couldn't take on Jacob even if there were 10 of him. "Leave it. You're anyway leaving in a bit." Kyle waved his hand in dismissal and went to his room to take a shower. After they had breakfast, Jacob and Walter said their goodbyes to Kathy and Alice before Kyle and Ray drove them to the airport. "Yesterday when I called Sam, he said that the final match has been pushed back to mid-August because of issues with the venue. If I have time, I'll go over to see him play." Kyle looked at Jacob and said. "That would be great," Jacob smiled. "If you were to play basketball, you'd be a superstar," Kyle said, not willing to let the topic go. Jacob laughed, but didn't say anything. His passion wasn't basketball. Kenneth and Susan were both pursuing the heavenly dragon realm. Jacob was silently aiming towards the same goal. Helen appeared with Sophie at the airport, and they were seen off by Edward's family. "Hey, guys." Helen waved her hand and walked over. Sophie still looked a little gloomy as she silently moved to stand next to Jacob. "There's still 1 hour before boarding." She handed the tickets to Walter. She had booked all their tickets together in advance. Walter bid goodbye to Ray, and they parted with a tight hug. Walter's career was in the U.S., and Ray's was in the U.K. Their gathering could only be brief. It was a long flight. By the time they landed, all of them were positively exhausted. This airport was not as busy as London's, but Jacob felt exceptionally comfortable when he returned to the familiar land. "Walter, in a few days I'm going on a vacation to an island with Soph. Jacob's coming with us as well. We'll be gone for the whole next month. I talked to Mila about this already," Helen said to Walter as they walked out of the airport. "Mila mentioned it to me," Walter responded. He initially intended to get Jacob to stay at Ray's place and experience British life, but he also had no issue with Jacob going on vacation with Sophie's family. With Jacob away, Grandma taking a summer vacation in the countryside, and Noah staying at the mayor's home, he could finally work on his science research project day and night. and Mila could work with 100% focus as well. Jacob, you go home with Helen and Soph. I have some work, Walter said before jumping in a cab and going to the Ocean Research Institute. Helen turned to look at the stunned Jacob and smiled gently. Jacob, let's go. The whole next week, the weather had been quite dull with the constant rainfall. It might also have felt that way for Jacob because of the mostly empty room. His parents only came back home to sleep at night and left again first thing in the morning. Noah was staying at Anna's house the whole time, and Grandma was happy staying with her friend. In this week, Jacob cultivated and practiced the fundamental boxing techniques, but he didn't try the water sword technique again, as he didn't want to exhaust himself before going to train with Kenneth. Other than that, he mostly got bored, as he didn't have much to do around the house. So when Helen and Sophie came to pick him up for their training retreat, he was already outside the door, eagerly waiting for them. They didn't waste any time in greeting as Helen raised her hand, and the River Mountain painting was laid beneath the three of them. A red energy sphere was created, and they soared towards the ocean. Soon a large island appeared in front of them. At the center of the island stood a palace, and a red energy sphere surrounded the island with waves crashing against it. Helen drove the River Mountain painting straight into the island. Your humble servant meets you, Dragon Queen. General Arthur did an exaggerated bow. Get up, General. Helen put away the painting and asked, Are Elder Liam and others here yet? Dragon Queen. Everyone, including Elder Liam, Elder Frank, and Elder Kayla, have already arrived on Sunflower Island. They're now patrolling the ocean with the Dragon King. Good, Helen waved her hand. That's all, General. This Sunflower Island was one of the secret islands of the North Atlantic Dragon Clan that had palaces on them, and it got this name since sunflowers grew all over the island. Different from Coral Island, Sunflower Island was in the red energy shield and couldn't be discovered by mortals. Every summer, Draken would stay here for a month or two. He managed all affairs of the Dragon Clan from the island and supervised the training of the soldiers. This was called the Summer Patrol. During Summer Patrol, Draken usually took Elder Liam, Elder Frank, Elder Kayla, and General Arthur with him. You're finally here. I've been waiting for a long time, a loud voice suddenly sounded. Kenneth, in a gray robe, flew down from the top of the palace, and it took him just a moment to reach Jacob. Then he threw a punch towards Jacob's chest. Jacob sidestepped and used the fundamental boxing technique to counter it. After blocking Kenneth's iron fist and leaving a dozen deep marks on the beach, Jacob immediately hit the back of Kenneth's head. Not bad. Kenneth groaned and released a strong aura from his body, directly pushing Jacob away. 5 elemental essences gathered on his fist and went straight towards Jacob's face. Jacob took 2 steps back and was prepared to use one technique from the fundamental boxing techniques. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. A sword energy appeared on the tip of his finger, and he used the first variation of the first sword technique from the water sword technique. Nature essence went through Jacob's acupoints in a unique pattern, and the sword energy drew a bright arc along Jacob's finger. Kenneth was somewhat surprised, and that moment of hesitation made his fist wounded by Jacob's sword energy. Blood instantly gushed out. Kenneth retracted his fist and covered the injury with his nature essence. The bleeding immediately stopped. He glared at Jacob and said, No rest. Run 20 laps around the island, now. Sophie was standing there stunned by the sudden fight that just took place. She had been the one to insist on joining them for training, but she hadn't expected it to start the moment they stepped foot in the island. You two, follow him. Kenneth stared at Sophie and shouted. Sophie was so surprised that her mouth opened wide. Now, go, Kenneth said. Mom? Sophie looked at Helen for help. However, Helen ignored Sophie's plea as she stepped to Kenneth's side. Go! Kenneth shouted again, and he released a sword energy from his fingertips, striking the sand near Sophie's ankle. Yellow sand grains splashed and prompted Sophie to run in a hurry. After all, Kenneth's sword energies were stronger than bullets. Jacob took a deep breath and put strength into his legs, catching up to Sophie's side. Sophie was a marathon champion at school, but 20 laps around the island was too much even for her. The coastline of the island was around 10 miles, so 20 laps were 200 miles. Is this a joke? We just got here, Sophie thought. Hey! Sophie saw Jacob running in front of her and couldn't help but shout. She increased her pace and caught up with Jacob. She looked at Jacob aggrievedly, as if to silently complain about her uncle, and ran shoulder to shoulder by his side. Jacob turned to look at her and smiled helplessly. He adjusted to Sophie's rhythm and ran at her pace. At this moment, the blazing sun was hitting them right in their faces. Only a few hundred meters in, Sophie was already sweating all over her body. The sand grains were burning, which didn't make stepping on them any easier. They finished one lap around the island, which took them almost an hour. This was already far beyond an ordinary person's endurance and speed. If Sophie didn't reach the Foundation establishment realm, she would have collapsed in only half an hour. Let's take a break. Take a break, Sophie gasped. She saw that Helen and Kenneth were out of sight and shouted towards Jacob. As Jacob was going to slow down with her, a sword energy suddenly shot down from somewhere above them and landed by Sophie's foot. Sophie was ready to sit on the beach but was forced to jump up. Two more sword energies hit Sophie's left and right sides. The smoldering craters were only a few centimeters away from her feet, and Sophie clenched her teeth and ran again. A few more sword energies landed behind her, making her unable to slow down. She was literally about to cry. She had never been treated like this. Come, Jacob, who was only half a meter in front of her, reached out his hand. Sophie reached out her hand to grab Jacob's. Jacob held her hand and sprinted. A dozen sword energies closely followed their ankles. On top of the palace, Helen and Kenneth stood in a pavilion as they looked at Jacob and Sophie. To reach higher realms, strong bodies are a basic requirement, Kenneth said. In this coming month, you should not spoil Soph. Helen looked at the two small black dots far away and said faintly, I know. I only have a month before I go anyways, Kenneth said. Helen turned to look at him. What about Kayla? I will come back and marry her after I reach the Heavenly Dragon Realm, Kenneth said. You confessed? Helen asked immediately. Kenneth's dark face faintly blushed. No, not yet. Helen sighed helplessly. Neither Kayla nor Kenneth dared to face their feelings. Helen suddenly thought that the two were quite similar. Kenneth saw Jacob and Sophie slowing down and shot another dozen sword energies. He switched the topic and said, This kid Jacob. I think he's not bad. Indeed. It's only that Soph's realm was too low compared to Jacob's. Helen looked at Sophie by the shore in worry. One day, she's going to have a child. You're afraid that her realm would remain too low, might face danger during childbirth? Kenneth asked. I certainly have this worry, Helen nodded. You know, Draken was afraid that something might happen to me, so he wouldn't let me have another child. This I know. My brother loves you very much. When my dad asked him to leave you and marry another woman, he didn't do it, Kenneth said frankly. By the shore, Jacob and Sophie were getting tired. Jacob was still okay, but Sophie was almost dragging her feet across the sand. If they weren't forced to run fast, 20 laps wouldn't be too difficult. However, Kenneth's sword energies forced them to stay at the same fast pace, which challenged their bodies' limits. The bodies were like containers for storing nature essence. The sturdier the bodies were, the more nature essence they could store. Challenging one's body to the extreme could temper the body and also work the mind. The sun gradually set into the ocean in the west, but Jacob and Sophie were still running. Sophie had never suffered so much before. Her cultivation path in the past was relaxed and easy. It was nothing like this. Jacob's footsteps were still calm and stable. He held Sophie's hand and continued to run along the coastline. On the top, Kenneth stood still and supervised them. If they slacked slightly, unrelenting sword energies would land by their feet. The moon was bright, and the stars began to fade. It was almost morning again. Uncle, I can't run anymore. Sophie couldn't help but beg for mercy. She wanted to reach the core formation realm, but she would instead give up this thought after this torturous experience. Kenneth's training method was too difficult. Kenneth didn't answer, but 3 sword energies arrived and wrecked Sophie's shoes. I can't. run anymore. Sophie sat on the beach, determined to stop now. She knew Kenneth cherished her. It wouldn't really hurt her. If you don't finish running, don't call me your uncle in the future. Kenneth roared towards Sophie fiercely. Sophie was so scared that she trembled all over. She had never seen Kenneth being so cruel to her, so she knew that he was not joking. She held tears in her eyes and finally got up and continued running. Standing on the top, Kenneth felt somewhat apologetic. But as Helen said, the more relaxed they were now, the more danger they would be in the future. His mom was an 8th level cultivator. In 100 years, she gave birth to 3 sons and passed away afterwards. With Sophie's low realm, she might not be able to stand giving birth to even 1 dragon baby in the next 200 to 300 years. As her uncle, Kenneth wanted to hold his grandnephew or grandniece. As for himself, he decided not to have children. Therefore, Jacob and Sophie's baby in the future would be treated by him as his own grandchild. Thinking of this, Kenneth released dozens of sword energies that followed Jacob and Sophie. They forced the two to scream and run furiously. Kenneth laughed happily. Soon the sun once again slowly fell to the west. Jacob and Sophie finally completed the 20 laps. They were rumbling with hunger and trembling all over. Jacob had to carry Sophie on his back to finish the last 3 laps. Starting from tomorrow, 5 laps a day for Soph and 10 laps a day for Jacob. But Jacob, you have to run with tires. The number of tires increases by 1 each day. Kenneth pointed to the forest to his left. In the forest, there were dozens of tires piled up, and they were the big tires for heavy vehicles. I will guide your cultivation as well. Soph's cultivation session is in the morning, which is after 5 laps. Jacob's cultivation session is at night, which is after 10 laps, Kenneth said. After cultivation, may I go to sleep? Sophie looked at Kenneth, almost begging. If she knew it would be such cruel training, she wouldn't have begged her uncle to train her in the first place. You can, but after you complete your homework, Kenneth said. Homework? Sophie was thrilled. I finished high school. Your mom got you some books to read that will help you in choosing a major for college. This summer, you must finish reading them, Kenneth said. Sophie opened her mouth wide in surprise. Then she swatted Kenneth's arm in a petty attempt to hurt him and said, But, Uncle, I have a whole year. Kenneth began to sweat on his forehead. I cannot help you. It's what your dad instructed. How is this a summer holiday? This is hell, Sophie thought. Also, Jacob, I have arranged your residence. You'll be sleeping in the forest. Kenneth pointed to a hut in the forest. Live there. You'll feel the heaven and earth better. Jacob eyed the hut with disdain, but kept his mouth shut. Soph, you must be hungry. Let's go and eat. Kenneth went back to being Sophie's favorite uncle with a big smile as he took her to the glamorous palace. He suddenly looked at Jacob again with another expression. Oh, Jacob, you must find food by yourself on this island. This is a form of cultivation as well. Jacob looked at him, stunned. A few days later, the ragged Jacob had several ropes tied around his waist as he dragged several giant tires and ran along the beach. After 10 days, he was up to 12 tires. After more than 20 days, more than 30 tires were dashing on the beach, sending sand grains into the sky. The bare-footed Jacob strode forward, and his body was full of strength. The muscles on his body were bulging, and the tires that were being pulled left deep grooves around the island, looking like a ditch without water.
Hundreds of green sword energies swept across the ocean surface. Jacob stood steadily on a gray sword energy above the surface. 120 black sword energies shot up from the ocean, and Jacob flew up swiftly and shot out 160 red sword energies from his hand. Some white sword energies glistened in the sky. In his gray robe, Kenneth stood on a huge wave. Hundreds of colorful sword energies fought with each other, under and above the ocean surface. Jacob's clothes were torn. But the sword energies emitting from his body weren't something to be taken lightly. Kenneth released a strong aura. Jacob tempered his body with heavenly lightning bolts, while Kenneth toughened his body with the 5 elemental essences. Jacob's lightning cultivation technique could break everything that was comprised of the 5 elements, while Kenneth's 5 elemental technique could absorb everything of the 5 elements. Hundreds of sword energies collided with each other in the center of the ocean. Jacob focused his attention and shot out sword energies from more than 100 acupoints on his body. The sword energies formed a sword array formation and crashed towards Kenneth. Standing on the waves, Kenneth laughed wildly, while his hand shot out hundreds of sword energies to block Jacob's. Both Jacob and Kenneth cultivated the Sword Shadow Scroll, and only Jacob could fight Kenneth with sword energies in such a magnificent way. In the past month, Kenneth spent 2 hours answering Jacob's questions on cultivation every day, and another hour fighting with him with the Sword Shadow Scroll. Each time they fought, the water around the island would turn dark, and the soldiers guarding the area would immediately keep clear of them. Jacob's sword energies and Kenneth's sword energies crashed into each other again. The nearby ocean surface hissed with green smoke. The powerful energy evaporated tons of water. Jacob's 320 sword energies were bounced off. Kenneth's 320 sword energies formed a line and dashed towards Jacob. Kenneth, who had reached the 5th level, was reserving his strength and didn't release all 640 sword energies. "Uncle, watch out for my attack!" At this critical moment, Sophie suddenly flew up from the beach. With a silver longsword in her hand, she stepped on the ocean waves and slashed the sword towards Kenneth. Walking on waves was the basic technique of dragon cultivators, especially the water elemental dragon cultivators. Without using flying swords, Sophie could move swiftly by maneuvering the ocean waves. Kenneth stepped aside to dodge her attacks, and 2 huge waves over 30 meters tall exploded around him like 2 water bombs, drenching Kenneth. The first sword technique in the Big Dipper constellation scroll had been used. The nature essence circulated in her body and unleashed great power. Since Sophie's green treasure sword was left on 5th heaven, she borrowed this sword from Helen. "There's more!" Seeing Kenneth trying to dodge her attacks, Sophie changed her sword technique and stabbed towards Kenneth. The second technique of Big Dipper constellation scroll. The first technique was direct and magnificent in damage, and the second technique was great at defense. After Kenneth's devoted tutoring sessions in the past month, Sophie had reached the mid-tier Foundation Establishment realm, and she learned the second chapter of the Big Dipper constellation scroll. Smiling in a relaxed way, Kenneth released 5 sword energies from his palm. Sophie blocked all 5 sword energies with her sword. Meanwhile, Jacob's 320 sword energies returned with water, forcing Kenneth to retreat 3 steps. Under the cover of Jacob's sword energies, Sophie dashed forward and used both techniques together. The greatness of the Big Dipper constellation scroll didn't only lay in the fact that the sword techniques were the same as the cultivation technique, where improvement in one would lead to improvement in the other. In addition, all 7 techniques could work together in different combinations. Jacob's 320 sword energies and Sophie's sword techniques worked with each other and forced Kenneth back another 3 steps. Standing on the viewing deck of the Summer Palace, General Arthur turned to look at Draken and said cheerfully, "Princess Sophie's a rare cultivation genius. Congratulations, Your Majesty." Standing by Draken, Elder Liam also nodded and added, "Princess Sophie has gained great progress recently. It seems that she will reach the core formation realm in a short while." Watching the battle on the ocean surface, Elder Frank nodded gravely. "Princess Sophie's sword techniques are indeed exquisite. Prince must have taken great efforts to acquire this set of techniques for her." Draken stared at the battle for a few seconds before asking Kayla, who was standing next to Helen, "Elder Kayla, what do you think of Soph's recent progress?" Elder Kayla was responsible for the cultivation of all female members in the North Atlantic Dragon clan. Since she had taught Sophie in her earliest cultivation days, her assessment of Sophie's cultivation progress would be the most accurate. Elder Kayla focused her attention on the battle for a few seconds. "Princess Sophie has great cultivation talent. From what I can see, her talent and intelligence are no less than Susan's. She uses the sword techniques swiftly, but carefully and steadily, knowing how to reserve her strength and hide the changes and techniques, which is not an easy task. Hearing Elder Kayla's words, Helen smiled with satisfaction. She always knew that Sophie was talented, but she couldn't force Sophie to cultivate when the latter was reluctant. Now that Sophie lost her dragon core and got the motivation to cultivate harder from Jacob, she was eager to learn. While they taught, Jacob suddenly withdrew his 320 sword energies into his palm and formed a solid sword made from essences. The sword energies from the sword shadow scroll were made of 5 elemental essences, and everything in the world was made of the 5 elements. This sword that appeared in Jacob's hand was like a natal treasure with a balance of the 5 elements, which was connected with Jacob's spiritual senses and mind. With the 5 elemental sword in his hand, Jacob stood by Sophie's side and struck towards Kenneth. His sword technique came from the water sword technique. In the past month, Jacob jogged around the island while dragging tires behind him during the day, received Kenneth's lessons on cultivation in the evenings, and stayed alone in the small hut in the forest during the night, cultivating and understanding the contents in the little paper slip. After 1 month, Jacob understood the first 6 variations of the first sword technique, and he could practice them with proficiency. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but when he used the water sword technique, he had a vague feeling of connecting with heaven and earth, which had never happened, even when he practiced the powerful sword shadow scroll. Jacob's nature essence entered the 5 elemental sword abruptly through his meridians, while some essence from the surrounding also got sucked in. With one strike of his sword, it seemed like all 6 variations were being used at the same time. Sophie used her own technique in one breath. Kenneth tried to balance himself against the dual attack, but with a splash, he fell into the ocean. "Uncle, you lost!" Sophie yelled cheerfully. "Jacob can live in the palace now." Jacob also smiled victoriously and dissolved the 5 elemental sword, which turned into sparks before returning to his body. On the viewing deck of the summer palace, General Arthur laughed with a pleasant surprise. "I can't believe that the prince and princess could force back Elder Kenneth." Draken shook his head with a smile. "Kenneth lost the fight on purpose, to make Soph happy." Elder Kayla looked at the ocean surface and remained silent, thinking that Kenneth was indeed forced back at that moment. But he didn't want to hurt Jacob and Sophie and chose to fall into the ocean. Drenched all over, Kenneth rose from the waves and instantly dried his clothes with fire elemental nature essences. Since Kenneth had reached a certain realm by tempering his body with 5 elemental essences, his body could change to different elemental attributes freely, and he could use any kind of spells. He was on a different path compared to Jacob, who tempered his body with lightning. Holding Sophie's hand, Jacob flew up onto the viewing deck of the summer palace. In the past month, he had lived in the forest, according to Kenneth's condition. If Sophie and Jacob could defeat him one day, Jacob could live at the palace. To reach this goal, Jacob and Sophie had joined forces to fight with Kenneth each day. They both treated it as a test of their strength and mastery of their respective techniques. Now that Jacob and Sophie had forced Kenneth into the ocean, Jacob finally was qualified to enter the palace. Back on the viewing deck, Helen laughed at Jacob, who looked barbarian, and turned to General Arthur. "Go and get some clothes for Jacob." "As you wish." General Arthur immediately backed out of the viewing deck. "You've worked hard recently." Helen smiled proudly at Jacob and comforted him. In order to not interrupt his cultivation, while Jacob lived in the forest, no one ever visited him. However, in the last month, Jacob had gained great progress, jumping from low tier to mid tier 4th level, with 182 openings unlocked. In the past, he had been bothered by all kinds of mortal business. Now he finally truly experienced the great benefits of cultivating in seclusion. Kenneth had been at peak 8th level before, and he was very experienced in cultivation. He had helped Jacob understand the proper speed of cultivation and gain better control of his dragon core. "Mom, I've worked hard too." Looking at Helen, Sophie narrowed her eyes. Yes, you've worked hard as well," Helen said with a smile, as she patted her daughter's head. She could see that Sophie had indeed worked hard, judging from her use of the 2-sword techniques and her mid-tier foundation establishment realm. After all, without her dragon core, it was difficult for Sophie to make progress. A dragon cultivator would only slow down after reaching the 5th level, which was equal to the low tier Nascent Soul realm. Stepping on a golden light beam, Kenneth returned to the viewing deck as well. Sophie was about to tease her uncle when he bowed at Helen and Draken with an especially serious expression. Your Majesties, I've broken through to the top tier 5th level, and I plan to use the Mystic Crystal today. Hearing the words, Jacob was slightly surprised. Jacob didn't know that Kenneth still hadn't used the core lotus he had given him. Draken's face turned serious as well. Good. We must be careful with it, and I'll triple the guarding forces around the island. You can use it without interruption. Thank you, Dragon King. Kenneth cupped his hands and strode into the palace through the viewing deck. Prince, here is your robe. General Arthur returned to the viewing deck with a blue robe. Jacob pulled it on and turned to Helen. Is it dangerous to use a mystic crystal? Of course, Helen nodded. After all, it's against the laws of nature to cultivate and take the life essence from nature. It's a blessing from nature for the dragon cultivators to have dragon cores. And it's natural that one can't gain any progress after reaching the 5th level. Planting the mystic crystal into the body is against nature. So it's a very dangerous practice. Jacob understood the situation now. Although Kenneth had succeeded before, it didn't mean that he could successfully plant the mystic crystal this time, which explained why Draken and Kenneth suddenly got so serious. All 7th and 8th level masters, including Susan, had experienced life and death moments, and many had died in the process of planting the mystic crystals into their dragon cores after acquiring the materials. Accepting the core lotus from Jacob, Kenneth was also doing the experiment for Jacob. After all, none of the previous dragon cultivators had ever cultivated all the 5 elements at once. Also, none of the dragon cultivators had tried planting a mystic crystal that had all 5 elements into their dragon cores. With this cultivation experience, Kenneth was experimenting at the cost of his life. He was trying things out and teaching them to Jacob, just like how he had taught everything he knew about the sword Shadow Scroll to Jacob. At this thought, Jacob had zero regrets for giving Kenneth the core lotus. Instead, he felt more respect for Kenneth. Concerned for Kenneth, Sophie immediately turned and ran towards the palace. Feeling uneasy, Jacob also hurried into the palace. Uncle! Uncle! Sophie called out. Kenneth paused and looked at Sophie with a smile appeared on his blank face. Soph, I will be fine. Uncle, you even survived the heavenly tribulation. I'm sure you'll be fine, Sophie said confidently. Yeah, Kenneth nodded and glanced at Jacob, who just jogged over. Kid, I'll fight you again after I plant the mystic crystal, and you must use all your strength. Definitely, Jacob promised. Elder Kayla walked over and said, I will guard for you. The gentle words contained infinite care. Kenneth stared at her for a few seconds and bowed at her. Thank you. You're welcome. Elder Kayla waved her hand and walked towards the special chamber in the summer palace with Kenneth. These two. Exasperated, Jacob followed him while holding Sophie's hand. Kenneth and Elder Kayla entered the chamber, while Jacob and Sophie had to stay outside. One must make full preparations before using a mystic crystal. The cultivator who would act as the guard must possess a high realm and a close connection with the cultivator they guarded. This way, the guarding cultivator could offer help at any critical moment. Elder Kayla was guarding Kenneth, which meant that their minds were in sync. With the door of the special chamber closed, Sophie and Jacob stood outside without any knowledge of the situation inside. A while later, Draken, Helen, Elder Liam, and Elder Frank came to the door of the chamber one after another. Mom, will Uncle be okay? Sophie asked anxiously. Helen glanced at her helplessly. It takes at least 1 day to use the mystic crystal. I guess he'll be fine since he had done this before. She didn't sound very convincing. After all, no one could be certain about what would happen during the process, especially when the mystic crystal had all 5 elements. Helen and Draken didn't plant mystic crystals into their dragon cores because they didn't want to go to higher realms. Draken was busy managing the North Atlantic Dragon Clan and didn't have enough time for cultivation. while Helen wasn't sure if she could succeed and didn't want Sophie to lose her mum in the process. Sophie clenched her fist fearfully. She hadn't been born yet when Kenneth planted his mystic crystal the last time. However, Kenneth's failure while he charged at the Heavenly Dragon Realm left a deep impression on her mind. She hoped that nothing would happen to her uncle. "Your Majesty, we tripled the guarding forces around the island." General Arthur came to the door of the chamber and reported to Draken. "Okay." Draken nodded gravely. He kept looking at the door of the chamber anxiously. After all, he had a deep bond with Kenneth, who was also the only master who could charge at the Heavenly Dragon Realm in the North Atlantic Dragon Clan. Most of the dragon cultivators who reached peak 8th level were at least 800 to 900 years old. If they failed to pass the Heavenly Tribulation, they would be turned into dust. Even if they survived, they wouldn't have a chance to charge at Heavenly Dragon Realm again. However, Kenneth was only 200 years old when he failed, and he could start all over again. What did the Heavenly Dragon Realm mean? It meant a transformation of the entire situation. In any case, Draken hoped no accident would happen in the process while Kenneth used the Mystic Crystal. As time ticked on, the chamber remained quiet. Jacob's heart was in his throat, and Sophie grabbed his wrist nervously. "General Arthur, how much time has passed?" Helen asked suddenly. "Dragon Queen, 12 hours have passed," General Arthur answered. 12 hours, Helen murmured to herself before glancing at the gray door tensely. Loud noises suddenly came out from outside the palace. Startled by the noise, Jacob looked towards Draken. "Jacob, Soph, Elder Liam, Elder Frank, go out and help with the defense." Draken issued the order. Even though he didn't understand the situation, Jacob followed Elder Frank and ran to the ground through the stairs, and Sophie followed Jacob closely. When Jacob ran outside of the palace with Sophie, he realized that crazy wind and thick clouds were forming around the island. The heavy dark clouds swept towards him, while waves as high as 5 to 6 meters crashed against the edges of the island. Under the crushing force of the waves, the red energy sphere blinked. Since it was only built to block the sight of mortals, it couldn't even keep the rain out. When a storm came a few days ago, Jacob was drenched in the rain while he cultivated in the forest. The reason the energy sphere became unstable was probably that the spirit stones which were used to build it had loosened by the crashing ocean waves. "Elder Liam, what's wrong?" Jacob asked. "Demon beasts." Liam said 2 words while he looked around cautiously. Elder Kenneth is using the Mystic Crystal, and it's caused some special temporary changes in nature, attracting the demon beasts to this place. Most of these demon beasts are very close to the transformation realm, and are looking for chances to pass the Heavenly Tribulation. That is why they come here, Elder Frank added. Situated in the deep sea, Sunflower Island was not far from the Demon Sea. Therefore, the violent changes in nature attracted large groups of demon beasts. However, if Kenneth used the Mystic Crystal in the North Atlantic Dragon Palace, which was close to the coastline, the violent changes in the weather would affect the mortals. "Don't worry, Prince. These demon beasts have come here to seek thunder tribulation, and most likely won't attack the island," Elder Frank told him. Suddenly, a huge whale emerged from the ocean. More than 30 meters long, the huge whale opened its mouth, and large amounts of ocean water poured in. The moment the huge whale appeared, another giant black fish came out of the ocean as well, and it was more than 10 times bigger compared with the whale. It looked like a small island that suddenly emerged from the ocean. The black fish shot out a black beam of light from its mouth and immediately cut the huge whale into 2 halves. The remains of the whale turned into a pile of flesh. The gigantic black fish instantly swallowed its white internal core. Dumbfounded, Jacob and Sophie were at a loss for words. "Whole island, on guard!" General Arthur stood on the high platform of the palace and called out. The troops there were under Kenneth's command. Since Kenneth was planting the Mystic Crystal, General Arthur took his place in this urgent situation. "Yes!" More than 5,000 soldiers all over the island answered in unison. The soldiers lifted their long spears, pointing them outward from the island. They were ready to strike down any demon beast that tried to attack the island. Lightning flashed, and thunder boomed in the dark clouds. as a cultivator who had broken through several realms. Jacob knew that a cultivator's elevation of realms would cause special changes in nature, a symbol of communication between the cultivators, heaven and earth. The higher the realm of the cultivator, the more violent the changes in nature would be. The violent storm with lightning and thunder represented the violent reactions inside Kenneth's body. Two huge pythons shot up into the sky from the ocean, whipping at the ocean's surface with their tails that were as thick as human beings. They flew up into the sky with great effort. Two bolts of heavenly lightning shot down from the dark clouds and struck the bodies of the two pythons. After cultivating in the ocean for years, the two pythons would go through the heavenly tribulation in a few years before reaching the transformation realm. Feeling the special changes in nature, they swam here from a distance, since the streaks of heavenly lightning caused by a high-level cultivator's elevation and realm might give them a chance to transform into humans early. Even if they couldn't transform this time, they would get a feeling of the heavenly lightning, which could help them pass the future heavenly tribulation. Struck by two streaks of heavenly lightning on their heads, the two pythons fell back into the ocean, sending up huge waves as high as 10 meters. Having never seen such a view, Sophie was stupefied while she watched. Princess, some demon beasts don't dare to fight with the heavenly lightning, but due to their grudges against the North Atlantic Dragon Clan, they probably would take the opportunity to attack the island. You must be careful, Elder Frank warned her when he saw the dazed expression on her face. The moment Elder Frank said the words, a fierce beast with a sharp horn rushed out of the violent ocean waves. "Soph!" Jacob yelled while he shot out sword energies. Sophie retreated half a step and slashed out twice with her longsword. The first sword technique instantly cut off half of the sharp horn from the demon beast. The demon beast immediately retreated to the sea, and Sophie broke out in a cold sweat. Dozens of demon beasts leaped out of the ocean into the sky. More than 10 streaks of heavenly lightning struck some of the demon beasts, and the low-level demon beasts were instantly killed. Despite it, more and more demon beasts rushed out of the ocean. This level of heavenly thunders was much less powerful than the thunder tribulation for transformation. While the low-level demon beasts got a taste of heavenly lightning bolts this way, the high-level ones tried to use these streaks of heavenly lightning to trigger their heavenly tribulations to transform. The clouds got even thicker, and the dim sky instantly turned even darker than night. However, it was weird that no rain came from these dark clouds. Hundreds of demon beasts that looked like white horses rushed together into the sky. One lightning bolt crashed down and instantly destroyed and shattered these demon beasts. They fell into the water, and the demon beasts that were waiting in the ocean opened their huge mouths and swallowed their cores. The bodies of demon beasts were nutrients to other demon beasts. Noah and Kathy used spiritual herbs to make elixirs, but some elixir masters use demon beast blood and internal cores to make certain kinds of elixirs. With another surge of waves, several more demon beasts got close to the island. Sophie used the second sword technique, and her longsword released a sword energy. The demon beasts were fast and lifted their paws to block Sophie's sword. The demon beast that tried to sneak attack Sophie a moment ago was a demon beast without a level, but these were level 1 demon beasts with strength equivalent to that of a core formation realm cultivator. This time, Sophie understood the great power of demon beasts in the ocean. While she retreated, she yelled, "Jacob! Jacob!" Jacob was surrounded by 2 demon beasts right now. He shot 60 sword energies into the belly of a demon beast that was chasing after Sophie. Severely wounded, but with its internal core intact, the demon beast retreated in pain. "Prince, be careful and don't kill too many of them," Elder Liam warned. Darius, the old dragon king, was a great candidate to elevate to the heavenly dragon realm in the dragon tribe. However, in the sudden war in the cultivation world, Darius killed dozens of Nascent Soul Realm cultivators from the cultivation sects to protect the North Atlantic Dragon Clan, which resulted in his intense murderous spirit and the inability to advance into the heavenly dragon realm. Although Elder Liam and Elder Frank didn't expect Jacob to get into the heavenly dragon realm, having an intense murderous spirit would have an adverse effect on his future cultivation. Jacob released 120 sword energies, which broke the feet of the 2 demon beasts that had rushed to his side before pushing them into the sea. In fact, he didn't like to kill as well. With his current strength of mid-tier 4th level, which was equivalent to the top-tier core formation realm, it was easy for him to force back these level 1 demon beasts with the sword shadow scroll. If Snowflake were here, its level 3 demon beast aura would have frightened off these weak demon beasts. Seeing that she couldn't defeat these demon beasts alone due to her low realm, Sophie ran back to Jacob's side and fought together with him. Her sword technique was quite effective, working together with Jacob's sword array formations. The morale of the soldiers who were guarding the palace increased greatly when they saw Jacob and Sophie fighting the demon beast courageously. At the same time, the soldiers' loyalty to the North Atlantic Dragon Clan rose to a new high instantly. While more and more demon beasts tried to get close to the powerful Heavenly Lightning, the number of demon beasts that were trying to get close to Sunflower Island also rose. Guarding a region of the beach where the demon beasts could easily crawl up from the ocean, Jacob eventually felt like his 320 sword energies were not enough to block the demon beasts. With her nature essence running out, Sophie began to feel tired as well. However, seeing Jacob still fighting, she clenched her teeth and wouldn't retreat. "Prince, let's retreat," Elder Frank called out. Around the palace, there was another array formation. Once they were inside, they could block the level 1 and level 2 demon beasts. Jacob's hand released a gray sword energy into the clouds. Waves of silver lightning flashed. After a pause of about a second, the bolts of heavenly lightning crashed down from the sky like raindrops in a storm. Those demon beasts that entered the outer edges of the island were all hit by the dense heavenly lightning without any time to react. Hundreds of demon beasts were injured at once. Elder Frank and Elder Liam, who had retreated into the array formation, were stupefied. The spirits of the soldiers around the palace rose immediately. "Magnificent, Commanding General! Magnificent, Commanding General!" Standing in the key positions around the palace, they raised their long spears and chanted together. Those demon beasts that were close to the transformation realm had intelligence, and they were shocked at the sight of dancing heavenly lightning bolts around the island. The level 1 and level 2 demon beasts were their food. They didn't care about them. However, the stunning scene of the many heavenly lightning bolts attracted their attention. The level 4 and level 5 demon beasts that were lurking in the sea around the island all fled when they sensed the approach of level 8 and level 9 demon beasts. Jacob felt goosebumps spread on his skin when the level 8 and level 9 demon beasts stared at him. Just before these powerful demon beasts rushed to Jacob, the necklace around his neck released a faint light. At this sight, the high-level demon beasts shivered all over with fear and turned to flee as if they had seen something more terrifying than heavenly lightning bolts. Who dares to mess around in the territory of the North Atlantic Dragon Clan? With a huge noise, Kenneth in his gray robe broke 3 floors and shot up into the sky from the chamber he was in. 1,280 sword energies spread in all directions. The demon beasts that were still challenging the streaks of heavenly lightning were all pierced by the sword energies and dropped into the water, creating huge splashes. Those demon beasts lurking in the sea couldn't escape either, and the sword energies shot into the water and pierced their bodies. The 1,280 sword energies reacted with each other and created a huge vortex in the ocean that had a diameter of 20 miles. All the demon beasts below level 6 were sent flying in this explosion. Kenneth raised his head and laughed overbearingly. "Kid, come and fight with me." Before he could regain his balance, Jacob felt a huge force sucking him into the sky. The thick clouds above the island quickly disappeared, and the dark sky suddenly turned bright. It meant that Kenneth had succeeded in his elevation of realm and the planting of the mystic crystal. The demon beasts all fled. The low-level beasts fled as fast as they could at the sight of Kenneth's great power, and the high-level ones who had activated their intelligence knew the Demon Kings in the Demon Sea had signed a peace treaty with the North Atlantic Dragon Clan. They wouldn't join the stupid low-level demon beasts in attacking the island that belonged to the North Atlantic Dragon Clan. Now that all the heavenly lightning bolts disappeared, the high-level demon beasts also rushed back to the Demon Sea. The sword energies returned to Kenneth's side and rotated around him slowly. Kenneth hovered in the sky while his sword energies hummed and blinked in 5 colors. Jacob flew to the sky and steadied himself with sword energies. Then he looked at Kenneth, and felt the presence of a true master. 6th level. Through his inspector's token, Jacob immediately sensed Kenneth's realm. Before he used the Mystic Crystal, Kenneth had been at the top tier, 5th level. While he charged at a higher realm, he used the Mystic Crystal that had a considerable amount of energy, and it helped him break through to the 6th level successfully. Despite his magnificence right now, it must have been extremely dangerous when he charged at the higher realm and planted the Mystic Crystal into his dragon core. Hurry up! Seeing Jacob standing on the sword energies without moving, Kenneth suddenly shifted half of the sword energies around him. 640 sword energies rushed towards Jacob. Jacob's hands waved slightly, shot out all of his 320 sword energies. The sword energies collided with each other while making ear-piercing blast noises. Kenneth's 640 sword energies drew an arc, taking Jacob's 320 sword energies for a run with them. For an instant, Jacob felt like he lost control of his own sword energies, which were glued to Kenneth's sword energies unshakably. Too weak, Kenneth scolded. Suddenly, his sword energies let go of Jacob's, and more than 1,000 sword energies swiftly returned to his body, while only 120 remained outside, spinning around him. Although he started cultivating the sword shadow scroll later than Jacob, he was on a higher realm, and his mastery of the technique far exceeded Jacob's. Despite his crude looks, Kenneth was not dumb at all. Instead, he was a cultivation genius. He took out a piece of black cloth and tied it around his head, twice covering his eyes. Jacob looked at him in surprise. Is Uncle gonna fight with his eyes covered? While Jacob was hesitating with doubts and alarm, Kenneth's 120 sword energies suddenly attacked. Here they come. Jacob's sword energies flew towards Kenneth's. However, Kenneth's sword energies only touched Jacob's lightly before bypassing the bulk of them and heading straight towards Jacob. Be careful! Standing on the beach, Sophie blurted out a warning. Watching them, Sophie was exasperated. Like two nemesis, they fought fiercely, first in the Dragon God Shrine and now here. The moment the sword energies collided, Jacob knew that Kenneth was using his sword energies as his eyes. Jacob practiced fighting with Snowflake using sword energies while sitting in the cave. Kenneth was using the same method. With Kenneth's current strength, 120 sword energies were more than enough to deal with Jacob's 320 sword energies. Jacob circulated all the nature essence in his body. The power of his sword energies increased greatly. Kenneth was slightly surprised by the change in Jacob's sword energies. This kid was reserving his strength before, he thought. Stepping on his sword energies, Jacob unbuckled his black cloth belt and covered his eyes as well. With his eyes covered, Jacob sensed the surrounding environment with his spiritual senses and heart. Okay, Kenneth yelled heartily and moved the sword energies, attacking Jacob from 3 directions. They were so swift that each of them could rival a natal treasure. With a wave of rapid collisions, Jacob's sword energies stood up and spun around, bouncing off Kenneth's sword energies. Even though he couldn't see through his eyes, he could sense each of his and Kenneth's sword energies clearly. This was something called the Mind Sword. Everyone who was watching this battle was stunned. They had never seen or heard of two people fighting each other with their eyes closed. The soldiers who were guarding different places on the island were all excited while watching Jacob and Kenneth fight fiercely in the sky. Having not watched the battle of the Dragon God Shrine, they felt that this battle was incredible. Seeing the sword energies flying in the sky, they thought, the previous and current commanding generals are really powerful. Elder Kenneth is asking Prince to help him stabilize the Mystic Crystal, General Arthur said after watching for a while. Stabilize the Mystic Crystal? Elder Liam and Elder Frank looked surprised. You both have planted Mystic Crystals before. How come you don't know that? General Arthur tossed the question back. Elder Liam and Elder Frank looked at each other in bafflement. As 7th level cultivators, they both had water elemental mystic crystals and knew that the process of using a mystic crystal included preparation, breakthrough, and stabilization. The mystic crystals, which were just planted, were not stable since they wouldn't merge with the meridians completely. To stabilize it, one way was to spend a few months to merge them gradually with the meridians, and the other way was to find a cultivator with a similar elemental attribute to help with the stabilization. Elder Liam and Elder Frank both used the first and safer way. At this thought, the two elders immediately understood that Kenneth was not fighting Jacob. Instead, he was trying to nurture his 5-elemental mystic crystal with the help of Jacob's 5-elemental nature essence. Among the many cultivators, only Jacob trained using the rare Sword Shadow Scroll, which absorbed all 5 elements. Looking up again at these sword energies in the sky, Elder Liam and Elder Frank finally realized that the two were not fighting each other fiercely, but dancing and hovering around each other. They were both releasing nature essence. Compared with a way of nurturing meridians with palms touching, the method of coordination via nature essence was a more sophisticated way. The nature essence that Kenneth couldn't consume from the mystic crystal was released to Jacob, and Jacob returned the nature essence he couldn't withstand to Kenneth. In this way, they moved the adjustment inside the body to the big natural environment outside their bodies. It was a bit like the rare technique of demon beasts. Elder Liam and Elder Frank had heard that the demon beasts could heal injuries and cultivate by touching each other's internal cores, as long as they were of the same elemental attribute. However, mature dragons couldn't spit out their dragon cores unless they returned to their dragon forms. And for young dragons like Sophie, it was rather careless and dangerous to lose their dragon cores. The way Jacob and Kenneth were exchanging nature essence was similar to how demon beasts exchanged their nature essence through touching internal cores. The sword energies that were entangled in the sky suddenly exploded, and Jacob and Kenneth flew back more than 10 meters. Kenneth spat out a mouthful of blood while a streak of blood oozed from the corner of Jacob's mouth. However, due to the violent movements of the nature essence in his meridians, the sword energies released by Jacob got much more powerful. Kenneth was looking for a conductor to release the extra energy from the mystic crystal that he couldn't absorb, and Jacob's sword energies were good conductors. Most of the used energy disappeared into nature during their battle, but a small part was absorbed by Jacob's sword energies. It was an excellent gift for him indeed. Jacob withdrew the sword energies into his body and felt surging nature essence all over his body. Although his dragon core didn't change, the purity of his nature essence greatly increased. Kenneth laughed. The core lotus he planted in his dragon core finally became stable after the excess energy went to Jacob. Surging energy from nature continuously entered his body. The small core lotus was indeed the most powerful mystic crystal with balanced 5 elements. The dragon core, which had reached the cultivation bottleneck, suddenly turned lively with the aid of this awesome treasure. Kenneth's finger released the sword energy casually. A small island several hundred miles away was shattered into pieces. Good. Very good. Excellent. Kenneth's dragon core didn't change much, but the quality of his nature essence was 10 times higher than before, and it was comparable to the most vital energy in nature. These were the effects of the core lotus. Seeing Kenneth hovering in the sky while laughing wildly, Elder Liam and Elder Frank smiled with satisfaction. Judging from the power released from his finger, they knew that Kenneth would just reach the 6th level, was stronger than them, who were both 7th level cultivators. It was quite possible that Kenneth will one day enter the heavenly dragon realm. Also, the stronger Kenneth got, the more helpful he would be to Jacob. Just like how Kenneth needed Jacob to help him stabilize his realm, Jacob would need Kenneth's help when he breaks through. After all, in the entire world, there were only the 2 dragon cultivators who practiced the Sword Shadow Scroll. Returning to the palace, Kenneth needed to rest and recover his strength. After helping Kenneth stabilize his mystic crystal, Jacob took a certain amount of nature essence from the mystic crystal and needed some time to settle it down. Brother, congratulations. Standing at the gate of the palace, Draken greeted Kenneth with happiness. With the mystic crystal in his body, Kenneth emitted extraordinary presence, with nature essence all over his body. Usually, the simpler the cultivator's elemental attribute, the easier the process of planting mystic crystals. Susan, for example, who had both metal and water attributes, had a difficult time finding a proper mystic crystal, and it was complicated for her to use it. If not for his previous experience of planting the mystic crystal, Kenneth probably couldn't have succeeded in using the core lotus, which had 5 elemental nature essences. In fact, during the entire day when he planted the mystic crystal, Kenneth was in danger multiple times. Each time, Elder Kayla helped him and solved the problems for him. However, no one knew if the mystic crystals with more elemental attributes were more powerful than those with only one element. The great increase in Kenneth's strength that came after he used the mystic crystal was because the core lotus was one of the best mystic crystals, instead of the fact that it contained 5 elements. "Uncle, I told you you'd be okay," Sophie rushed into the palace and said happily. "Well, your uncle is a lucky man. How could anything happen to me?" Kenneth said heartily. He glanced at Jacob, who came in with Sophie, and said, "Core Lotus is indeed a grand mystic crystal. If I can find another one, I'll bring it to you." He didn't expect Jacob to reach the 5th level, and didn't think he needed a mystic crystal. However, Jacob's performance had astonished him, giving him a vague hope that this young man would one day become a master, especially when Jacob practiced the sword shadow scroll with him a moment ago. He was afraid that Jacob, a 4th level cultivator, wouldn't be able to withstand the suppression of his nature essence. However, Jacob absorbed all the extra nature essence to his surprise. Kenneth didn't know that Irene, who was a soul formation realm cultivator, had injected a trace of vital energy of nature into Jacob's body, and it even stored Darius's 1,000 years of cultivation strength, not to mention the small amount of energy from the mystic crystal. Kenneth felt like he owed Jacob a favor for taking the core lotus which Jacob could have used. However, his usage of the mystic crystal was, in fact, opening a way for Jacob in the future, and he wondered if there was another core lotus in the world. "I'm glad you would do that for me," Jacob answered brightly. "Brother, you're tired. Go and rest." Draken patted Kenneth on the shoulder and said with concern, "Okay." Kenneth turned and entered the palace. In the massive summer palace, there was a special cultivation place and bedroom for Kenneth. Standing by Helen's side, Elder Kayla watched Kenneth walk away with a trace of helplessness in her eyes. "Jacob, you should go and rest too. You've done a lot." Draken looked at Jacob and said, "Yeah, why don't you stay in Soph's room?" Helen added. "Okay," Jacob agreed happily. Recently, while Sophie lived in the palace and he stayed in the forest, they didn't get to spend much time together. The only time they met was when they joined forces to fight Kenneth each day, and they grew closer to each other while working on their sword techniques together. Sophie also smiled, but didn't say anything. When they entered Sophie's bedroom, Jacob went to the windows and opened them. It was a great pleasure to finally see the beautiful scenery from inside the palace. A cool breeze blew in from the windows, bringing a chill and comfortable feeling. Even though the sky had been filled with gales and dark clouds only a moment ago, it was all calm now. "Hey," Sophie walked to Jacob and asked, "Elder Liam said that the demon beasts all came from the Demon Sea. Why don't we go there and look around?" "Demon Sea?" Jacob looked at her with amusement. "You?" "What do you mean?" Sophie wrinkled her nose and snorted. "When you reach the core formation realm, I'll take you there," Jacob said. "Oh, you better promise." Sophie grabbed the opportunity to make him promise. I promise. Laughing, Jacob pulled over an antique armchair and sat down. On the exquisite wooden desk were several books on various topics. "Have you decided on a major yet?" Jacob asked her, remembering that Helen had got these books for Sophie so she could decide what she wanted to study further. "Not yet, but I'm not too worried. This is exactly what a gap year is for," Sophie shrugged. She had finished her high school with no idea what she was going to do after it. Higher education is not exactly the norm for the princess of a dragon clan. Ideally, a royal of a dragon clan would finish high school and then focus on their cultivation and their clan. But Helen and Draken had always been adamant about Sophie living a normal life, which included higher education and a normal career, just like both of them had. Which is why Sophie was now taking a gap year to figure out what she wanted to do in life and would go to college next year. Jacob picked up one of the books and started browsing through it. It was a book about interior designing. If Sophie were to decide to go down the same path as Helen and become an interior designer, she would have a head start because of the knowledge she already had of the field and a ready-made company at her disposal. "I'm going to sleep." Sophie got on the bed and yawned. Jacob put the book down and noticed that she had already changed into her sleeping clothes. He got up and found his bag in the corner of the room that a servant must have brought in from his hut. He pulled out a change of clothes and went inside the bathroom for a quick shower. After coming back from the bathroom, he finally noticed that there was no couch in the room, and the only sleeping options were on the bed or the floor. He lightly approached Sophie's side and poked her arm. "I haven't slept well this month. Can I sleep on the bed?" Jacob asked as nicely as he could. They had never shared a bed before, and he didn't want to make Sophie uncomfortable. But he could also not sleep on the floor, because during the last 30 days, he had lived in a small hut in the forest. It couldn't keep out wind or rain. There wasn't even a bed. He had to sleep on a pile of hay, not to mention the fierce battles he had with Kenneth during the day. Therefore, he was utterly exhausted now, and just wanted to have a good sleep on a nice bed. "Oh, yeah, sure." Sophie looked taken back by the question, but she knew Jacob had a tough month and wanted to let him rest well. "Thank you. I promise I'll keep to my side." Jacob smiled as he looked into Sophie's eyes. He grabbed the blanket and got on the bed. Sophie didn't know what to say as Jacob got on to her bed. She moved and made more space for him. Jacob got onto the bed, stretched his legs and sighed. The feeling of finally getting a comfortable bed was the best, especially when he'd been deprived of it for a month. They both laid on their backs, silently staring at the ceiling. The silence was comfortable and welcomed after the long and tiring day they both had. They battled Kenneth early in the morning, then stood guard outside his chamber for more than 12 hours, and then fought off the many demon beasts together. Additionally, Jacob also helped Kenneth in stabilizing the mystic crystal, which wore him out even more. "Good night," Sophie whispered softly while stifling a yawn, unable to keep her eyes open anymore. Jacob turned to look at her face and found that she was already half asleep and whispered back, "Good night, Soph." The sound of ocean waves came from outside, and a cool breeze flew into the room along with the sunlight. Sophie was laying on her stomach when she slightly moved her shoulder, but couldn't get much further as she felt a weight on her back. She had a hard time turning her head enough to see that it was Jacob's arm, laying on top of her back. His arm was a little heavy on her, and as much as she wanted to turn, she was afraid to move. Jacob had been cultivating very hard for many days, not to mention that he also had a fierce fight with Kenneth. The moment he got into a comfortable bed, all his exhaustion exploded instantly, as he was completely burnt out. Therefore, Sophie could understand Jacob and didn't want to disturb his sleep. In the past, if a boy dared to touch her, she would have exploded right away. However, the feeling was different when Jacob held her. Even Sophie didn't know how to describe it. He was always wearing a clean white shirt, and his smile was always silly but pure. He was smart, but he never took advantage of anyone. Also, he could always solve every problem he faced, and he was always patiently helping her, be it an academic problem or otherwise. In addition, he could play sports as if he was on fire when he got serious. Everything about Jacob matched the Prince Charming in Sophie's fantasy. Do I like Jacob because of these things about him? Or do I see these things because I like him? Sophie wondered as she listened to the waves from the outside and unconsciously tried to get into a more comfortable position. Suddenly, Jacob stirred a little, mumbling something incoherent. Sophie woke him up when she moved. The moment Jacob opened his eyes, Sophie stilled, hoping that he would think that she's asleep. She panicked as if Jacob would be able to read her thoughts if he found her awake. It took Jacob a moment to fully take stock of his surroundings. He hadn't had such a good night's sleep in a long time. Finally, his eyes zeroed in on his arm that was holding Sophie down and immediately pulled it back. He rolled over to lay on his back and rubbed his eyes, not yet fully awake. Feeling the loss of the weight, Sophie finally turned over and yawned, as if she was also just waking up. "Hey, good morning," Jacob wished her quietly. "Good morning. Did you sleep well?" Sophie turned on her side to face him and asked. "Oh, yeah. I'm having a hard time even opening my eyes," Jacob replied, yawning again. Other than exhaustion, Sophie's presence had also helped him in sleeping so peacefully. Being in the same room as her always had that effect on him, and sharing the same bed made it even more prominent to him. But he didn't mention that to her. "I'm gonna work out and wake myself up," he said, and got up slowly. Sophie thought that the bed was too cozy to leave just yet, and went back to sleep with Jacob on her mind. On the beach, 3 golden-armored chiefs were leading their soldiers and practicing their formations. "Morning, Commanding General!" The chief saw Jacob march towards him and gave him a salute. "Continue." Jacob waved his hand and started running around the island. Without the weight of the 30 big tires, Jacob felt much lighter when he ran. Within a month, his strength had grown drastically, which was beneficial for his future cultivation. Dragon cultivators didn't only rely on nature essence when they were in battle. They also relied on close-range combat and martial arts. That was why this training was effective. Jacob ran as fast as the wind. In a blink of an eye, he arrived at the back of the island, where the forest was. The sound of gigantic waves passed through the small forest in Jacob's ears. Jacob walked through the forest and saw Kenneth's 1,280 sword energies lining up like huge warships and flying towards the ocean, making huge waves. Kenneth had his eyes covered with a black cloth. As he slightly pointed his finger upward, all the sword energies that were flying horizontally above the ocean suddenly flew towards the sky. All these sword energies kept a fixed distance from each other. They formed a magnificent and colorful wall of light beams as they flew upward. As Kenneth slightly turned his finger, the sword energies changed their direction and started rotating in an 8-trigram formation. A giant water beam rose from the ocean's surface and went through the center of the array. The 1,280 sword essences suddenly spread towards all directions. The water that was attracted by the sword essences followed and dashed everywhere. In an instant, a thin layer of water shield that covered a few thousand square miles was formed. As Kenneth withdrew all the sword energies, the water shield collapsed, and it suddenly started raining within the area. Jacob stared at Kenneth and forgot about running. A little bit of the water sprinkled onto Jacob's head. Everything within those few thousand square miles was drenched in water. Jacob finally woke up from the shock and looked at Kenneth admiringly. As expected, only masters like Kenneth could have such power. Just when Jacob was lost in his thoughts, he was surrounded by the 1,280 sword energies. "You're so mighty, Elder," Jacob said immediately. Kenneth laughed as all the sword energies shrunk and returned to his right palm. He untied the black cloth and shook his body. The water that fell on his body turned into vapor and fizzled off. "When I master the sword shadow scroll, I can probably even fend off the heavenly lightning bolts." Kenneth grabbed a long robe and put it on. "Your use of the sword shadow scroll is way stronger than mine," Jacob said. "Your sword array formations aren't bad. However, you don't have enough sword energies. With further training, you might be able to have the power that can destroy heaven and earth," Kenneth said. Kenneth didn't like sticking to rigid array formations. He had been through many battles and had much more experience on array formations compared to Jacob. In his eyes, Jacob's sword array formations were powerful, but they lacked agility and variations. "Your sword array formations is more flexible than mine," Jacob smiled and said. "Kid, you sure do know how to flatter others." Kenneth took a glance at Jacob and continued. "The sword technique that you used to defeat me isn't from Sword Shadow Scroll. Did you get it from my dad?" Knowing that he couldn't hide it from Kenneth, Jacob thought for a second, then nodded. "It was left to me by the old Dragon King." He looked at Kenneth again and stated frankly, "If you're interested, you can have it." "What would I want it for?" Kenneth stared at Jacob and scolded. "The old man must have his reasons for leaving it to you and not me. You expect me to fight over something with a kid like you?" Getting scolded by Kenneth for being bold and generous, Jacob surely was at a loss for words. On the other hand, even though Kenneth had no particular intention of making such a remark, Jacob found meaning in it on his own. Before, he did not think much of the whole situation, but upon hearing Kenneth's words, he felt that he had gained some insight. Perhaps these sword techniques have to be paired with Grandpa's 1,000-year cultivation strength, he thought. Helen has said that a technique that was stored in a slip wouldn't be a simple technique. Yet when Jacob practiced the sword techniques, he only found them to be mystic, nature essence consuming. they weren't that fierce. Maybe the potential of this set of sword techniques could really only be revealed when the practitioner is on the same level as Grandpa, Jacob thought. If that's the case, then this would certainly be no ordinary technique, and the decision to transfer all of his power to me must have been carefully thought through and premeditated. Jacob felt touched when he realized how highly Darius thought of him. He thought it was a pity that he couldn't officially become a part of Darius's family before he passed away. "What are you looking at? We're heading back." Seeing that Jacob was lost in his own thoughts, Kenneth grabbed him by his clothes, soared into the sky, and headed back to the palace at once. At this time, Draken, Helen, Sophie, and some elders were having breakfast in the palace. Sophie was eating silently as if she was immersed in her own thoughts. "So, did you read the books I got you?" Helen asked. Oh. It took Sophie a few seconds to react. "I've gone through most of it." "Good," Helen nodded her head approvingly. "There's no rush to pick a major yet, but if you get a head start, then this gap could be a good time for you to do some research of your own, and be really sure when you apply next year." "Mom, why must I study so hard?" Sophie asked. Her tone wasn't accusatory, just curious. "Learning the common way of life is also a type of cultivation. If you can't even be good at being immortal, how can you be a good cultivator?" Helen asserted. "Brother." At this time, Kenneth rushed in. "I'm leaving today." Since Kenneth had a voice like a foghorn, Draken and the others who were focused on their meal had been rattled by his remark. With no regards to Jacob's pride, Kenneth dropped Jacob off as if he was a little chicken. Elder Kayla, who was accompanying Helen for breakfast, looked at Kenneth in surprise. "Today?" Draken asked with a shred of doubt. "Now," Kenneth nodded determinedly. Draken knew that Kenneth was destined to travel again once he had finished putting in the mystic crystal, but he didn't expect Kenneth to be so impatient. He thought Kenneth would at least stay for a few more days to spend some time with Elder Kayla. Since Elder Kayla had to stay behind in North Atlantic Dragon Palace to coach the female cultivators, there was no way she could leave with him. "Let me see you off," Elder Kayla said. She slowly got up. "Thanks, Elder Kayla," Kenneth responded, as he briefly bowed to her. Standing by Kenneth, even Jacob wanted to smack him in the head. However, after thinking about the distance between their respective realms, Jacob gave up on that idea. Even Jacob couldn't withstand Kenneth's cowardice towards his relationship with Elder Kayla. However, Kenneth's pursuit had always been the Heavenly Dragon realm, and a romantic relationship was just not his priority. After blankly watching the two of them walk out of the palace, the people in the palace couldn't help but let out faint sighs. "Jacob, come join us for breakfast," Draken waved at Jacob. "Sure." After sitting down, Jacob piled a stack of pancakes on his plate and began devouring them instantly. For the past month, he had never had a decent meal. He could only chew on small berries when he was hungry and drink rainwater when he was thirsty. Even though the palace was only a few hundred steps away from the forest, he never gave in to the arduous conditions and tried to sneak into the palace. Sophie laughed at him a little as she saw him eating like a caveman. Soon she looked away and turned towards the door of the palace instead. She began to miss Kenneth already. Since she was sad about Darius' death, she now felt truly alone with Kenneth leaving. Ever since Sophie was a child, Kenneth had always been spoiling her. As a result, Sophie was very close and attached to him. Now that Kenneth had left after only being back for a short while, Sophie felt a little hollow. Moments later, Elder Kayla returned to the palace. "Is he gone?" Draken asked. "He's gone," Elder Kayla replied calmly. Draken nodded pitifully. Jacob also secretly sighed. Kenneth was a tough man after all, decisive and straightforward, even when leaving. Sophie quickly got up and rushed out of the door. However, Kenneth was nowhere to be found. At Kenneth's speed, he was already thousands of miles away. "You guys can rest today. We'll be heading back tomorrow," Helen said. "Okay," Jacob and Sophie sighed in relief. Since Jacob needed to go back home to watch Sam's basketball game, tomorrow would be a good time to leave. After they finished breakfast, Draken went on to deal with the North Atlantic Dragon Palace's affairs with the help of Helen, and Jacob and Sophie went to their room to relax, and for once in this month, do nothing. At night, Jacob went out to the beach to carry out his cultivation. Cultivating in the morning and at night had become part of his routine. Now that Kenneth was no longer on the island, Jacob actually felt a little lonely, since he had one fewer opponents to practice with. The Heavenly Dragon Realm. Jacob looked up to the white clouds above him. The only reason Jacob was trying incessantly to enhance his ability was so that he could be able to protect those close to him. But for Kenneth, all that he was after was achieving the Heavenly Dragon Realm. At this point, cultivating the sword Shadow Scroll was slightly dull for Jacob. Standing on the beach with his feet half a step apart, Jacob began practicing the water sword techniques instead. Since this was a set of sword techniques so strong that it could even injure Kenneth, it was a lot more profound than the sword Shadow Scroll. The spiritual core that contained Darius's 1,000-year cultivation strength was still slowly turning above Jacob's dragon core. Streaks of incredibly profound energy firmly surrounded the spiritual core, preventing the nature essence from leaking out. Jacob began using his nature essence and meticulously pulled on the shred of mystic energy that was not under his control until the spiritual core started to show a tear. The nature essence of peak 8th level gushed out at once. Instantly, the feeling of an explosion rushed through the meridians in Jacob's entire body. The nature essence rushed through his acupoints. Jacob immediately began performing the numerous variations of the first sword technique in the water sword techniques. A sword condensed from sword energies appeared in Jacob's hand. He briskly glided forward a few meters and pointed the tip of the sword toward the ocean waves. After living on this island for a month, he knew where all the soldiers were stationed and made sure never to disturb them when he was practicing. Bursts of nature essence flowed out from the meridians on Jacob's arms. As the tip of the sword touched the surface of the ocean, no change was seen. Just when Jacob started to suspect that something had gone wrong, a portion of the ocean surface collapsed. Jacob's sword technique created a huge vortex in the ocean that was a few hundred meters deep. Due to the strong repulsive force, Jacob was sent flying into the sky. He quickly released 2 sword energies and steadied himself. Jacob spat out a mouthful of blood abruptly and felt as if his internal organs were about to explode as well. It was certainly no joke trying to use Darius's 8th level power. Thousands of soldiers in North Atlantic, including the guards of Summer Palace, quickly rushed over to check one after another. It's all right. It was just me trying to practice a technique. Since Jacob did not expect it to cause such a situation, he could only quickly use his nature essence and announce as loud as he could. The soldiers looked at Jacob in disbelief. They were deeply shocked and couldn't help but admire Jacob at the same time. After all, even their former commanding general Kenneth might not be able to exert such power that shook the entire ocean. When he finished the announcement, another mouthful of blood gushed out along the corner of his mouth. He was only curious to see the effect of using this set of sword techniques with Darius's power. Unfortunately, he found that he was unable to withstand Darius's immense power after all. Right away, those streaks of mystic energy quickly sealed up Darius's 1,000-year cultivation strength. Now, Jacob's meridians were severely damaged. He might vomit blood for 2 days. If he were to keep this up, it could cost him his life. Even Helen and Draken had come out to examine the situation. With the sky shaking and the earth rocking, they thought that the island was about to collapse. Jacob now had a better idea of the gap between the levels, and would not dare to use Darius's power again carelessly. He returned to the palace hastily, went back to Sophie's room and took a shower. Sophie had already been asleep before he left, so she was unaware of the chaos he had just caused. Supporting his slightly dizzy head, Jacob crawled onto the bed and immediately fell asleep. Although the sword Shadow Scroll had been naturally healing and restoring Jacob's meridians, when he woke up the next morning, he felt as if he had just woken up from a coma. Yet Sophie was sleeping sweet and sound in his arms. They had once again managed to roll closer to each other in their sleep. The windows facing the ocean were open, and the cool morning breezes that were blowing into the room were refreshing. Seeing that Sophie was still asleep, Jacob couldn't help himself and just stayed there for a little longer. He placed his cheek against her shoulder while trying to get himself to get out of bed. Prince, something important's happened. Yelling outside the door almost startled Jacob and made him jump off the bed. Sophie turned slightly, looking as if she would wake up at any moment. Jacob got out of the bed, rushed to open the door, and leaped outside in a hurry. General Arthur, what happened? Dragon King of the South Atlantic Dragon Clan died in an explosion last night while he was trying to charge at the Heavenly Dragon Realm. General Arthur informed him in a serious tone. What? Jacob was astonished to hear the news. Undoubtedly, Dragon King of the South Atlantic Dragon Clan was the overbearing Grand Master Hank. Although Jacob didn't like him and his grandson Henry, he was surprised to the core. The Dragon King is in the Grand Hall waiting for you to discuss this situation, General Arthur continued. Okay. Jacob quickened his steps towards the Grand Hall of the Summer Palace. When he walked into the Grand Hall, Elder Liam, Elder Frank, and Elder Kayla had all arrived. In the middle of the hall sat Draken and Helen. According to the intelligence report we just received, Hank of the South Atlantic Dragon Clan failed and died when he tried to charge at the Heavenly Dragon Realm. Right now, only his grandson Henry is in charge of the South Atlantic Dragon Palace. Meanwhile, the demon beasts of the Demon Sea that were close to the South Atlantic Dragon Clan are swarming to the South Atlantic Dragon Palace. With a gloomy face, Draken looked around at the people in the hall and said, having met and dealt with Hank a few times, Jacob had a deep impression of the old man. But still he was surprised that the old man had taken such a risk. Tried the charge at the Heavenly Dragon Realm, and died in the process. The path of cultivation was indeed treacherous. In the past year, the South Atlantic Dragon Clan tried to take more land and treasures from us. However, instead of being fruitful, their strength was greatly damaged. I suppose Hank wanted to reverse the unfavorable situation of the South Atlantic by trying to become a heavenly dragon, Elder Liam said with a frown. Unfortunately, his cultivation strength was not great enough to reach the Heavenly Dragon Realm. Besides, I guess he was stirred by the fact that Elder Kenneth had successfully used the Mystic Crystal, Elder Frank said. Extraordinary changes in nature caused by Kenneth's use of the Mystic Crystal informed the South Atlantic Dragon Clan. Judging from the magnificent changes, they must know the quality of the Mystic Crystal Kenneth got was extraordinary. If the South Atlantic wanted to surpass the North Atlantic, it must get a heavenly dragon before the North Atlantic. Was Grandmaster Hank's realm high enough to charge at the Heavenly Dragon Realm? Jacob asked in bafflement. There are two ways of charging at the Heavenly Dragon Realm. One is to reach peak 8th level to activate the Heavenly Tribulation naturally. And the other is for the cultivators who are near the end of their lives to take the risk and activate the Heavenly Tribulation by force. Oh, Jacob nodded, knowing that Hank belonged to the latter group. Elder Liam and Elder Frank's analysis was correct, but they didn't know that after Jacob circulated Darius's cultivation strength and created a huge vortex in the ocean with the water sword technique last night, South Atlantic mistakenly thought that this terrifying power came from Kenneth, who had successfully planted the Mystic Crystal. Stunned at the discovery, Hank had considered it for a long time before deciding to take the risk. More importantly, Hank thought Darius was still alive, supporting the North Atlantic Dragon Clan. Hank once thought that he could outlive Darius and then suppress the North Atlantic Dragon Clan with his status and realm. However, during the war between the two clans, Darius took the battle head-on with a very healthy and powerful look, plunging Hank into despair. He had no idea that the North Atlantic Dragon Clan hid the news about Darius's death. The power of Darius, Kenneth's breakthrough with Mystic Crystal, and Jacob's show of strength at the Dragon God Shrine, all these scared Hank and made him regret his decision to mess with the North Atlantic Dragon Clan with the excuse of Sophie. We don't have time for these theories, Helen interrupted Elder Liam and Elder Frank, while frowning slightly. The South Atlantic Dragon Clan was the most powerful force among the 4 Ocean Dragon clans, which is why they attacked the Demon Beasts in the Demon Sea the hardest. Now that the strength of the elders of the South Atlantic decreased greatly, the troops were beaten in the war with us, and Grandmaster Hank died in the Heavenly Tribulation. The demon beasts close to the South Atlantic Dragon Palace have nothing to fear, and are now all rushing there for revenge. She looked around at the people in the Grand Hall. Now, we need to decide if we should send troops or not. At Helen's question, Elder Liam and Elder Frank exchanged a look and remained silent. Elder Kayla also lowered her head slightly and didn't say anything. Helen looked towards Jacob. Jacob was the prince, and also the commanding general of North Atlantic, who controlled all the troops. Even if we don't send troops, the East and West Atlantic will send their troops, Jacob said. Helen shook her head. From what we know right now, these two clans have not sent any troops. They think they're pretending that they haven't received the news yet. The South Atlantic Dragon Palace is in a mess. It probably hasn't been able to send any signals for help yet. No, the troops of the East and West Atlantic must be on their way right now, Jacob said immediately. Helen looked at Jacob in doubt. Report! A loud shout sounded from outside the Grand Hall. What's the news? Draken looked towards the gate. Commanding General, Dragon King, the East and West Atlantic have each sent 300,000 soldiers to the South Atlantic Dragon Palace, the soldier reported in a loud voice. Helen looked at Jacob in astonishment, wondering how he had made such an accurate prediction. With his hands on the table, Draken stood still and looked at Jacob. How many soldiers do you think we should send? Now that the East and West Atlantic had sent troops, it would be hard for the North Atlantic not to help. 500,000 soldiers, Jacob said. Isn't 500,000 a bit too many? General Arthur recalled in a low voice. Jacob smiled. Do you think Elder Kenneth would have sent troops? Jacob asked. General Arthur shook his head. Elder Kenneth hates the South Atlantic Dragon Clan the most. He wouldn't have sent troops to save them from this trouble. I think so as well, Jacob nodded. However, we need to send more soldiers to take more territory. Hearing his words, everyone in the room was stunned. Instead of fighting the demon beasts, they were going to occupy the territory of the South Atlantic Dragon Clan. Jacob's words revealed the real intention of the East and West Atlantic. Kind and merciful, the North Atlantic Dragon Clan hadn't immediately turned their thoughts in that direction after getting the news. Summon the chiefs, Jacob shouted. 1 hour later, more than 100 golden-armed chiefs of the North Atlantic gathered together on the beach of Sunflower Island. In a set of silver armor and a black cape, Jacob stood on the viewing deck of the Summer Palace. On the ocean surface stood hundreds of thousands of black-armored soldiers. It was a magnificent sight. Left Chief, Ezra. Right Chief, Malcolm. Middle Chief, Xavier. Jacob injected magnificent nature essence into his voice. Each of you leads 150,000 soldiers. Yes. The 3 golden armored chiefs took 3 steps forward from the group. In fact, Jacob had chosen these 3 chiefs at the suggestion of General Arthur. The latter told him these 3 men were all fierce fighters. After receiving Jacob's order, the 3 chiefs began to select their assistants. Everything went orderly while the soldiers standing on the ocean surface were quickly divided into 3 groups under the commands of the 3 main chiefs and more than 10 assistant chiefs. Those chiefs who hadn't been appointed by Jacob and the 3 main chiefs must return to their previous positions to guard and patrol the territory of North Atlantic. Commanding General, I have objections. Suddenly, a thick voice sounded on the beach. Jacob looked towards the voice and found that the man who shouted was Vincent, the chief who had challenged him at the banquet. He now had a green dragon crescent blade in his hand, and he was standing tall behind those golden armored chiefs in the silver armor. The commanding general appointed me as the pioneer chief. Why aren't you sending me to the battle this time? Vincent raised his head and yelled again. Jacob looked at him from afar. Vincent, you're supposed to guard the west gate of the Dragon Palace. Why did you come here without permission? This time, Jacob only summoned the troops outside of the Dragon Palace, which is why Vincent, chief of the Dragon Palace, was not supposed to be here. After looking around him and realizing that no one will talk for him, Vincent yelled with a loud voice, I want to join the force and attack the South Atlantic. Looking at him, Jacob felt amused. Vincent knew nothing but that the North Atlantic Dragon clan was sending troops to the South Atlantic Dragon Palace, and he thought the North Atlantic was going to attack the South Atlantic. "I'll give you 50,000 black armored men," Jacob said. Elated, Vincent immediately single-kneeled on the beach to thank Jacob. "I'll follow the order and beat them out of their wits." In the war when the South Atlantic had attacked the North Atlantic Dragon Palace, Vincent had fought very courageously and fiercely guarded the West Gate. However, since the main battlefield was at the main gate of the Dragon Palace, he didn't use all his strength. "If you gain military merits, I'll forgive you for leaving your position without permission. If not, I'll punish and turn you into a bloody mess after you return," Jacob continued while standing on the viewing deck. With his reddened neck, Vincent yelled, "Commanding General, don't underestimate me." He stood up immediately with the green dragon crescent blade. Then with a somersault, he jumped onto the waves while 50,000 black armored cavalries followed him and dashed towards the direction of the South Atlantic Dragon Palace. The black horses that the soldiers rode on were no ordinary horses, but demon horses with demon beast bloodlines. It was a magnificent sight while they galloped on the ocean waves. Seeing Vincent's heroic presence while leading the troops, Jacob thought that this man was powerful, but a little arrogant. After all, he didn't even get any assistant chiefs. What Jacob didn't know was that the chiefs inside and outside the Dragon Palace were in two separate systems, which is why Vincent wasn't familiar with the chiefs battling outside of the Dragon Palace, and thus couldn't select them as his assistants. "Sir, I'll go with them." Jacob looked at Draken and said, "Okay." Draken nodded gravely. Seeing Jacob's confidence while he gave orders to the troops on the high platform, Draken felt that Jacob had far surpassed his expectations, and his hope for Jacob increased. In fact, Jacob was forcing himself into the role. After all, as the commanding general of North Atlantic, he couldn't stammer in front of the chiefs and soldiers. Sophie, who had been standing next to him silently the whole time, said immediately, "Dad, I want to go too." "Nonsense." Draken looked stern. "Let her go," Helen interrupted. Draken glanced at Helen and then at Sophie. "If you get into any trouble there, I'll deal with you." "Take the River Mountain painting." Helen took out the treasure and told Jacob the simple instructions on how to use the painting. Jacob took Sophie's arm lightly and spread out the painting with his nature essence. "Elder Liam, Elder Frank, General Arthur. You go with them." Fearing for Sophie's safety, Draken instructed. "Yes, Your Majesty." The three of them immediately stepped onto the painting. The River Mountain painting flew towards the sky. Watching the River Mountain painting shrinking into a red dot, Helen turned to look at Draken. Jacob is strong and considerate, and Soph needs to learn with him. "I just don't want her to get hurt," Draken said. "Impossible." Helen smiled with confidence. North Atlantic's troops traveled on the ocean waves. The troops were covered by a red energy sphere and were invisible to mortals. They needed to cross the Demon Sea to get to the South Atlantic. Since the Demon Kings and Demon Beasts lived at the bottom of the ocean, it was safer to travel on the ocean's surface. Even if a few Demon Beasts were close to the surface and saw them, they wouldn't dare to mess with such great troops. After all, the North Atlantic Dragon Clan's overall power was great, which was why the big Demon Kings in the Demon Sea signed a peace treaty with them. Standing on the River Mountain painting, Jacob and his companions were not more than 10 meters above the ocean's surface, and they caught up with the troop led by Vincent. According to Jacob's plan, most of the 500,000 soldiers were mainly used to stun the enemies, and the main force that would battle the Demon Beasts head-on were the 50,000 black armored cavalries led by Vincent. Some level 8 and level 9 Demon Beasts rose to the surface and then sank back into the ocean at the sight of the troops of the North Atlantic. The Demon Kings usually didn't allow the cultivators to pass through their territories, but they made an exception for the North Atlantic Dragon Clan. While Jacob stayed on the River Mountain painting, Vincent galloped on the ocean waves with the black armored cavalries. One half a day later, they had crossed the Demon Sea and entered the ocean area of the South Atlantic Dragon Clan. The sounds of a fierce battle immediately came from the bottom of the sea. "Vincent, just block the Demon Beasts and keep the soldiers safe," Jacob said. "As you wish," Vincent bowed. On the way, Vincent had finally understood that his mission wasn't to attack the South Atlantic Dragon Palace, but to take territory from them. He was fine with either. The 50,000 black armored cavalries submerged into the sea instantly. It was a magnificent sight. Jacob and the group entered the sea after them. Under the water, the white armored troops of the South Atlantic Dragon Clan were fiercely fighting, with a large number of demon beasts coming from the Demon Sea. The troops of the East and West Atlantic were stationed on both sides of the troops of the South Atlantic, helping with their defense. Obviously, the demon beasts were attacking the South Atlantic Dragon Palace, and the troops of the East and West Atlantic were mainly defensive. They didn't try to kill the demon beasts with full force. The level 4 and level 5 demon beasts were very fierce. Under their attacks, the soldiers of the South Atlantic fell in waves. Vincent led the 50,000 black armored cavalries into battle, and they formed a long snake array which linked the troops of all the 4 clans together. The soldiers of the 4 Ocean Dragon clans formed a long wall, making it hard for the demon beasts to cut into the line, thus significantly reducing the casualties of the other 3 dragon clans. The soldiers, who had been fighting fiercely with the demon beasts, had complicated feelings in their hearts when they saw troops from the North Atlantic Dragon Clan. Not long ago, they had traveled to the North Atlantic Dragon Palace for a war. But now, when the South Atlantic Dragon Palace was in trouble, the North Atlantic Dragon Clan sent troops to help them. Kill! Vincent gave the order. The black armored cavalries of the North Atlantic Dragon Clan charged forward. At least 10,000 level 1 and level 2 demon beasts were forced back hundreds of meters. The troops of the 4 Oceans followed closely and pushed the line forward hundreds of meters. Momentum was important in battles, and the courageous black armored soldiers of North Atlantic boosted the morale of the soldiers from the other 3 dragon clans. With the green dragon crescent blade in his hand, Vincent leaped up suddenly into the crowd of the demon beasts and slashed his heavy saber at several of them. Kill! The black armored soldiers of the North Atlantic yelled together and forced back the demon beasts hundreds of meters again. Sophie flinched a little at the sight, but Jacob found it magnificent. Vincent's big saber danced around and sent dozens of demon beasts flying. Although he was a chief guarding the gate of the North Atlantic Dragon Palace and rarely fought outside, he was a great fighter in the battle. The leader of the troop from the East Atlantic is their 3rd prince, and the leader of the troop from the West Atlantic is their Dragon King's 2nd brother, the 2nd Duke. General Arthur leaned towards Jacob and said in a low voice. Jacob looked towards the directions General Arthur pointed and saw a handsome young man. He was behind the troop of East Atlantic, and he was holding a long white spear while standing on an open white chariot. Behind the troop of the West Atlantic, a majestic-looking middle-aged man sat on a black panther with a machete hanging on the belt around his waist. They were supervising the battle and didn't participate. Obviously, their targets weren't the demon beasts. Prince, you made the right decision of bringing 500,000 soldiers here, General Arthur said. Jacob looked around, but didn't see Henry. A high-leveled spider-formed demon beast waved its 8 long legs and dashed out of the demon sea. The 3rd Prince of East Atlantic and the 2nd Duke of West Atlantic, who had been supervising the battle, finally attacked. Equipped with the Inspector's token, Jacob immediately knew that it was a level 8 demon beast. A level 8 demon beast was equivalent to an 8th level dragon cultivator. Due to the demon beast's innate techniques and strong body, it was more powerful than an ordinary 8th level cultivator. Like cultivators, the demon beasts had a more difficult time cultivating when they were on higher levels. Level 1 demon beasts were equivalent to 3rd level cultivators. Level 2 demon beasts were equal to 5th level cultivators, and 6, 7, and 8 demon beasts corresponded to the 6th, 7th, and 8th level cultivators respectively. However, just like the dragon cultivators who had hard times reaching the 7th and 8th level, the demon beasts would encounter a bottleneck at level 6, and it was challenging for them to reach level 7 and level 8. If they wanted to reach level 10 to trigger the heavenly tribulation, it was even harder. The level 8 demon beasts would have already activated their intelligence, and they weren't dull compared with dragon cultivators. Therefore, they were stronger than ordinary low-tier 8th level cultivators. The 3rd Prince of the East Atlantic released a wave of white frost from his spear. Jacob looked at him and realized that he had reached the mid-tier 7th level. It was clear that he wasn't as young as he looked and must be at least 300 to 400 years old. Meanwhile, the 2nd Duke of West Atlantic released 3 black blade energies from his machete and instantly cut down a wave of low-level demon beasts. Even though his low-tier 8th level strength couldn't be compared to Kenneth's when the latter was at his peak, his strength was still great, and his agile movements as well as his fluttering black silk robe give him a grand presence. The third prince and the second duke are the commanding generals of East Atlantic and West Atlantic, respectively. General Arthur leaned to Jacob and said in a low voice. Okay, Jacob nodded. He was the commanding general of the North Atlantic, while the other two were the commanding generals of the East Atlantic and West Atlantic. Obviously, everyone here had the same hidden agenda. In the blink of an eye, the third prince of East Atlantic and the second duke of West Atlantic had dashed to the side of the level 8 demon beast and attacked it with combined forces. The third prince's spear techniques were way more powerful than Henry's. In his white clothes, he moved like a dragon, even though he was in his human form. The small demon beasts nearby were instantly frozen once his spear touched them. Then with one sweep of his spear, he shattered them into pieces. The second duke's black machete was mighty in his hand, and any demon beast close to him had their heads cut off without seeing where the black flash had come from. The incredible thing about the second duke was that he rushed into a herd of demon beasts and killed them swiftly, but his silk robe was completely spotless. Jacob had never dealt with these two clans before, and now he believed that they were quite powerful. The third prince's spear and the second duke's machete stabbed toward the eyes of the level 8 demon beasts at the same time. The demon beast's 2 legs lashed out to block their weapons before retreating hurriedly. By joining forces, the two commanding generals forced the level 8 beast to back off. The morale of the soldiers from the East and West Atlantic were greatly boosted when they saw this scene. Here I come! Vincent slashed out his green dragon crescent blade and dashed towards the level 8 demon beast as well. However, the demon beast lifted one of its legs, and the claws on the end of the leg hit Vincent's chest, breaking his saber and sending him flying for hundreds of meters. At this critical moment, Jacob dashed forward like a white light beam. He lightly reached out his right hand and caught Vincent before tossing him toward the black-armored cavalries of the North Atlantic. "Thank you, Commanding General," Vincent hurriedly said before he was tossed out. Without Jacob, who would have landed in the herd of demon beasts who would probably have killed him. The level 8 demon beast had intelligence and had purposefully thrown Vincent towards the demon beast. Jacob's sword energy shot out abruptly. Seeing Jacob entering the battle, the third prince of East Atlantic and the second duke of West Atlantic quickened their attacks on the level 8 demon beast. Since the North Atlantic Dragon Clan was the farthest from the South Atlantic Dragon Palace, the troops of North Atlantic were the last to arrive. In East and West Atlantic, we're going to let the North Atlantic Dragon Clan take the credit from them. The level 8 demon beast spat out black ink, and a stinky smell spread out with it. Its 8 long legs moved abruptly and caught the third prince and the second duke by surprise. Its claws left deep wounds on their bodies and sent them flying backwards. Jacob, who had been rushing towards the demon beast, helping these two commanding generals by supporting their backs with 2 sword energies, moving them steadily towards the troops behind them. Then the 320 sword energies hovering around Jacob instantly divided into 640 sword energies. Half were real, while the other half were fake. Only Jacob knew which were real and which were fake. Useless show-off. The third prince of the East Atlantic snorted as he was now surrounded by his soldiers. The sword energy suddenly condensed into a huge white sword and pierced into the demon beast's waist. "Retreat and I'll spare your life," Jacob said lightly. Having no goal to charge at the Heavenly Dragon realm, the third prince of East Atlantic and the second duke of West Atlantic didn't mind killing a lot of demon beasts. However, Jacob didn't like killing, and knew that this level 8 demon beast attacked the South Atlantic Dragon Palace just to revenge for its many disciples and followers that had been killed by the clan. Jacob's sword energies contained godly lightning, which could break the skin and shells of demon beasts. Now that his sword energies entered this level 8 demon beast body, the lightning energy exploded. The demon beast would die or be seriously injured, possibly dropping in realms. Instantly, the low-level demon beasts and the troops of the 4 ocean dragon clans stopped fighting, each retreating hundreds of meters and watching Jacob and the level 8 demon beast in alarm. They were astonished that this commanding general could talk directly to the level 8 demon beast and threaten him. All the soldiers looked at Jacob, who was hovering in front of the level 8 demon beast as if they were looking at a god. The demon beast waved its legs and retreated more than 100 meters. Having reached level 8, it could get the chance to charge at the transformation realm. It didn't want to drop in realms or even die here just to gain some satisfaction from retaliation. Jacob's sword energies had cut open its thick shell and entered its body, ready to explode at any moment, like a massive bomb. Seeing the level 8 demon beasts retreating, the low-level demon beasts all began to back off as well. Like a smooth and round light ball, Jacob's sword energy shot out from the thick shell of the demon beast. The light ball immediately split into 640 sword energies before spreading over the battlefield. One could imagine what would happen if this many sword energies exploded in the body of the demon beast. Looking at the sword energies, and then at the necklace around Jacob's neck, horror appeared in the level 8 demon beast's eyes, and it went back into the demon sea. The weak demon beast followed suit and fled back into the demon sea. Usually the demon kings who had passed the heavenly tribulation would stay in the demon sea to expand their territory instead of attacking the 4 ocean dragon clans. The level 9 and level 10 demon beasts also wouldn't run around since they were preparing to enter the transformation realm. It meant that level 8 demon beasts were the highest leveled ones that might attack the dragon clans. Now with the spider gone, the lower level demon beasts had no reason to stay behind. Chief Vincent, organize the troops. Jacob turned to look at the dumbfounded Vincent and called out. Yes, Commanding General. Vincent, in his tattered armor, stood up from the ground and called out. North Atlantic soldiers, line up. Excited, he felt lucky that his abilities were recognized by Jacob and thought, I'll see who dares to mess with the North Atlantic in the future. Jacob withdrew his sword energies and returned to the River Mountain painting. The battlefield at the bottom of the ocean was in a mess, but most of the casualties belonged to South Atlantic, while the troops of the other 3 dragon clans were mostly intact. Prince Jacob, you are extremely courageous and powerful. Seeing Jacob's return, General Arthur immediately walked over to him. Okay, no flattery. Jacob waved his hand. In fact, he'd been trying to spot the weakness of the level 8 demon beast when he watched the 3rd Prince of East Atlantic and the 2nd Duke of West Atlantic fight it. This spider-formed demon beast was covered with a thick shell and had only one tiny opening at its belly for moving around. Ordinary treasures and weapons couldn't pierce through, but Jacob's sword energies could shrink and contain the godly lightning. Therefore, he was able to take the opportunity and defeat the demon beast. Everyone only saw Jacob's powerful strength, but they didn't understand his thinking process. Although Sophie was a little afraid of being here, she saw how Jacob defeated the level 8 demon beast. She felt extremely content as she proudly looked at Jacob. After all, others couldn't do anything to the demon beast, but Jacob forced the powerful-looking demon beast back with only one attack. Her admiration for Jacob increased greatly. Prince Jacob, the 3rd Prince of the East Atlantic and the 2nd Duke of the West Atlantic, seemed to have poisonous wounds. Do you think we should go over and have a look? Elder Frank told Jacob. Jacob looked down on the battlefield and saw that Vincent had gathered the 50,000 black armored soldiers and was doing the counting. The soldiers of the South Atlantic were in a mess, and some of them even cried in each other's arms. Although this was their home base, they suffered the highest casualties. In contrast, the troops of East Atlantic and West Atlantic stood neatly. They lost some soldiers, but basically remained intact. The 3rd Prince sat in his white chariot with a big wound on his shoulder. The 2nd Duke leaned against his Black Panther, while blood flew out from the wound in his knee. With wounds at different positions, their faces were pale. The accompanying elders were busy applying elixirs on their wounds, but it seemed like the effects were little. The River Mountain painting landed beside the 3rd Prince of the East Atlantic. 3rd Prince. General Arthur bowed to him. The 3rd Prince looked at General Arthur and then at Jacob without saying a word. His face looked pale as the poison was traveling all over his body from the wound, threatening his life. That was why he showed no intent in greeting the General of North Atlantic warmly. This is a level 4 detox pill, a gift from our prince. General Arthur walked forward with an elixir pill in his hand. Level 4 detox pill? The elders surrounding the 3rd Prince of the East Atlantic brightened up at those words. It was impulsive of the 3rd Prince to fight the level 8 demon beast, but the accompanying elders might get the death penalty if the 3rd Prince died here. Likewise, the chiefs who came to the battle with the third prince would also take the blame. The third prince of the East Atlantic put his hand on his wound, and his face turned even whiter. With a smile, General Arthur handed the elixir pill to the general of the East Atlantic, who stood beside the third prince. Prince. The general immediately brought the elixir pill to the prince. The third prince of the East Atlantic frowned and glanced at Jacob, who stood behind General Arthur. With a faint smile, Jacob steered the River Mountain painting towards the troops of the West Atlantic Dragon clan. The severely wounded second Duke was the West Atlantic Dragon King's little brother, which is why he was in charge of the military. It was difficult for dragon cultivators, especially the high-leveled ones, to have kids. The West Atlantic Dragon King had only one brother, and their mother had died while she was giving birth to the second Duke. Being motherless at a young age, the West Atlantic Dragon King and his little brother were very close to each other. If the second Duke died here, no one knew how enraged the West Atlantic Dragon King would be. Among the 4 ocean dragon clans, Draken was the most kind-hearted Dragon King. Hank of South Atlantic had been cruel and bad-tempered. After the death of his son, he spoiled Henry and punished and even killed the elders and chiefs who displeased him. Although the West and the East Atlantic Dragon Kings were better than Hank, they put great emphasis on the royal family and never deemed the elders and chiefs as valuable in comparison. After the second Duke was poisoned, the elders around him were upset and frustrated when they found that the elixirs couldn't eliminate the deadly poison from the level 8 demon beast. Second Duke, General Arthur slowly stepped down from the River Mountain painting. This is a level 4 detox pill. A gift to you from our commanding general. The second Duke of the West Atlantic took the elixir pill and immediately felt intense nature essence from it. He bowed slightly, saying, "Thank you very much." He tossed the elixir pill into his mouth and felt a refreshing sensation spread all over his body, while the toxins, which were moving towards his dragon core and heart, were quickly dissolved. Level 4 detox pill. The elder standing beside the second Duke exclaimed. With its limited usage and complicated making process, the level 4 detox pills were extremely rare, while the elixirs such as the Foundation Establishment pills and Essence Replenishment pills were quite common. I owe a big one to the North Atlantic. The second Duke bowed again and said, Our water elemental dragon clans are a big family. There's no need to thank us. General Arthur answered with a smile. The second Duke looked at Jacob and found this prince and the commanding general of the North Atlantic dashing, just like what the rumor said. The second Duke didn't believe the rumor that the Prince of North Atlantic demonstrated great strength during the general exams, the Dragon God Shrine. However, after seeing how Jacob forced back the level 8 demon beast with his own eyes, the second Duke was struck with many complicated thoughts. He had thought that the North Atlantic with Kenneth was enough to overshadow the others, and didn't expect that the Prince of North Atlantic would be so powerful as well. Glancing at the second Duke's mount, Jacob found the magnificent-looking Black Panther hadn't even reached level 1. It was far inferior to Snowflake. No wonder when the second Duke fought the level 8 demon beast, his Black Panther didn't attack with him. It was because the Black Panther wouldn't dare to get close to a level 8 spider. Jacob flew the River Mountain painting back to the camping spot of the North Atlantic soldiers. After defeating the demon beasts, the soldiers of the North Atlantic Dragon Clan received the order to rest where they were. But they still kept the defense array formation so that they could fight at any moment. From this perspective, North Atlantic's troops were more disciplined than those from East and West Atlantic. Seeing Jacob coming back, Vincent immediately reported the casualties. Among the 50,000 soldiers, about 100 had died, but they lost thousands of demon horses. The 500,000 soldiers Jacob summoned were the main force of North Atlantic's military, and they defended the outer range of North Atlantic's territory. Tough, experienced. They had been engaged in constant battles with demon beasts all year round, and had a deep understanding of the fierceness of the demon beasts. Before they came here, they thought that there would be massive casualties. But to their surprise, under the leadership of the commanding general and the chief, they had gained a complete victory. Silently, the soldiers all admired the chief for his miraculous military maneuvers, and the commanding general for his unrivaled courage. Now the 4 dragon palaces organized their respective troops and marched towards the South Atlantic Dragon Palace. Now that North Atlantic, East Atlantic, and West Atlantic had helped defeat the demon beasts, the South Atlantic dared not to dissuade them. Having recovered from his wound, the third prince of East Atlantic sat on his chariot and waved to his fan, looking confident. The second Duke of West Atlantic rode the Black Panther with his machete bound on his back of his black silk robe, looking intense. Jacob also led 50,000 black-armored soldiers toward the South Atlantic Dragon Palace. The current South Atlantic Dragon Palace had lost all its previous grandeur, with collapsed buildings and walls everywhere. After being burnt down by Noah, attacked by Jade and Julia, defeated pathetically by the North Atlantic Dragon Clan in the war it started, and attacked by the Demon Beast without warning, the South Atlantic Dragon Palace absolutely had no fortune nor energy left to restore itself into its previous magnificence. Seeing the dilapidated palace, the third Prince of East Atlantic and the second Duke of West Atlantic frowned slightly. They knew the South Atlantic Dragon Palace lost pathetically both in business on land and in the battle under the sea after they messed with the North Atlantic Dragon Palace. But neither of them had imagined such a pitiful sight. The irony was that the North Atlantic, which had stepped on the head of the South Atlantic, was now entering the latter's area without any care. I almost can't recognize it. Sophie looked around the South Atlantic Dragon Palace in disbelief. It had been a long time since she last came to South Atlantic, but in her impression, the South Atlantic Dragon Palace was no less grand than the North Atlantic Dragon Palace. Besides, this palace had a back mountain, and thus was bigger than the North Atlantic's palace. But now, the walls of the South Atlantic Dragon Palace had collapsed. The buildings inside were on the verge of collapsing too. Some guards of the palace ran around the palace building, alarmed when they saw troops coming near. Being accompanied by dozens of guards and more than 10 elders, Henry, in his robe, came to the main gate to welcome the troops. Pale-faced and shivering with fear, he had lost all his previous arrogance. The so-called main gate of the Dragon Palace had only 2 big columns left, while the plaque with the words South Atlantic Dragon Palace was nowhere to be seen. Henry looked like a king who had lost his kingdom and was coming out to surrender. At the sight of him, Sophie felt disturbed and pitied him. Soph! Seeing Sophie, Henry seemed to have found his savior, rushing up without caring for his status as the prince. Help me! Help me! Seeing him rush up, Sophie immediately took several steps back. However, Henry didn't give up. Instead, he reached out to catch Sophie's arm. Soph, take me to the North Atlantic. Take me to the North Atlantic. What are you doing? Sophie hurriedly stepped behind Jacob. Without Hank spoiling him, Henry became groundless and worthless. Sensing the danger around him, he tried to find some support from Sophie, who after all had some connections with him. He had once had a passable relationship with Sophie, until Hank botched it by wanting Sophie to marry into the South Atlantic. Henry tried to find some help through Sophie, but she ignored him and moved closer to Jacob. Crown Prince! Seeing Henry acting so helpless before the commanding generals of the 3 dragon clans, General Matthew of the South Atlantic hurried over to stop him. Like a frightened bird, Henry suddenly turned to Jacob. Help me. Take me out of the South Atlantic, please. Jacob looked at him quietly and remained silent. He still remembered the scene when Henry ordered his soldiers to capture his grandma, and also couldn't forget that the South Atlantic Dragon Palace sent its elders to launch a sneak attack on him. He remembered all this, and didn't think that Henry had forgotten either. A sword energy rose suddenly, and the intense chill it released stopped Henry. With a dark face, Vincent dashed forward from Jacob's side. Startled by Vincent's fierce look, Henry immediately retreated 4 to 5 steps. In the past thousands of years, the 4 ocean dragon clans have been allies, and we should help the South Atlantic when it's in need, the second Duke of West Atlantic said suddenly. You're right. The Demon Sea holds a grudge against the South Atlantic Dragon Palace, and will come back to attack again. We, East Atlantic, offer to station 300,000 soldiers around the South Atlantic Dragon Palace to help guard the palace, the third prince of East Atlantic said immediately. We, West Atlantic, will send 5 senior elders here to help the South Atlantic Dragon Palace rebuild the palace. the second Duke of the West Atlantic said in earnest. His tone didn't leave any space for discussion or any consideration for the opinions of the South Atlantic. Among the 4 Ocean Dragon Palaces, due to Darius's efforts, the North Atlantic Dragon Palace took the number 1 place, while the South Atlantic Dragon Palace took the 2nd place, with the overall strength of its elders. Now that the South Atlantic Dragon Palace strength was greatly damaged, the East and West Atlantic clans wanted to take the opportunity to surpass it. Since the East and West will take the responsibility of rebuilding the South Atlantic Dragon Palace, North Atlantic will guard the sea area of the South Atlantic Dragon Palace from the Demon Sea, Jacob said coolly. The 3rd Prince of the East Atlantic and the 2nd Duke of the West Atlantic exchanged a look. With his casual words, Jacob had put the vast sea area from the boundary of the Demon Sea to the center of the South Atlantic Dragon Palace under the control of the North Atlantic, with a good reason of guarding against the demon beast so that the remaining small military force of the South Atlantic Dragon clan could rebuild the palace. The North Atlantic Dragon Palace has a bigger appetite than us. Do you think we only brought small troops with us, they thought? The nearby ocean waves suddenly surged up. The 2nd Chief of the East Atlantic Dragon Palace arrived with 250,000 troops to aid the South Atlantic. Almost at the same time, violent ocean waves surged up again. The 3rd Chief of the West Atlantic Dragon Palace arriving with 250,000 troops to aid the South Atlantic. The 3rd Prince and the 2nd Duke smiled lightheartedly. The troops of the East and West Atlantic stood in formations with fluttering flags. It was a magnificent sight. Looking from the main gate of the South Atlantic Dragon Palace, the soldiers standing in dense formations looked like chess pieces, and one couldn't see the end of them. After a series of losses, the South Atlantic Dragon clan was defenseless, with each of them bringing nearly 300,000 soldiers here. East Atlantic and West Atlantic were in fact trying to take control of the South Atlantic Dragon clan. Although Jacob defeated the level 8 demon beast and obtained 2 favors by saving the commanding generals of the 2 clans with detox pills, that wasn't enough for the other 2 clans to yield to him when he only had 50,000 soldiers here. North Atlantic Dragon Palace was the farthest from the South Atlantic Dragon Palace since the Demon Sea separated them. Even if the North Atlantic sent out troops at this moment, they would arrive too late, since the East Atlantic and West Atlantic would have finished occupying the areas by then. According to the plans of the 3rd Prince and the 2nd Duke, once they took control of the Dragon Palace, they would obtain all the territories of the South Atlantic Dragon clan. The Crown Prince of South Atlantic was too weak to resist these 2 clans. Although the overall military force of the South Atlantic Dragon clan was once great, most of their elite troops had died in the war with the North Atlantic Dragon clan, including several powerful elders of the 8th level. Right now, the South Atlantic Dragon clan was too weak to do anything. As close neighbors of the South Atlantic, I think East and West Atlantic can handle the aid of the South Atlantic. After some consideration, the 2nd Duke said to Jacob. Jacob smiled lightly and remained silent. Huge waves crashed from the ocean surface to the bottom. 3 chiefs from the North Atlantic Dragon clan have arrived with 450,000 soldiers to aid the South Atlantic. Ha! Close to 500,000 soldiers shouted in unison. The magnificent sound created huge waves in the ocean. The 3rd Prince of East Atlantic and the 2nd Duke of West Atlantic, who had been confident a moment ago, looked at each other and knew that they were out-calculated. The North Atlantic Dragon clan had sent 500,000 soldiers. The East and West Atlantic only dared to send 300,000 soldiers each. But the North Atlantic Dragon clan sent 500,000 soldiers. From their formation and auras, they knew that these 500,000 soldiers of the North Atlantic were the elites. They looked at Jacob in bafflement, surprised that this young commanding general of North Atlantic would be so bold as to occupy the territory of the South Atlantic Dragon clan by force, while East and West Atlantic had to hide their intentions with the excuse of helping to fight the demon beasts. I think it's settled then. With North Atlantic's 500,000 elite soldiers, the area from the Demon Sea to the South Atlantic Dragon Palace will be as safe as it can be. In the South Atlantic Dragon Palace, can begin its rebuilding without any worries, Jacob said as he glanced at General Arthur, Elder Frank, and Elder Liam beside him. Can you three stay here and talk about the details while the princess and I head back? General Arthur, Elder Liam, and Elder Frank bowed and said, Farewell, Commanding General. Farewell, Princess. Vincent, you stay here for the time being and take the responsibility of guarding the surrounding areas of the South Atlantic Dragon Palace. Jacob glanced at Vincent and said lightly, Yes, Commanding General. Vincent answered in a resonant voice. Jacob's intention was evident by leaving an elite troop around the South Atlantic Dragon Palace. The other two clans silently lamented the sharpness of the North Atlantic. Faced with 500,000 elite soldiers, they didn't have the strength to object. The South Atlantic Dragon Palace had been shaken to such a pathetic state after messing with the North Atlantic Dragon clan, and they didn't want to follow that path. Soph! Standing dazed at the gate, Henry yelled again immediately. Not even looking at him, Sophie took Jacob's hand and stepped onto the river mountain painting with him. Then they flew out of the ocean. She never liked Henry, who had been an arrogant brat. More importantly, her grandpa, Darius, died after the fierce battle when South Atlantic invaded North Atlantic, so Sophie was being lenient towards him by not beating him viciously. The River Mountain painting rushed out of the South Atlantic and bypassed the Demon Sea by flying above the East Atlantic. With level 8 demon beasts at the edges of the Demon Sea, and countless demon kings, big and small, lurking in the center, Jacob couldn't take the risk with Sophie by his side. While they took the route above the East Atlantic Dragon Clan's ocean area, they were stopped and questioned. After Jacob showed his identity, the East Atlantic didn't block them. It took Jacob and Sophie a lot of time because they went in a big circle. When they returned to Sunflower Island, it was already morning. Seeing the return of the River Mountain painting, Helen and Draken immediately came out. How did it go? Seeing only Jacob and Sophie on the River Mountain painting, Draken asked. The demon beasts were defeated. 4 chiefs and 500,000 soldiers are stationed in the South Atlantic, while the 2 elders and the general are discussing the details in the South Atlantic Dragon Palace. Okay, Draken nodded. The picture was clear to him. With the decline of the South Atlantic, they couldn't let the East and West take all the benefits. By sending 500,000 elite troops without hesitation, Jacob helped North Atlantic gain the upper hand from the very beginning. If the North Atlantic Dragon Clan had hesitated due to their conflicts with South Atlantic, all the benefits would have been divided between East and West Atlantic, which meant that North Atlantic wouldn't have any say on the important issues. Thinking back on Jacob's decisions, Draken felt like he was a bit similar to Darius. Helen, if it's okay with you, I'd like to borrow the River Mountain painting for something else, Jacob said while Draken was in deep thought. Where are you going? Sophie asked immediately. I'm going to watch a basketball game. I'm running late, Jacob said. Oh, I also want to go, Sophie said quickly. What would you do there? Jacob looked at her. He knew that she had no interest in basketball. I'll watch the game, obviously, Sophie retorted. Seeing them bickering, Helen snickered and waved at them gently. Go ahead. We're off then. Jacob ran into the palace and changed back into his regular clothes before stepping back onto the River Mountain painting. They shot towards the north swiftly. Hurriedly, Sophie grabbed Jacob's arm, startled at the fast speed. As a primitive treasure taken from the Nine Dragon Palace, the River Mountain painting was very fast when it was activated. After using the River Mountain painting for some time, Jacob was now experienced with it. He had tried with each of the 5 elemental nature essences, and the speeds were the same. However, now that he injected a combination of all 5 types of nature essence into the River Mountain painting, the speed increased by 10 times abruptly. After all, the treasures from the Nine Dragon Palace were the most powerful, when chaotic energy powered them. Sophie rode on her mom's River Mountain painting often, but she had never experienced such an insane speed. Standing behind Jacob, she held onto his arm tightly with her whole body leaning against his back, knowing it would be a disaster if she fell from this height at such great speed. The River Mountain painting entered the land area and flew towards the big city swiftly. Even at this speed, it took them a couple of hours to get there. Slow down! Sophie held Jacob's arm with both hands and yelled. This speed was faster than planes. In fact, this speed was similar to the speed when planes were falling from the sky in a crash. We'll be late if we slow down. Jacob was thinking about Sam's basketball game. For him, the game was no less important than the military operation at the South Atlantic Dragon Palace. The moment the River Mountain painting landed, Jacob instantly put it away. Sophie's legs turned into jelly when she stepped onto the ground. Come on, let's go. Jacob took her hand and ran like a madman. Still out of breath, Sophie was dragged into the wild dash. The security guards were already standing at the entrance of the stadium. It was obvious that the game had begun. With a snap of his fingers, a red energy sphere engulfed him and Sophie. He had become a skillful user of this technique. When he pulled Sophie through the entrance, the security guards only felt a gust of wind but saw no people passing them. After entering the aisle of the stands, Jacob put away the energy sphere and successfully came into the stadium without paying for tickets that were already sold out. The stadium was built according to the newest standards. Under the dazzling lights, it felt like they were in a big NBA game. Jacob looked up at the score on the big screen, and it showed that his team was behind right now. He used his nature essence in full, but he still missed half of the game. Jacob! Sitting on the stands and eating a hot dog, Ryan spotted Jacob suddenly and waved his hand enthusiastically. His voice was so loud that it even overpowered the loud music in the stadium, drawing glances from the nearby audience members. Jacob immediately ran over while pulling on Sophie. Sophie rolled her eyes, feeling exhausted. Almost all the guys from their class sat in this row. Biting into the hot dog, Ryan was a bit surprised to see that Jacob had come in with a girl. It wasn't Kathy, nonetheless. I couldn't get through to you on the phone, but you're finally here, his other roommate yelled when Jacob got near them, and he looked at Sophie. He felt like he had seen this girl somewhere, but he wasn't sure. She looked like the arrogant girl whom he had seen before, but she looked very quiet today. Your sister? Ryan couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked Jacob. I'm his fiancée. Sophie gave Ryan a sharp glare and pulled Jacob into the aisle to sit down. Seeing Sophie's fierce look, Ryan shrunk back in his seat, and Jacob's roommate decided that this girl was indeed the one who had come looking for Jacob in the school with a poster at the beginning of last year. How is it? Jacob sat down and asked. Not good. Our team is not in good shape and has been totally dominated by the opponent. Besides, Sam's a bit nervous today since today's game is being broadcasted live nationally on the sports channel. While he talked, he peeked at Sophie, who was sitting by Jacob's side. Seeing Ryan's glance, Sophie immediately gave him a fierce look. Why are you so late? Ryan turned back to Jacob and asked. I got lost. I couldn't find the stadium, Jacob said. He looked around and asked, Kathy didn't come? She organized this event and got us here to the game, but I think she has some personal stuff, so she can't make it. Ryan looked at Jacob in surprise. Didn't she tell you? No, I didn't know that. Jacob shrugged and looked towards the court. Sam was sitting by the court and looked depressed. Compared to their team, the opponent was full of energy. The captain of that team was about 2 meters tall and was discussing the strategy for the second half of the game with his team. Even the stadium was packed with supporters of the opposing team and was alive with cheers for them, while the cheers of the few people supporting Sam's team were drowned out by them. What should we do? Sophie sounded a bit worried. Because of Jacob, she still had some loyalty towards this university, especially since the university represented their city, and Sam was a great friend of Jacob. For many reasons, she didn't want the team to lose. After some thought, she took out her phone and dialed a number. What are you doing? Jacob, who was watching the match, turned around and asked Sophie. Just wait and see. Sophie shrugged, with a mysterious smile. The music signaling the start of the second half of the game played. Sam was exhausted, but he shook his head and headed towards the court. Even with his exceptional jumping abilities and stamina, he was still nervous when he faced the players of the other team, who had an average height of 2 meters. As expected, the other team, which was leading by 10 points, was not nervous at all. In comparison, Sam's team was a bit rattled. Jacob didn't understand the flow and the strategies of basketball games before, but after practicing sword energies and learning architecture from Helen, He was able to somewhat see through the game and comprehend the strategies. 5 players on Sam's team were all running at their own pace, as they were destroying their own defensive line. However, the other university's team was calm, and each person stood in a position that was part of their overall strategy. Jacob observed for a while and suddenly realized that the new captain of the other team emitted a blue light, a first-level cultivator. It was easy to reach the 3rd level for dragon cultivators, so the 1st level was extremely weak. However, for ordinary people, a 1st-level cultivator was equivalent to a martial arts master. Just then, a bunch of people suddenly rushed into the stadium. They were all wearing white training clothes, and each one of them was more than 1.8 meters tall. This large crowd sat at the seats on the top, looking down on the supporters of the opponent team. When the referee of the game saw this large white-clothed crowd come in, he was a bit shocked and almost forgot to pay attention to what was happening on the court. The cheers started for Sam's team and covered up the cheers for the opponent team. The students of the other university were all shocked to the point that they were scared and became afraid of cheering out loud. "Where did they come from?" Jacob asked Sophie. "Elder Frank's Martial Arts Academy," Sophie said with a smile. Jacob turned around and didn't do a rough count. There were about 600 of them. Sophie only gave a call to the manager of Frank's Martial Arts Academy and got 600 people to come and attend a college-level basketball game. On the court, Sam wasn't able to score when he shot the ball. However, he suddenly heard the loud cheers and looked up. He saw a big banner spread across the top of the stadium and read, "Sam, you can do it." The banner had Jacob's name written in the corner, as if he was the one saying it to Sam. Suddenly, Sam let out a dazzling smile. "Bros, you finally came, and you made such a scene out of it," he thought in excitement. He turned around and looked at his teammates. "Boys, our time has come." Yes! The members of his team were all encouraged by the big crowd of supporters. They weren't fighting alone. Jacob turned around and looked at the banner, and he couldn't help but smile. This banner was temporarily made from a big red cloth, but the characters on it were bold and strong. It didn't look anything less than a fancy one. The words on this banner were indeed what Jacob wanted to say to Sam. He turned to look at Sophie, and suddenly admired her for her quick wits. Sophie smiled sweetly and made a victory sign with her fingers. On the court, the team was now inspired and had returned to their usual selves. Sam dribbled the ball expertly. He turned around and passed the ball. The ball bounced and was caught by the player with the number 6 jersey, who was closer to the basket. This player successfully shot the ball into the basket and won 2 points for the team. Over 600 members of Frank's Martial Arts Academy cheered all at once. The shouts made the rest of the audience a bit scared. Sam ran onto the court while also giving orders to his teammates. He thought about giving up, but with Jacob showing up, he recalled the time that they had beaten this team together. Their opponents for today were the same team that they had had this so-called friendly match with and had defeated together with Kyle. He couldn't give up because of the grudges between these two universities. Although the captain of the other team was at the 1st level of cultivation, he wasn't that far away in terms of strength compared with Sam, who had subconsciously absorbed some of Jacob's nature essence. Kyle had been playing basketball for more than 10 years and reached a level of martial arts master, which was equivalent to the 3rd level of the spirit concentration scroll. However, Sam slept next to Jacob's bed while Jacob was cultivating, so a part of that energy leaked into Sam's body. Right now, Sam was equivalent to the 2nd level of the spirit concentration scroll. Basketball matches were not only a competition for physical strength. Sam's reaction and skill, as well as the ability to manage his teammates, were all superior to the new captain of the other team. Sam's team finally found their momentum and scored 3 two-pointers back-to-back. But even with this, they were still behind by 2 points. The 3rd quarter of the game ended. "You've gotten to the finals. Don't lose now," Jacob's other roommate, who was sitting next to Ryan, said anxiously. "Don't be so negative," Ryan glared at him. Sophie didn't understand this bromance and the things that went on between guys, but she could tell that Jacob was very devoted. She knew that this basketball match was very important to him, so she hoped that they could win. On the basketball court, Sam was wiping off the sweat with a towel. Suddenly, he saw his phone vibrate on the long bench. He saw an unfamiliar number on the screen. He hesitated for half a second, but still took the call. "Hey, it's Kyle." A mature voice sounded on the phone. Sam straightened up immediately. Kyle had trained him like a devil, so those memories were still fresh in his mind. Now that he heard Kyle's voice, he went into full alert mode. "We only have 2 minutes. Put your phone on speaker and call everyone over," Kyle commanded on the phone. Sam hurried and called everyone over in a hurry. The break between the third and fourth quarter was only 2 minutes long. "I wanted to be there personally, but I'm in London. Couldn't find the time for it. That's why I've been watching the game live online. There are only 2 minutes, so listen closely." Kyle's voice could be heard from the cell phone speakers. "I saw the third 3 quarters of the match. Notice that the other team has changed captains. We can't use the strategy we used before to defeat them. They used to have long passes and fast offense to take advantage of their dunks. However, even though the new captain is tall, he's good at shorter passes and fast offensive. Their strategy focuses on their captain. So in the fourth quarter, you guys have to play like this." This team had played and won numerous matches under Kyle's leadership, so when they heard his voice, they were all touched. Although Kyle was on another continent, he still paid attention to the team. A lot of players were in their senior year, and this would be their last game. This was their last chance to shine, so they wanted to win even more. "Our goal is," Kyle asked on the phone, "become the champion." Players who surrounded the phone cheered together. After the break got over, they all went back to the court with a new strategy. The way their eyes looked and how they walked were much different than before. "What if they win?" Sophie leaned against Jacob's shoulder and asked with a smile. "It'll be thanks to you," Jacob looked at her and said with a smile. In the fourth quarter of the match, Sam's team was completely controlling the pace of the game. The commentator who was explaining the match live couldn't believe his eyes. After the short 2-minute break between the third and fourth quarters, they were like a drastically different team. They were able to see through all the opponent's weaknesses and attack them with strong teamwork. Kyle was able to pinpoint the weak spot of the other team by watching the first 3 quarters on his computer screen, and his coaching worked. The basketball drew a beautiful arc in the air and went into the net. 3 points.
The other team's coach, who was standing outside the court, suddenly turned pale. Sam landed on the ground firmly, and he swung his fist up high. All the cameras in the stadium focused on Sam, and the televisions that were on the sports channel in the country were showing Sam's close-up. This short captain was just performing average in the first half of the game. However, in the second half, especially the fourth quarter, he exhibited explosive powers that were shockingly good. Theirs was also the only team in the top 8 of the basketball league without an official coach. Suddenly, Sam flipped and fell to the ground. The captain of the opposing team had bumped into Sam, making him fall. The whistle blew. "That's a foul!" Ryan, who was sitting, stood up and yelled agitatedly. Sophie looked around alertly to understand what was happening on the court. Jacob saw this and smiled. Sam easily scored the free throw and gained control of the ball. The other team's coach's face turned paler. The captain was now useless and didn't get the opportunity to use his skills since 2 players from Sam's team tightly guarded him. There was 10 minutes left in the last quarter, and it was already too late for the other team to regroup. Their coach didn't understand how Sam and his team could change so much from the first half of the game to now. They were barely able to catch up in the first half, but now they were in complete control. 3 points. 2 points. Sam's team was getting better and smoother with their moves, while the members of the other team were getting more and more nervous. The whistle sounded, and the match was over. Sam's team won by 8 points. They won! They won! Ryan was so excited that he jumped up into the air. Jacob also laughed loudly. He couldn't believe that Sam's dream of winning the national championship was fulfilled. He suddenly turned around and looked at Sophie. Sophie was already looking at him with a huge smile on her face. "Thank you so much." Jacob reached out his hands and messed around with her hair as he smiled happily. "You're welcome," Sophie answered and tried to push away Jacob's hands. Ryan and the other guys ran to the basketball court with excitement. Jacob took advantage of the opportunity and kissed Sophie on the cheek. Then he laughed and also ran towards the court. Sophie sat there and touched her face in astonishment. Since the champion was determined, the stadium was somewhat chaotic. There was anger, excitement, happiness, regret. All the emotions filled the atmosphere. On the court, the two teams lined up in 2 rows facing each other. They moved in opposite directions and shook each other's hands to show respect. It was Sam's first time as team captain, and he had successfully led the team to win the Nationals. He was so satisfied and proud of his accomplishment. The 2-meter-tall captain of the losing team intentionally used his shoulder to bump Sam's head, but he acted as if he didn't mean it. The power of that hit was so strong that Sam backed up 3 steps. "I'm sorry, you're a bit too short," this captain said in a cold voice. What's that supposed to mean? The team members who had fought alongside Sam in the battles to win the championship were now extremely agitated. The teams who were giving each other high fives in an orderly fashion now turned into a jumbled mess. The 2 teams pushed and shoved each other as if they were going to start a fight at any second. The cameraman of the sports channel saw that things weren't going that well and rushed to switch the focus of the cameras. "What do you mean, you can't take a loss?" Ryan, who ran the fastest, had already run into the court. He was usually the most scared, but he was incredibly hot-blooded right now as he dashed in front of the captain of the other team. All the other guys rushed after him. These 2 universities were arch enemies on the basketball court. Fighting was unavoidable. These men were not afraid of a brawl, so fighting inside the gym or outside made 0 difference. What happened? Just then, the 2 sides were about to start fighting. Jacob's calm voice sounded. The other team's captain was about to start hitting someone. However, when he saw Jacob, all the anger disappeared, and he couldn't help but back off 2 steps. On Jacob's forehead was the inspector's fire symbol that only he could see, and Jacob let out a strong aura that was of the mid-tier 4th level. A 1st-level cultivator could only bully mortals. In front of a 4th-level cultivator, he didn't dare to do anything arrogant, especially when this 4th-level cultivator was an inspector. Nothing. When this captain saw Jacob, he couldn't help but stutter. One of the privileges of inspectors was that they could use their powers without obtaining permission first. If an inspector decided that a dragon cultivator was going against the tribe's rules, he or she could punish the offender on the spot. A light punishment would be taking away the offender's cultivation strength, and a heavy punishment would be death. After seeing that Jacob was glaring at him, the captain turned over to Sam to apologize. I'm sorry for what happened just now." The players on his team saw that their captain's attitude had suddenly changed and were all shocked. They knew the personality of this new captain. They had never seen him apologize to someone before, even if it was his fault. "Only that?" Jacob asked. "You won fair and square. We accepted our defeat," the captain said. "It's okay. We will still have chances to play again in the future," Sam said, but didn't actually mean it. The music sounded again, and the awarding ceremony for the basketball league was about to begin. The camera switched back to the stadium and focused on the heartwarming and exciting awards ceremony. Ryan looked up at Sam and his team, who were getting their trophy on stage, and he used his elbow to give Jacob a small nudge. "How did you do it? That was amazing." I don't know," Jacob said with an innocent expression on his face. The aura he imposed just now was only towards the captain of the other team, so mortals like Ryan, who didn't cultivate, couldn't sense it at all. Sam held the trophy up high on stage and let out a victorious scream. Now these classmates and neighbors who looked down at him could see him holding the trophy on television. Who knew that this short boy could win the basketball league? At the last bit of the spectacular awards ceremony, Ryan ran up on the stage and went over to Sam's side. He put his hand on Sam's shoulder and stole some spotlight, appearing on live television. The basketball team was supposed to celebrate together, but Sam wanted to celebrate with his friends from his dorm. Also, some of his teammates' girlfriends came to support them, so they decided to celebrate later when the classes started again. That was incredible! National champions! Ryan was so excited that he was still screaming when they walked out of the stadium. Sam, will you let me join the basketball team next year? I don't need to go onto the court to play. Just let me go on stage when we collect our trophy. Yeah, can I do it? Those people from Frank's Martial Arts Academy who cheered for Sam had left after the game, and Sophie, having nowhere else to be, followed Jacob and his friends. "Let's find a place to eat." "On me," Sam said generously. He turned around and looked at Jacob. "Jacob, will you join us?" Jacob quickly turned to Sophie, asking for her opinion, and when she shrugged, he turned back to his friends and said, "Sure." "Hey, you went to Cherry Grove High School, right?" Ryan asked as he remembered something. "Yeah, but I finished high school." "Why?" Sophie asked. "Oh, just that your school's new campus is right across from our university." "What? Across the street?" Jacob was a bit confused. He hadn't slept in his dorm for the past 2 or 3 months, so he didn't really know what was happening on the campus. "Yeah, the construction of the school across from our campus has been completed. Students would start attending there when summer break is over. We thought it was an affiliated school of our university, but we found out recently that it's actually Cherry Grove," Sam said. "Oh." Jacob dragged out his voice as he thought. Indeed, there was construction going on across the street from their university for more than 6 months now. Everyone was saying that the university paid for this, so it should be an affiliated school. No one would have thought it was actually Cherry Grove's new campus. Cherry Grove High School was one of the best schools in the city. It had connections with their university, and it was MTX Group that had funded both of their infrastructures. Sophie already knew this, but didn't think about mentioning it to Jacob, because it wasn't like she was going to be there. She was disappointed that she had already finished school and wouldn't be across the street from Jacob's campus. "Yeah, I've heard that they'll move the elementary and high school classes here, whereas the middle school will remain in the old location," Ryan informed further. "Even the elementary school is coming over?" Jacob was a bit shocked. "Yeah, their elementary school is going to move here, right next to the high school. The original elementary school campus was too small. After they move, they're going to open an international department so that foreigners can come to study there. There's going to be better teachers, too," Sam said. "Does that mean Noah is going to come over as well?" Jacob thought to himself. He had been secretly disappointed that this move was happening this year, and Sophie wouldn't be a part of it. But now he didn't know what to feel about Noah moving closer to him. Jacob was still lost in his thoughts when they finally reached the restaurant. "I'm famished. Let's eat," Sam said as they entered the restaurant. Sophie was the only girl in the group and also had a sort of elegant aura around her, so Jacob's friends all treated her well, serving the food on her plate and ordering her some mocktails. Sophie felt like Jacob's friends weren't bad. They had a great time at the restaurant, and it was already late in the evening when they finished eating. Ryan and a few others were already drunk. Jacob also drank a few bottles of beer, and he didn't use natural essence to handle the alcohol, so his eyes were a bit red. Cultivation was important, but his friendship with the guys was also important to him. Sophie was full, and she was the only one not drinking any alcohol. She saw that Jacob was getting drunk, so she helped him walk out of the restaurant. "Bye-bye," Jacob waved at his buddies. Then he held Sophie's hand, summoned the river mountain painting, and flew away. Ryan burped as he rubbed his eyes and couldn't believe what he saw. Did Jacob just fly away? He turned to ask Sam to confirm. "You must be drunk." Sam's face was all red. "Jacob probably got a taxi. He doesn't live with us." Yeah, taxi. It drove very fast towards the south," another guy chimed in. Ryan knocked his head a few times and murmured, "I must be too drunk." While Jacob flew on the river mountain painting, he suddenly remembered to open the red energy sphere after flying a few hundred meters. The river mountain painting wasn't flying straight, so it made Sophie a bit worried. She thought for a bit and pulled on Jacob's elbow. "Left, turn left." After some time, Jacob finally dissolved the alcohol. He saw the panic look on Sophie's face and found it a bit funny. The big stadium where the basketball match had taken place was in their neighboring city, so it would take a lot of time if they flew back to either their houses. Jacob wanted to see what kind of place Sophie could find in this unknown city for them to stay the night. The river mountain painting flew towards the left. There was high-class apartment buildings ahead that was lit up with a dim green light. The green light was an array formation put up by a dragon cultivator who lived there. Many dragon cultivators lived on land, but ordinary ones weren't capable of putting an array formation where they lived. The ones who did were very powerful cultivators. That way. Yeah, this balcony. Sophie pulled Jacob's arm once again towards the direction she wanted them to go, treating him like a steering wheel. Jacob had regained consciousness from the alcohol and was just pretending to be drunk. The river mountain painting landed on the balcony of the 16th floor according to the directions Sophie gave. There was only one thin layer of the energy sphere, and Jacob's inspector token easily destroyed it. The inspector's token was a top-tier treasure. One of its powers was destroying array formations. "Who is it?" A high-pitched voice sounded from the room. "Sarah, it's me," Sophie exclaimed softly. The balcony door opened, and a beautiful woman stepped out. "Soph?" The woman looked at Sophie in surprise, and then turned to look at Jacob. "Who is this?" she asked. Jacob saw this woman and didn't have the nerves to pretend to be drunk. He stood up straight and put the River Mountain painting away. Sophie was shocked to see Jacob suddenly waking up from his drunkenness and said in embarrassment, This is my friend. We were in town to watch a basketball game, but it's too late now and we can't go back to the North Atlantic." "Friend?" The pretty woman glanced at Jacob and smiled at Sophie. "This is that famous fiancé of yours, isn't he?" Sophie blushed and said, "We're very sorry to disturb you." "That's all right. I'm glad that you came here. Since you can't go back now, you can stay with me for the night." The woman smiled and led Sophie and Jacob inside. Jacob took the opportunity to observe her. He felt that she was around 27 or 28 years old, and she looked very elegant. The interior of the apartment was gorgeous, and there was a bassinet in the living room. "Where's Caleb?" Sophie looked around and asked. "Something happened at the clan, so we went over to deal with it." The pretty woman closed the glass balcony door and fixed the array formation. "When you guys destroyed the array formation, I was a bit scared." "Who would dare to attack you?" Sophie teased. Sarah laughed and looked at Jacob. She took Sophie's hand and said, "Why don't you introduce us?" Sophie had wanted to skip this, but she couldn't avoid it now. She said with an awkward blush, "He's Jacob." "Well, you already know who he is." Then she turned to Jacob. "Sarah's full name is Sarah Morrison. You know who she is, right?" "It's the first time seeing her. How could I know?" Jacob thought at first. Suddenly, it hit Jacob. Sarah Morrison? Sarah Morrison, the singer, America's sweetheart, who had won multiple Grammys and had various record-breaking albums. All these accomplishments flashed in Jacob's mind. "You're so stunned," Sophie giggled as she looked at Jacob. "Don't tease me like that. He seems like a good guy." Sarah reached out and she laughed as well. Then she put her hand out for a shake and introduced herself. "I'm the 7th princess of the East Atlantic, Sarah. My husband is Celestial Dragon River's Dragon King, Caleb. He's out dealing with some business right now." "Sarah, where's your son? Let me see," Sophie asked excitedly once the formalities were over. "In the room." Sarah turned around and went into the bedroom to get the baby. The baby boy was small and chubby. He looked really cute, and his skin was still pink. It was the first time that Jacob saw a dragon baby, so he rushed over to see him as well. There was a wooden plate around the baby's neck. From the look of it, it was a treasure with calming effects. "He's a little bigger than last time," Sophie said happily, before lightly touching the cheek of the sleeping baby. North Atlantic and East Atlantic had a good relationship. Sophie had visited Sarah's house with her mom, so she had seen the baby before. Right now, Sarah was very welcoming towards them in the middle of the night, and it helped Sophie feel less embarrassed for interrupting her sleep. The sleeping baby seemed to have gotten disturbed by the light touch, so he opened his eyes and waved his arms and legs. A few drops of crystal clear water formed in his palms, and they splashed onto Sophie's face. Sophie wasn't prepared, so her face got all wet. "He got angry," Sarah laughed and quickly hugged the baby. "I'm so sorry." Sophie wiped her face and laughed awkwardly. Jacob looked at Sarah and thought, "This famous female singer is actually a princess of the East Atlantic Dragon Clan? Not only that, but she also has a husband and a son. I'm going to rest. I have to attend an event tomorrow. You guys should use the guest room over there, Sarah said and pointed to the room on the left. Okay, thank you, Sarah. Sophie thanked her immediately. Jacob never thought that he'd be able to stay at the home of the celebrity, Sarah Morrison. He didn't recognize her at first glance, but now Jacob remembered that his friends were actually big fans of Sarah, especially Ryan, who always blasted her music in his dorm. Of course, if the guys found out that Sarah was already married and had a baby, it would hit them hard. Do dragon babies have innate techniques? Jacob asked Sophie, once they got inside the guest room. Yes. They're born with basic techniques, though their powers are small. It's like how babies can swim when they're little. When they grow up, they'll lose these abilities, Sophie explained. Oh, Jacob nodded. He thought to himself that if his children knew these basic tricks, how would he hide them from his parents? Jacob was woken up by the baby cries. He came out of the room and saw Sarah holding the baby close to herself, and she was standing in front of the balcony glass door. The sunlight refracted on the glass door, forming a rainbow-like effect. This celebrity, Sarah, looked especially affectionate while she was holding the baby. How old is he? Jacob asked. 6 months. Sarah turned around and smiled. When Soph saw him for the first time, he was only 2 months old. Jacob smiled as well. He could tell that Sarah was very happy as a mother from the look on her face. You're a princess of the East Atlantic. Why did you want to become a singer? Jacob asked her. My realm isn't high. Becoming a singer in the mortal world is an interest and hobby of mine. Sarah gently put the baby back into the bassinet and let him enjoy the warm sunlight. Oh, when did you get married? Jacob asked next. Last year. North Atlantic even sent me a big gift, Sarah said. Oh, that's great. Thanks for letting Soph and me stay overnight. I was joking around with Soph last night. We could have gone back home otherwise. The big celebrity gave Jacob a different feeling compared to when she was on screen. Jacob didn't feel nervous at all. After he found out that Sarah was a member of the Dragon Tribe and the Four Oceans, their similar identities gave him a sense of strong trust. After all, they had to protect the same secret. It's nothing. I'm good friends with Soph's mom. We're even friends in the mortal world. Soph's mom is very famous in the architectural circle, Sarah said. Dragon cultivators all had unique identities when they lived among mortals. Helen was an architect, Sarah was a singer, and Draken was a businessman. These identities enabled them to assimilate into modern society and communicate with mortals easily. Also, the East Atlantic and North Atlantic support and help each other. If I need something when I'm in your city, I have to go to Soph for help, Sarah smiled and said. Jacob nodded as he understood the reasoning. Soph's a very nice girl. Please, treat her well, Sarah looked at Jacob and said. I've never seen her like someone this much before. Jacob smiled and nodded. Sophie was playful, and many people cherished her. Even Sarah treated Sophie like her own little sister. Hey, what are you guys talking about behind my back? Sophie popped out of the guest room. We're talking about the type of guys you like, Sarah said as she covered her smile. Why? Sophie immediately asked. But Jacob and Sarah both shared a small laugh instead of answering her. We shouldn't bother you any longer. Soph and I should head back. Jacob was afraid that they were bothering Sarah, so he looked at the time and said to Sarah, Oh, okay, Sarah, we have to go now. Sophie remembered that Sarah still had an event to attend, so she must need time to prepare for it. Okay, come again soon, Sarah said. She wasn't just being polite. She actually meant it. We will, but only if you remember to save me a few front row tickets when you have a concert next time. I want to watch you perform live again, Sophie said. Definitely. Sarah smiled and waved her hand. Her husband wasn't back yet, or else she would have introduced him to Jacob and Sophie. According to the intelligence report from the East Atlantic Dragon Clan, this prince of North Atlantic had grown extremely strong in the last half a year. Even the palace masters at the Dragon God Shrine had been impressed by his strength. Also, the North Atlantic had fought off the South Atlantic a few times, to the extent that the South Atlantic had no power to retaliate. She could tell that Jacob was the rising star and the future of the North Atlantic, and her husband, Celestial Dragon River's Dragon King, could benefit from knowing this prince. Bye now. Thank you. The River Mountain painting appeared under Jacob's feet. Bye. Sarah stood on the balcony and waved at them. An energy sphere was opened around the River Mountain painting, and they flew towards the south like a meteor. Jacob used his nature essence to power the River Mountain painting, so it flew even faster than Snowflake. Even though this speed wasn't as fast as Soul Formation Realm cultivators, it was much faster than Ascent Soul Realm cultivators. Of course, this used up quite a lot of nature essence. This primitive treasure from the Nine Dragon Palace was definitely spectacular. With this treasure, Jacob could escape from a lot of danger. However, this was still Helen's treasure, and Jacob didn't have any thoughts of keeping it as his own. Soon the River Mountain painting landed on Sophie's home balcony, and Draken and Helen were both at home by that time. "Dad, Mom," Sophie called on happily. Her home was always the place where she could relax the most. "You're back." Helen came out from her room and greeted them both. "Yes, I brought Soph back. Helen, I might need to borrow the River Mountain painting for another day. Snowflake is with Kathy at the moment," Jacob said. "It's okay, you can use it. I don't need it now anyway," Helen said. "Then I'll be on my way." Jacob stood on the River Mountain painting and flew up again. Jacob was able to use this River Mountain painting to the max when his energy was powering it. Also, since Sophie wasn't there with him, he didn't have to worry about her falling off. With a speed that was almost on par with the Soul Formation Realm cultivator's traveling speed, Jacob was able to fly through the Demon Sea. When those Demon Kings at the bottom of the ocean sensed a dash of nature essence, they all stopped cultivating. However, they soon realized that this cultivator was probably at the Soul Formation Realm, and they went back to cultivating. Even though the Demon Kings in the Demon Sea were not weaker than Soul Formation Realm cultivators, they didn't need to fight with them if the latter was only passing by. However, if an Ascent Soul Realm cultivator or an 8th level dragon tried to fly across the Demon Sea alone, the Demon Kings who were in bad moods could teach this cultivator a lesson. Jacob flew with the River Mountain painting and saw some of the remote immortal mountains that Helen mentioned last time. There were some islands on the Demon Sea. Even though there were no obvious array formations, there were layers of thick mists that covered them up. These independent cultivators who were out there all alone and living in the Demon Sea were powerful for sure. However, Jacob didn't have time to visit these remote immortal mountains. The River Mountain painting dashed past the territory of the Demon Sea and entered the South Atlantic Dragon Clan. "Welcome, Commanding General!" The North Atlantic troops that were stationed there all shouted at once when they saw Jacob arriving. "Aye," Jacob responded. There were North Atlantic soldiers stationed all around, giving him the illusion that he was back at the North Atlantic Dragon Palace. However, this was the territory of the South Atlantic. The rest of the soldiers of the North Atlantic didn't have time to greet Jacob since he already reached the South Atlantic Dragon Palace. Such speed! The chiefs were all shocked. Even when Helen used the River Mountain painting, it wasn't as fast. The flight's treasure speed was dependent on the user's power. The stronger the user, the faster the traveling speed. Within a blink of an eye, Jacob and the River Mountain painting had disappeared from their sight. If Jacob were an enemy, the soldiers wouldn't have enough time to defend before he crossed their defense line. At the thought of this, the chiefs of the North Atlantic respected Jacob even more. Jacob and the River Mountain painting both dashed into the ocean. The sharp nature essence split the ocean open. Earlier, Jacob had to use a water-repellent bead to split open the water, but now he only needed to wave one finger. The water would automatically move away from him. The damaged South Atlantic Dragon Palace quickly appeared before Jacob. "Welcome, Commanding General!" Vincent, who was wearing a set of silver armor, led thousands of soldiers and greeted Jacob with a bow. Jacob waved his hand and landed in front of the main gate of the South Atlantic Dragon Palace. Then he put the River Mountain painting away. Once again, Jacob felt that he was back at the North Atlantic Dragon Palace, since it was a chief of the North Atlantic who greeted him. The soldiers of the South Atlantic had started reconstructing the walls. Vincent and the soldiers of North Atlantic didn't have any responsibility to help, so they only patrolled the outside. They saw that the patrol was for safety, but it was actually for the monitoring of the South Atlantic Dragon Palace as a whole. Did the other commanding generals go back? Jacob asked Vincent. He was wearing normal clothes, but his aura was still magnificent. Jacob had left deep impressions on the soldiers' minds, making them believe that this new commanding general was not weaker than Kenneth. Commanding General, East Atlantic's 3rd Prince and West Atlantic's 2nd Duke left yesterday, Vincent said respectfully as he followed Jacob. The front gates of the South Atlantic Dragon Palace had just been put up, but the plate that read South Atlantic Dragon Palace was nowhere to be seen. Jacob and Vincent walked into the palace, and no one dared to stop them. How long do you think this reconstruction is going to take? Jacob looked around and saw that the inside was still a mess. It would take at least 3 months, Vincent responded. How did yesterday's negotiations go? Jacob asked. I don't know. You have to ask General Arthur, Vincent responded quickly. Oh, is General Arthur still here? Yes, he knew that you would visit, so he's still here, waiting for you. Okay, Jacob nodded. I was going to find Henry. Now he can lead the way. Jacob was about to ask Vincent to go and find General Arthur, but General Arthur, who was overseeing the reconstruction at a distance, saw Jacob at the door. Prince Jacob! General Arthur ran to Jacob. His hunched back made running difficult. Vincent, you may go tend to your business. Jacob glanced at Vincent. Vincent was a straightforward and honorable character. Jacob already saw him as his trusted aide. Understood. Vincent went out of the palace to continue patrolling the surroundings. Prince Jacob, I knew you'd come. General Arthur ran to Jacob and said with excitement. General, you're not young anymore. Don't sprint, Jacob laughed and asked. Have Elder Liam and Elder Frank left? The 2 elders have returned to the North Atlantic Dragon Palace. They will send 6 elders here, General Arthur said. What is the final arrangement? Jacob asked. He was not skilled at negotiation, so he left General Arthur and the 2 elders with enough leverage and went to see Sam's basketball game. Prince, this is what the 4 clans agreed on. The North Atlantic Dragon Clan will be responsible for the area between the South Atlantic Dragon Clan and the Demon Sea. The area between the South Atlantic Dragon Palace to the East Atlantic Dragon Palace will be guarded by East Atlantic, and the area between the South Atlantic Dragon Palace to the West Atlantic Dragon Palace will be guarded by West Atlantic. Lastly, the area between the South Atlantic Dragon Palace and the land will be taken care of by the South Atlantic itself, General Arthur said seriously as he looked at Jacob. Jacob pictured the distribution in his mind. With the South Atlantic Dragon Palace at the center, its territory was divided into 4 areas, and each of the dragon clans took a piece. From the perspective of the East and West Atlantic, their territories simply increased. Also, since the areas they took over weren't connected with the Demon Sea, their defensive line didn't need to expand. As for the North Atlantic Dragon Clan, the area it took was from the South Atlantic Dragon Clan to the Demon Sea. Since the Demon Sea was very far from the South Atlantic Dragon Palace, this area was the largest. It was also comparatively much more difficult to defend than the areas that were taken by the other clans. However, since it was closer to the Demon Sea, where nature essence was abundant, there were more resources. And the area that the South Atlantic Dragon Clan was responsible for was the smallest of the 4, since the Dragon Palace was not far from the land. The ocean floor was relatively shallow, and there was often mortal activities. It had the lowest nature essence intensity and the least amount of resources. Jacob was somewhat satisfied with this distribution. The demon beasts in the Demon Sea were fierce, but those active near the borders were low-leveled. As long as the Demon Sea remained stable, the soldiers of the North Atlantic wouldn't be in much danger. During this time, The North Atlantic Dragon Clan would take over valuable resources from the South Atlantic, and it was very significant. Other than that, regarding the internal management of the South Atlantic Dragon Clan, each of the other 3 clans will send 6 elders. Together with the 6 senior elders of the South Atlantic Dragon Clan, they will form a senate. The group will make amendments to the decisions of the South Atlantic's Crown Prince, General Arthur reported. Good. Jacob nodded again. This method divided the internal power of the South Atlantic Dragon Palace into 4, immensely weakening Henry's centralized authority. Since 18 of the 24 elders were from the other 3 clans, they would always prioritize their own interests. The 6 elders from South Atlantic itself, low in numbers, would not make much of a difference. Henry's in the palace? Jacob asked General Arthur. Yes, Prince. I'll take you to him. General Arthur led the way. The South Atlantic Dragon Palace looked completely defeated, without any solemnity and glory. In fact, in terms of infrastructure, the South Atlantic Dragon Palace and the North Atlantic Dragon Palace had some similarities. They both had a palace for storing techniques, a palace for storing treasures, a practice field, a main palace, and a few side palaces. If the North Atlantic Dragon Clan got too weak and was invaded by enemies, it would look something like this. No matter what, gaining power was always the priority. The South Atlantic dared to invade the North Atlantic because they had confidence in their mystic ice and the number of high-level elders. Had North Atlantic lost the war to them, Grandmaster Hank and Henry would be walking in the broken North Atlantic Dragon Palace, and Sophie would have become Henry's wife. They would show no mercy to the North Atlantic. Thinking of this, Jacob withdrew his gaze and followed General Arthur into a somewhat intact palace. Henry was sitting on a golden throne and wearing a fancy golden dragon robe. A few purple-robed elders stood beside him, advising him on some matter. When Henry saw Jacob walking in, he stood up abruptly. Anger flashed in his eyes, but he immediately turned modest. 3rd level. Jacob noticed that Henry's realm had recovered. Grandmaster Hank had visited the Dragon God Shrine, asking for the unique elixir pill and the secret technique which healed Henry. However, from the looks of it, his realm wouldn't go any higher. Welcome, Commanding General. The purple-robed elders beside Henry bowed their heads towards Jacob. Jacob waved lightly. In the past, when the South Atlantic was powerful, the elders did not respect him at all. Welcome, Commanding General of North Atlantic. Henry stared at Jacob and said stiffly. Everyone at South Atlantic knew that North Atlantic won in the end amongst the 3 dragon clans that came here. Also, the shocking news of Jacob single-handedly taking on a level 8 demon beast had spread throughout the palace. Everyone at South Atlantic knew clearly that if North Atlantic marched in here with this strength, Hank wouldn't be able to stop it, even if he were still alive. Hank took the risk to try and become a heavenly dragon, to turn the situation around, but he failed. Jacob nodded, and his eyes were fixated on Henry. The goal of North Atlantic's intervention here was to occupy territories. The so-called helping South Atlantic was only the obvious excuse. However, it was also true that the South Atlantic Dragon Palace would be better off controlled by the other 3 Ocean Dragon clans compared with other forces. The 4 Ocean Dragon clans were a group of their own. Although the other 3 clans now controlled most of the territories of South Atlantic, they were still maintaining their operations and assisting with its reconstruction. On Henry's face, there was confusion, embarrassment, fear, and unease. Back when Jacob was weak, he couldn't eliminate him. Today, Jacob was far more powerful, both in terms of individual strength as well as the thousands of soldiers under his control. Even the 2 commanding generals from the East and West Atlantic had to respect him. Your grandfather has not been buried yet? Jacob asked him. Henry looked at him with confusion and shook his head. Jacob turned to look at General Arthur beside him. The old Dragon King of South Atlantic should be buried with the level of honor and tribute as a Dragon King. General Arthur, you shall assist the General and the elders of the South Atlantic on this matter. Our North Atlantic Dragon clan will pay all the expenses. General Arthur was stunned. Then he bowed in a hurry. As you wish, Prince. The elders of the South Atlantic all looked at Jacob with surprise as well. Hank attempted to charge into the heavenly dragon realm, but died under the lightning bolts. Both East and West Atlantic stationed troops at the South Atlantic Dragon Palace, but they did not mention Hank at all, since it didn't matter. There is nothing else. Henry, if you can keep the South Atlantic Dragon Palace under control, what once belonged to the South Atlantic will be back in your child or grandchild's grasp in the future. Henry was still the crown prince of South Atlantic in name, but he was in fact a prisoner. Jacob had no interest in talking to him anymore. I was wrong. Seeing Jacob turning, Henry suddenly shouted. Invading the North Atlantic Dragon clan was my grandpa's idea. I called Reggie to capture you only to scare you. I didn't mean to harm you or your family. Capturing your family was also not my order. Jacob, I beg you, let me go. Let me go? I'm useless. I'll stop pursuing Sophie. I'll give up the prince title. Please send me to the land and give me some money. Henry's tone changed from shouting to begging. Jacob did not pay attention to him at all, and he led General Arthur out of the palace. He knew about Henry's terrible conduct, and he had no sympathy for this kind of person. Therefore, he did not believe Henry's explanation, and now Henry was going to spend the rest of his life in the South Atlantic Dragon Palace as a puppet. If he were obedient, he would be kept alive. If not, he would be ditched. General Arthur followed Jacob closely, and he suddenly thought that this prince was unfathomable. Beating enemies showed power, but respecting enemies showed magnanimity. Hank attacked North Atlantic and caused many troubles, but Jacob still respected him for his courage and calculations. Despite Hank dying in the heavenly tribulation, Jacob still granted him a proper burial. Our prince will accomplish great things, General Arthur thought, and suddenly felt like Jacob grew more majestic. Jacob walked to the outside of the hall silently before turning to the general. General Arthur, are you coming back with me to the North Atlantic Dragon Palace, or are you staying here to take care of more business? I need to go back to the North Atlantic. If it is convenient for you, please take me along with you, Prince, General Arthur said respectfully. Sure, Jacob nodded. He rolled open the River Mountain painting and soared out of the water towards North Atlantic. General Arthur had never traveled this fast before, and he was pleasantly surprised. Prince Jacob is incredible. As long as he is the one leading the North Atlantic, the defeated South Atlantic would not be able to surpass our clan for the next 1,000 years. No wonder Prince said that it would be Henry's child or grandchild who might be able to regain control, he thought. Jacob looked ordinary but was ferocious, and Henry looked ferocious but was weak. After this incident, the East and West Atlantic firmly aligned themselves with the North Atlantic Dragon clan. Even if the weak Henry wanted to resist, he had no means. Also, it looked like Henry did not want to resist either. After all, his life was in Jacob's control. Even if the Dragon God Shrine supported him, he would not dare to do it. As a strategy in war, one should never cut off all your enemy's hopes. If Jacob didn't leave the South Atlantic Dragon Palace a way out and pressured them to death, this would cause Henry and the elders to revolt. Since Jacob let Henry remain as the prince, and the elders and soldiers of South Atlantic got to keep their status and treatment, they had a sliver of hope, and it was hard for them to unite and fight back. Now that the four oceans entered a state of stability, the other forces had no means to intervene. Jacob did not seem to do anything, but everything was under his control. It was brilliant. Really brilliant. The River Mountain painting went past the Demon Sea at a speed close to that of a Soul Formation Realm cultivator. Soon they entered the ocean area of the North Atlantic. The River Mountain painting was also extremely fast underwater. In only the blink of an eye, Jacob took General Arthur to the main gate of the North Atlantic Dragon Palace. Compared to the damaged palace they just came back from, the North Atlantic Dragon Palace was truly magnificent. General Arthur, I'm not going in. I have something else to do. Jacob left General Arthur at the gate and said with a smile, Thank you, Prince. General Arthur said respectfully. If you have time, come and hang out on the land, Jacob said before leaving. He knew that General Arthur was busy with all kinds of matters, and the Dragon clan had a little opportunity to visit the land. However, General Arthur actually really wanted to take a vacation on land. Quickly, Jacob rushed out of the ocean and flew far away. The plains, mountains, hills, and rivers beneath the clouds were scattered territories of dragon clans. Dragon palaces, large and small, were hidden within. The river mountain painting flew at its top speed. The large area in front was the Red Mountain. There was a soul formation realm cultivator in there, so Jacob didn't dare to go in and cause trouble. Therefore, he specially flew around the border of the Red Mountain before continuing towards the Dragon God Shrine. Huh? A gasp sounded in the Red Mountain. Jacob broke through the thick clouds and put away the River Mountain painting. He hung the inspector's token by his waist and rushed onto the platform of the Dragon God Shrine. The dignified and mighty Dragon God Shrine stood at the center of the floating platform. Jacob, stepping on a gray sword energy, directly landed at the east entrance of the Black Palace. Susan took him here last time, but he was able to come here all by himself this time. Passing through the spacious hall on the first floor, Jacob walked up the rotating staircase and soon reached the area that was only open to level 3 inspectors. The regional inspectors of the 4 areas around the 4 Ocean Dragon Palaces were at least level 3 inspectors. Therefore, their offices were on this floor. Jacob memorized the locations the last time when he entered the Dragon God Shrine with Susan. After slowly searching for it, he finally found the way. In front of the room that said North Atlantic, Jacob put his token into the dent. The stone gate slowly opened. Susan, who was wearing a loose black robe and was barefoot, stood on the marble floor in the living room. She was waving her long sword with her right hand. She looked different from the last time Jacob had seen her, especially her hair, which had turned from raven black to shiny silver. Susan suddenly pulled back her sword and turned to Jacob. Why are you here? Summer vacation is about to end. I'm here to visit you, Jacob said as he looked around the room. The eyes of the Dragon God Shrine were everywhere. Even the news of Jacob going to Fifth Heaven was captured. However, there were a few places where the eyes of the Dragon God Shrine could not penetrate. For example, the Red Mountain, Darius's mansion in London, the 4 Ocean Dragon Palaces, the Demon Sea, and the inspector's rooms within the Black Palace. The entire Dragon God Shrine, including these suites, were built out of special materials that blocked spiritual senses. The outside world cannot spy on the Dragon God Shrine and detect the activities in each room. Therefore, while Susan was practicing sword techniques in the room, she had no idea that Jacob was coming over. Oh, 2 months have passed already. Susan stood up straighter. Yes. Have you lost the sense of time while growing up here? Jacob smiled helplessly and asked her. How did your hair turn white? The black-haired Susan looked gentle, even though she was cold. But the silver-haired Susan looked unusually chilly. I'm cultivating the ice frost scroll. Susan touched her hair. Layers of thin frost fell, revealing her dark hair underneath. Why don't we practice some sword techniques? Jacob suggested. You think you can beat me with sword techniques after 2 months? She smiled. Susan looked the scariest when she smiled. Looking at Susan, Jacob set his mind straight and pretended to be at ease. Let's try. Come. Susan's sword appeared in her palms once again. In the last 2 months, Susan had been cultivating in seclusion. She only drank honeydew and ate no food to cleanse her body. She also slept on the unique bed which had helped to raise her realm. Her hard work paid off. She achieved a small breakthrough, and her sword technique, which she had overlooked before, was enhanced. When Jacob suddenly suggested a practice match, she felt a slight contempt in her heart. It was exactly what she wanted. A light sword appeared in Jacob's hand. Sword Shadow Scroll could control thousands of sword energies. These sword energies could be enlarged or shrank, and were composed of all 5 elements. When cultivated to higher levels, it could imitate any treasure and easily transform into a 5-elemental sword. Jacob held the sword with both hands and slashed at Susan. Seeing Jacob's rough slashing technique, Susan shook her head in disappointment and slightly sidestepped, dodging Jacob's sword. Susan's long sword suddenly struck towards Jacob. Even though Susan didn't look too strong, Jacob didn't dare to be careless. Susan was no ordinary woman. Jacob's 5-colored sword suddenly blocked this strike instinctively. Oh! Susan was slightly surprised. She never expected Jacob to react so quickly. In the last month, Jacob sparred with Kenneth for a few hours every day. It would only be strange if he did not become stronger. Although Kenneth's realm fell, his combat techniques didn't get worse. Kenneth was a man who had come out of life-and-death battles countless times. In terms of combat techniques, he was more than 100 times stronger than Susan. Tom mocked Susan's sword techniques, but if he were to face Kenneth without using nature essence, he would be killed within a second. Jacob's 5-colored sword drew an arc while he strode half a step forward. The tip of the sword went around to Susan's back. His first strike was to test out Susan's style. Now that he knew Susan's sword technique majorly depended on agility, he had a plan. Jacob's 5-colored sword suddenly slashed down. Too weak. Susan's sword tip gently flicked and blocked Jacob's sword. The two didn't use nature essence and sparred only with sword techniques. Jacob used his sword Shadow Scroll to create a sword and didn't use any more natural essence. Is that right? Jacob's sword suddenly thrust along Susan's longsword and slashed outward. Susan felt a pain in her wrist and almost lost grip on the sword. Such precise control of strength, Susan thought in surprise. She clenched her longsword and cleaved along Jacob's sword. Jacob faintly smiled, took a step back, and raised the sword with momentum. The two sword tips clashed. Susan suddenly unleashed all her strength. Her white sword quaked 5 times on Jacob's 5-colored sword, and it borrowed the force from the quakes and hacked towards Jacob's neck. Admit defeat. Cold lights appeared in Susan's eyes. Jacob's wrist suddenly twisted expertly, and the first variation of water sword technique was used smoothly. Jacob's sword tore through Susan's sleeve. The second variation of water sword techniques. Third. Jacob's 5-colored sword drew a peculiar arc and shook off Susan's longsword. The sword seemed slow, but it tore Susan's black robe at the thigh. The third variation. The fourth. Jacob used all 6 variations that he learned. Susan could not hold off the attacks and hurriedly retreated. However, her long robe was slashed at the sleeve and thigh, indicating the deep cut she would have suffered if this were an actual battle. My bad. Jacob pulled back his sword and took a step back as well. Susan looked at Jacob in surprise. She never expected his sword technique to be so ingenious. As the master, she was no match for her own disciple. Good. Your sword technique is not bad, Susan said calmly. Jacob looked at her and was secretly relieved. He beat Susan, so he was afraid that she would get mad. He wanted to test the power of water sword techniques. He knew he would win, so he restrained himself towards the end and did not hurt her. Susan studied him for a moment before saying, I see that your realm has increased. Yes, Jacob nodded. He went from mid-tier to low-tier 4th level before, and then recovered from low-tier to mid-tier 4th level. It looked like the same realm, but the damaged meridians had been repaired, which led to a real enhancement. Give me your hand. Susan reached forward. What? Jacob looked at her in confusion. I want to check your cultivation progress. She reached again. Oh, Jacob gave her his arm. Susan held on to Jacob's wrist, injecting strands of nature essence into his body. Your spirit stems are stable, and the 5 elements are balanced. Your realm of mid-tier 4th level is firm. Do not attempt the dragon transformation. It harms your body, Susan said. Jacob was about to pull back his arm when Susan's fingers suddenly tightly clenched his wrist. She glanced at Jacob once again, which scared him. 2 cold things appeared on his wrists. The colorful 5 mountain bracelet slowly faded into Jacob's wrist, entering his body. Then Susan stared at him coldly and said, "I'm going to change." This woman just doesn't want to lose. This is her revenge? Jacob cried on the inside. If he knew that 2 5 mountain bracelets would cuff him, he wouldn't have sparred with Susan at all. After a while, Susan came back out, dressed in a different robe. The Demon Sea does not seem stable during this time. Do you want to check it out with me? Susan asked as she slowly walked out of the room. The Demon Sea? The Demon Sea again? Every time Jacob heard those words, his nerves would jump. Also, it looks like you've been pretty busy these days. Susan waved the inspector's token in her hand and said. The inspector's tokens were the famous treasures from the Dragon God Shrine. Not only could they find the location of nearby inspectors, but they could also receive lots of different news from the Dragon God Shrine. Susan read over the accumulated news she got in the token during the few minutes she changed, and she was able to immediately find out about what happened at the South Atlantic Dragon Palace. Jacob smiled awkwardly. He did not dare to be proud in front of Susan. The 2 5 mountain bracelets were able to suppress him. Don't trigger those demon beasts in the Demon Sea. According to my information, the region of the Demon Sea near the North Atlantic has snow crystal corals, which are good for improving the quality of natal treasures. If you're interested, you could come with me. If you're not interested, I'll go alone, Susan said. She made it sound like it would be his choice, but Jacob knew better than that. Sure, I'll go with you, he said. Let's go. Susan put the token back inside her body and immediately started moving. As they walked out of the Dragon God Shrine, Susan took out her longsword and prepared to fly. She had had this longsword for 3 years now. She had only been at the 7th level when she first obtained it. This sword was enough for her before, but she was now at the 8th level and even made a small breakthrough at the Dragon God Shrine. That was why she needed to enhance this treasure and prepare for the heavenly tribulation. She wasn't the only one who thought she should enhance her weapon. Jacob also felt that she should do it. After all, Susan was an 8th level cultivator, but her natal treasure's quality was worse than Henry's. It didn't suit her status. If a natal treasure was too weak, it would limit the user's power. Another disadvantage was that it couldn't withstand strong nature essences. If Susan were to fight someone powerful and her sword broke, there would be severe consequences. Susan took out her sword and jumped onto it. She saw that Jacob froze on the spot and couldn't help but rush him. Why aren't you getting on? Use this. Jacob opened the River Mountain painting. Susan recognized that this was Helen's River Mountain painting, as she had seen it before. It was wider, but its speed wasn't that fast. From what she knew, it was slower than the traveling speed of her sword. Susan wanted speed, not comfort. Jacob didn't care about Susan's reaction and dragged her on. Susan was getting angry. However, the River Mountain painting flew out of the Dragon God Shrine in the blink of an eye. It was almost the speed of a soul transformation realm cultivator. She did not expect this kind of speed, and she almost fell off the painting and had to take a moment to regain her balance. Jacob smiled and increased the speed even more. He wasn't pretending to be cool. It was that the faster the speed, the safer it was. Susan's longsword wasn't slow, but with 2 people on it, those transformation realm demon beasts could create gigantic waves and drag them into the water. The primitive treasures from the 9 Dragon Palace are definitely incredible, Susan thought to herself. The River Mountain painting created a rainbow as it flew across the sea. The primitive treasures from the 9 Dragon Palace were mostly simple looking, but this River Mountain painting was one of the few treasures that were delicate and beautiful. Jacob had been using the River Mountain painting to fly around these days, and he suddenly felt like a taxi driver. However, he would still have to return this painting to Helen. Snowflake was coming back soon, so he could leave the duty of carrying people around to Snowflake. The soldiers of the North Atlantic who were hidden in the ocean saw the River Mountain painting. However, they did not have enough time to come out and greet the commanding general, since it was too fast. The Immortal Spirit Island, which was between the North Atlantic Dragon clan and the Demon Sea, appeared before Jacob. Into the sea, Susan said. She took out her longsword. indicating that she was alerted. Jacob created an energy sphere as he dived into the sea. The ocean seemed no different than the territory under North Atlantic Dragon Clan's control. Everything was quiet, and the green aquatic plants flowed softly. Jacob put away the river mountain painting and followed Susan closely. Susan's long black robe fluttered with the waves, and she exhibited a calm aura. "Don't open the energy sphere. I'll alert the demon beasts nearby." Susan's words were conveyed to Jacob's mind through the tokens. Usually only those cultivators above the Nascent soul realm could send voice transmission. However, with the inspector's token, they could communicate through spiritual senses, which made it a super convenient treasure when they were inspecting a crime scene. Jacob heard Susan's warning when he was just about to put away the energy sphere. He quickly stopped and tried to hide his aura. Susan came to the Demon Sea to get the snow crystal corals. She came with Jacob because they could look out for each other and could communicate conveniently through the tokens. She didn't expect him to be able to scare away those high-level demon beasts. Inspectors would move in teams after getting missions from that elder on the first floor of the Dragon God Shrine. Susan didn't like teaming up with people and always worked by herself. This meant that she couldn't go to dangerous places. However, Jacob was a trustworthy partner. "Demon beast," Susan warned and turned invisible immediately. Jacob realized that he couldn't sense Susan's aura, so he knew that she had used an 8th level technique and gone into complete stealth. "Level 3 demon beast. Not strong. You're responsible for driving it away." Susan first swam to hide amongst the dense aquatic plants, and then ordered Jacob through the token. Jacob's head numbed. He suddenly realized why Susan wanted him to come along with her. The level 3 demon beast saw him and rushed over with a roar. "Thanks," was the last thing he heard from Susan. Jacob was her bait. Jacob rushed to back out of the Demon Sea, but the level 3 demon beast swam and chased him closely. This type of low-level demon beast didn't have intelligence, so they couldn't estimate the difference in strength between themselves and their opponents. They only knew how to attack. There were lots of these types of low-level demon beasts on the outskirts of the Demon Sea. As soon as a cultivator was slowed down by one, many would follow. The snow crystal corals that Susan was looking for were on the outskirts of the Demon Sea, very close to the territories of the North Atlantic Dragon Clan. She was an 8th level cultivator, so she wasn't scared of these low-level demon beasts. But if these beasts followed her and made a lot of noise, that would attract the level 8 or 9 demon beasts. There was a possibility that she might even draw the attention of demon kings. However, cultivation was about taking risks and getting big rewards. Susan hid her aura while her spiritual senses spread into the area. The natural intensity of the Demon Sea was high, so the spiritual herbs and treasures were many times better than those outside. Rumor had it that the nature essence intensity in the center of the Demon Sea was thousands of times stronger than that of the outskirts. The center was like a nature essence spring, and the nature essence below Fifth Heaven came from there. However, no one had proven this theory. It was heard that a heavenly dragon had only reached 1/3 of the way in, and he was kicked out of there. The strength of the Demon Kings in the Demon Sea was too strong. Even the Dragon God Shrine was afraid of them. So the Demon Sea became one of the few restricted places for inspectors. It was also the largest place with the least amount of available information. If it weren't for increasing the quality of her natal treasure to fight the heavenly tribulation, Susan would not be willing to risk it, even if it were just the outskirts of the Demon Sea. According to the weaker Demon Kings who sought shelter at the North Atlantic Dragon Clan, there were hundreds of famous Demon Kings in the Demon Sea, and the number of Transformation Realm demon beasts was even greater. "Hurry up!" Jacob couldn't help but remind Susan, since he sensed that she was moving further and further away from him. "I'm fine. You should be careful." Susan's calm voice was transmitted to Jacob through the token. From the sound of it, she was still looking out for him. Jacob had the River Mountain painting, so he could use its full speed to escape from these low-level demon beasts when it was necessary. There were already tens of level 3 and level 4 demon beasts chasing after Jacob. He rode his sword energy and swam through the water at a great speed. "Great! The Demon Sea sure has an abundance of resources." Jacob heard Susan's surprised voice through his token. If even Susan was surprised, then it must be a fantastic scene. Jacob was able to imagine what Susan had seen. Fox immortal herbs, black dragon bone grass, matching leaf flower, golden ginseng. Susan listed the names. What do you want? I'll get it for you. I don't know much. I'll take all of them, Jacob said as he continued to escape. You? Susan was a bit infuriated. Jacob wanted to laugh, but he heard Susan trying to scold him in the middle of all of this. I'm not really good at all this stuff, and I still have to go find snow crystal corals. I'll pick 3 black dragon bones for you. It's a good ingredient for healing ointments. It can count as my reward to you, Susan said through the inspector's tokens. Okay. Jacob didn't care because he wasn't sure about spiritual herbs either. Suddenly, a demon beast charged at Jacob from the front, so he had to hit it with 5 sword energy, sending it flying. Even though these were low-level demon beasts, Jacob didn't want to kill them, as long as they didn't go out of the boundaries of the demon sea. Level 10 demon beast! Jacob heard Susan's shriek from his spiritual senses. Waves suddenly rolled up in the demon sea. It sounded like Susan was fighting. Suddenly, a dash of white light flew from the depth of the demon sea like a broken kite. Jacob stepped on his sword energy as he rushed over to catch up with Susan. Go! Susan grabbed onto Jacob's arm and dragged him away rapidly. She looked pale and was covering her stomach. It was evident that she was severely wounded. Usually, there wouldn't be a level 10 demon beast on the outskirts of the demon sea. If Susan had bumped into level 8 or 9 demon beasts, she could still fight them off. However, a level 10 demon beast was only one step away from transforming into a human. Even though it was still weaker than a Soul Formation Realm cultivator, it was much stronger than an Ascent Soul Realm cultivator. Susan was a top-tier 8th level cultivator, which was equivalent to an Ascent Soul Realm cultivator. She was no match for a level 10 demon beast. Susan's luck was terrible. The level 10 demon beast was cultivating, and Susan was sneaking around its little garden. This level 10 demon beast didn't bother to attack her because it was crazier about cultivation than Susan. It could use every second to absorb the nature essence around it to reach the transformation realm as soon as possible. However, Susan had picked 3 black dragon bones from its garden. This demon beast got mad, and Susan's stealth and technique were useless in front of it. Since this demon beast was like a natural black reef in the deep seas and didn't have an aura at all, Susan had no clue that it was there. While she was looking around for snow crystal corals, it slammed its claws into her. Even though Susan reacted quickly, it still hit her longsword and sent her flying. The level 10 demon beast roared to show its dominance. It didn't come chasing, but the entire region shook and huge waves appeared. Jacob rushed to get out an essence replenishment pill and fed it to Susan. Susan only concentrated on cultivating, so her real-life fighting experience was far behind Kenneth. It was her first time risking her life to sneak into the demon sea, and she had already faced such obstacles. She looked pale and didn't have any energy. If it weren't for Jacob holding on to her, she wouldn't be able to swim at all. The level 4 essence replenishment pill slid into her mouth, and she was finally able to breathe normally again. If she weren't at top tier 8th level, she would have died here at the demon sea from that hit. Hey, are you okay? Jacob sounded worried as he supported her back with his arm. Susan turned her head to Jacob and was a bit touched. Jacob only came to help her distract the low-level demon beast. She never expected him to save her life. I'm okay. Susan returned to her usual self again. She used her fingers to flick Jacob's hand on her back, and Jacob sensed the pain and quickly let her go from his arms. Susan then checked her items and realized that the 3 black dragon bones as well as her longsword were lost. As long as the natal treasure wasn't broken, there would be no effect on her body. However, she lost it in the demon sea, so it was something quite concerning. Where's your sword? Jacob didn't care about the spiritual herbs, but he was worried about Susan's natal treasure. In the demon sea, there was no way that Susan would put her natal treasure back into her body during battle. That was why he thought she lost it while fighting off the level 10 demon beast. The natal treasure was connected to Susan spiritually, so losing it was no joke. When Jacob got the coiled dragon golden spear from Henry, the latter was incredibly anxious. Especially 8th level cultivators, like Susan, were fully connected with their natal treasure. If a demon beast broke her longsword in half, Susan's life would be in danger. Susan sensed the location of her longsword using her spiritual senses. She wanted to command the sword to fly over, but her meridians were all in a mess, and the sword only moved slightly in the sea. She could not control it and fly it back. She frowned and looked incredibly nervous and anxious. Jacob felt sympathetic towards her, which was unusual. "I'll go and get it for you." Jacob first helped Susan stand up straight in the ocean, and had said with an anxious expression, "Hey, no!" Susan rushed to grab Jacob's hand. "It's okay," Jacob smiled, and suddenly decided that he was going to take the risk for Susan. When the level 8 and 9 demon beasts charged towards him at Purple Bamboo Island, Jacob saw the fear in their eyes. It was probably why they suddenly turned around and escaped. When Jacob faced the level 8 spider-formed demon beast at the South Atlantic Dragon Palace, it was also scared and didn't counterattack after Jacob pulled out his sword energies from its body. Level 8 and level 9 demon beasts had intelligence, so there must be a reason behind their fears. Jacob had never encountered a level 10 demon beast before, but he was still willing to gamble. If it didn't work out, he still had the River Mountain painting, so that he could escape with full power. "Come back!" Susan yelled as she watched Jacob go back into the depths of the demon sea. However, she was wounded, so that she couldn't even stand up. All she could do was watch Jacob disappear into the black mist of the demon sea.
"Don't mess around!" Jacob heard Susan's voice from the token as he entered the demon sea. "What's the position?" Jacob asked calmly through the inspector's token. "Come up. My sword will be fine. I'll get it back when I recover," Susan said. "Why are you getting scared now?" Jacob asked again. "What's the position?" Susan clenched her teeth and sensed her longsword in Jacob's position. "It's in front of you to the left. You're about 1 mile away from it. The level 10 demon beast is there. You shouldn't go." "I won't do anything to it. I'll just take the sword and come back." Jacob moved his legs and swam in the direction that Susan mentioned. It probably wasn't a good idea to play tricks in front of the level 10 demon beast. Jacob held on to 2 sword energies in his hands and hid the River Mountain painting in his sleeves. If anything happened, he was ready to escape. Jacob was getting closer and closer. He didn't dare to use his spiritual senses, so he released dozens of small sword energies and used them to look for Susan's sword around him. The level 10 demon beast moved its body. It was like a large reef covering the bottom of the sea. When it moved by 2 meters, all the seaweed and dust moved. "I'll just take the treasure and leave," Jacob said. The level 10 demon beast had intelligence already. Jacob didn't know if this level 10 demon beast understood what he said, but he was sure that it had locked onto him as a target. The level 10 demon beast roared threateningly. Since Jacob had now had Snowflake for a while, he could tell from its roar that this demon beast wasn't angry. He carefully walked on the seabed and tried to find Susan's longsword. He felt something hard. He hurried to pick it up and saw that it wasn't Susan's longsword. Instead, it was a very ancient-looking bow. It seemed to be made of bronze, and it felt cold. However, there was no rust on it. Jacob didn't know archery, but he liked how this bow felt in his hands. Which unlucky cultivator dropped this treasure here, Jacob thought. The level 10 demon beast was still looking at him, so Jacob had to gently put down his bow and continue the search for Susan's white sword. Even though this treasure was good, he couldn't just take it. He was only there to find Susan's white sword, and that was the promise. If he angered this demon beast, there would be severe consequences. Jacob's finger touched something cold and hard. He picked up and realized that this time it was indeed Susan's white sword. "Yes, this is it. Come back!" Susan's voice sounded in Jacob's mind. Jacob took the white sword and quietly retreated. The demon beast's spiritual senses were still locked on to Jacob. The level 10 demon beast started moving again. The entire bottom of the ocean shook as this beast moved. The size of this demon beast was nothing that Jacob had expected. It was huge. Jacob was about to throw out the River Mountain painting to escape, but the demon beast's claws were aiming at his chest. Jacob threw out the 2 sword energies that he had prepared. The lightning energy hit the demon beast's claws and let out a sizzling, burning sound. Jacob stood on the river mountain painting and flew towards the surface. It was similar to the traveling speed of a soul formation realm cultivator. "Hurry and come back!" Susan's voice resonated in Jacob's mind, and she sounded incredibly nervous and worried. Jacob didn't know whether the level 10 demon beast was chasing him or not, but he still flew to the surface of the ocean with full power using the river mountain painting. He returned to Susan's side and continued escaping with her. They were now in the territory of the North Atlantic, and no one could guarantee that the angered level 10 demon beasts would not chase after them. Boundaries were nothing to these demon beasts. Jacob injected his energy into the river mountain painting and continued to escape. When he calmed down, he had already flown hundreds of miles. They were very close to land now. "Hey, your sword." Jacob put the white sword in front of Susan, so he finally slowed down. Susan inspected the white sword when she found that it was not at all damaged, and hurried to put it back in her body. She turned to look at Jacob and saw that behind him there was an aquatic plant attached to his back. On that aquatic plant were 3 black dragon bones, a sky-breaking bow, and a thumb-sized blue water pearl. Sky-breaking bow wasn't a name Susan made up. These characters were engraved on the body of this ancient bow. When Susan saw these things, she was shocked, and her eyes were wide open. Jacob felt a bit scared when he saw Susan staring at him, as if she had seen a ghost. He couldn't help but shake his body to get rid of the uncomfortable feeling. "Is that demon beast your relative?" Susan finally asked. "What?" Jacob asked in confusion, and thought that she was joking. "Look at these." Susan turned him around, took a few things out, and put them in front of him. 3 spiritual herbs that were black and looked like fish bones, a bronze half-man tall bow, and a small blue pearl. Jacob was speechless. He was busy fleeing just now. He didn't even know that these items were entangled with him. Now that he thought about it, would these be gifts from the level 10 demon beast? The 3 black dragon bones were the ones that Susan picked up and dropped. The demonic bow was the one that Jacob liked but didn't dare to take. And was this pearl the compensation from the level 10 demon beast? Was it because it finally knew that Susan was with Jacob? Jacob was suddenly confused as well. "This pearl's the most valuable one, and I'll take it." Susan didn't bother to be courteous with Jacob, and she took the pearl. The pearl was extraordinarily pretty, even more beautiful than all the jewelry in the mortal world. However, Susan took it not because of its beauty, but because this blue water pearl was a high-quality metal fire elemental treasure of nature. It was better than the snow crystal coral that Susan was looking for. According to this inference, that level 10 demon beast probably gave Jacob this pearl to make up for its fault of attacking Susan. "Thanks a lot," Susan added. She wanted to find the snow crystal corals, but didn't expect that she would obtain the legendary blue water pearl. She thought it would be worth it to get hit by that level 10 demon beast a few more times if it was going to compensate her more. Blue water pearl could not only increase the quality of natal treasures, but also assist in cultivation. Susan's facial expression was calm, but inside she was extremely happy. In this world, there was nothing that could make her as happy as improving her realm. "Oh, sure, you can take it if you like," Jacob nodded and said. "Thanks." Susan put the blue water pearl away, and her impression of Jacob improved a lot. In fact, Susan was anxious when Jacob re-entered the Demon Sea, and she suddenly felt like Jacob was much more powerful than her expectations when he came out successfully. Jacob didn't even know about Susan's thoughts. He put the 3 black dragon bones away, and grabbed the bronze demonic bow, and observed it in detail. The material was similar to bronze, and the bow shone under the sun once it left the water. The middle of the bow, which was the handle used for gripping, was engraved with 3 ancient characters: Sky-breaking bow. The name sounds very powerful, but no one knew how mighty it was. Demon Sea is the place where the demon beasts gather. It has the most abundant nature essence. In the past, numerous cultivators surrounded the demon beasts to fight for this territory, but they all failed. This bow seems to have some age and should be the treasure left by a great cultivator. It can't be compared with the primitive treasures in the 9-Dragon Palace, but its strength isn't weak either. Susan told Jacob when she saw him studying this bow. I'll try it out for you. Susan was in an excellent mood. She took the demonic bow from Jacob's hands, used nature essence, and pulled the bowstring. However, she couldn't move the bowstring no matter how hard she tried. Susan squinted her eyes and put in more nature essence, but this demonic bow remained motionless. Let me give it a try. Seeing Susan struggling with the string, Jacob couldn't help but say that to her. Fine, you can give it a try. Susan's mood suddenly turned bad again, and she put the demonic bow in Jacob's hands. She wanted to see what method Jacob had for using a bow that she couldn't even pull. Jacob received the bow from Susan and put his right hand on the bowstring. The string of this demonic bow was made of material that was similar to copper wire. Jacob used all his strength and couldn't even move it by an inch. At the 4th level, Jacob could easily lift a few 100 pounds with one hand. However, he could not pull the bowstring no matter how hard he tried. It was obvious how solid this demonic bow was. This is a treasure left by a great cultivator from the past, so you can't use it that easily, Susan said. It was for herself to feel better as well. Probably, Jacob smiled. Suddenly had a feeling and put the energy into the demonic bow. All 5 elemental nature essences flowed into the bow, made Jacob feel like he was controlling this treasure completely. The bow made a light, crisp sound, and could finally be pulled. The energy included the 5 elemental nature essences, which were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There were no treasures that could avoid these 5 elements. Jacob utilized his energy to control treasures again and again. Susan widened her eyes, rubbed her nose with her finger, and said, How are you going to try it without having an arrow? I have, Jacob replied as a sword energy shot out from Jacob's fingertips and landed on the bow. Susan's eyes widened again. She looked at Jacob with surprise. She didn't expect Jacob to use his sword energy to test the power of the demonic bow. This guy is smart, Susan couldn't help but think. The sword energy utilized the demonic bow's power, shot out quickly. Jacob's sword energy created 2 water walls on the surface of the ocean and immediately disappeared from Jacob and Susan's vision. Jacob himself couldn't even sense the sword energy anymore. That was only a part of the power of this demonic bow. Seeing this, Susan was utterly speechless. An 8th level master like her wasn't even as good as Jacob. It's so powerful. Jacob had never tried bows and arrows before. 3 sword energies appeared in his hand again, and they were put on the bow. There were 6 arrow grooves on the back of the bow. This meant that this demonic bow could at most shoot 6 arrows at once. Jacob aimed at a distant ocean region. There weren't any North Atlantic soldiers on site, and it was a safe zone. 3 sword energies drew out 3 rays of glorious light before dashing away. The ocean, that was originally calm, suddenly quaked and created enormous waves. The power almost shattered the clouds in the sky. The shocking sound even made Jacob's chest feel stuck. A few North Atlantic soldiers couldn't even stand still. Military camps that were just built were shaken. Commanding General! Commanding General! 5 to 6 golden armored chiefs rushed out from the ocean and bowed at Jacob from afar. If Commanding General could... They didn't finish speaking, but what they were going to say was clear. Okay, I'll switch to a different place, Jacob said with a smile. Obviously, all the chiefs nearby knew that Jacob was practicing there. Thank you for understanding, Commanding General. The golden armored chiefs bowed again and replied. It was North Atlantic's fortune that Jacob's strength was powerful. However, how could ordinary soldiers and chiefs endure Jacob's bombardment? Although they were a few miles away, every single one of them was dizzy. Jacob flew up on the river mountain painting and quickly left the North Atlantic Ocean region. The golden armored chiefs looked at each other, wiped their sweat, and returned to their camps at the bottom of the ocean. You've got a great reputation. Standing on the river mountain painting, Susan said to Jacob in a little jealous tone. It's nothing. Jacob shook his head. Susan observed him. Jacob, whom she didn't expect to do well, now successfully leveled up to the mid-tier 4th level and negotiated with a level 10 demon beast. Also, he could easily use the demonic bow that she couldn't. The Jacob in front of her right now wasn't the same as she knew before. Where are we heading next? Jacob suddenly turned his head and asked Susan. Susan, who was caught in deep thought, refocused quickly, and her face turned expressionless again. I'm going to refine my natal treasure. Let's go to the Dragon God Shrine. You don't need my help, do you? Jacob asked. No need, Susan replied. Steering the River Mountain painting, Jacob nodded. Has Kathy returned yet? After a few seconds of silence, Susan suddenly asked. She should be back soon, since our classes start next week, Jacob answered. Susan thought for a while and said, I changed my mind. I'll wait until Kathy comes back to refine my sword. Even though the suite in the Dragon God Shrine was a sealed space and needed the corresponding token to open it, Susan still felt insecure. While refining her natal treasure, there was a process that required no obstacles between the body and the natal treasure. If anyone rushed inside during the process, it would not be good for her. Jacob didn't really understand the process and thus her reason. However, since Susan's realm was far higher than his, Jacob didn't dare to complain. He controlled the River Mountain painting and turned back. Allegedly, treasures from ancient times are capable of changing sizes. You can try it, Susan reminded Jacob. Jacob, who hung the bow beside his hand, heard it and tried to use his nature essence again. The demonic bow shrank bit by bit and turned into the size of a thumb and lay at Jacob's hand like a bronze ornament. It's capable of enlarging and shrinking freely. Jacob suddenly thought that it was a legendary treasure. What are you teaching next semester? Jacob thought for a bit and asked Susan suddenly. Why do you ask? Susan rolled her eyes and looked at Jacob. Choose your lecture, Jacob said. It's tough to pass my course, Susan said indifferently. In fact, Susan's course was indeed the most difficult one. Nevertheless, because of Susan, who was the youngest teacher in the faculty, the classes were full every time. Weak optical signal processing was a specialized compulsory course for Jacob's program, and that was why his whole class needed to take that course. However, Susan might not be teaching that course again when the new semester started. According to Susan's lecturing pattern, she would teach a compulsory course in the first semester and teach an elective course in the second semester. Transducer theory and application. Susan paused for a few seconds and said, Okay, I'll remember it. Jacob smiled. If he didn't find out this information, he would probably be harassed by Ryan and the other guys all the time. By the way, I went to see your grandma at the beginning of August. She seemed to enjoy her life there, Susan said. That's great. Jacob was debating whether or not to visit his grandma before classes start, since he still had a few more days. Since she was having a good time there was no need to disturb her now. The River Mountain painting returned to land. Although Jacob and Susan hadn't been in the city in the past month or so, it was still under the control of North Atlantic Dragon Palace steadily. Jacob went to Sophie's house and returned the River Mountain painting to Helen. Sophie had been exhausted in the past few days and was sleeping in her bedroom at the moment, so Jacob didn't want to disturb her. Jacob! When Jacob was about to leave, Helen took out some books on architecture and put them in a bag. Read these when you have time. Okay. Jacob accepted the books. Helen wished that Jacob would take over Draken's duty and also her studio in the future. Sophie probably wasn't willing to live in the Dragon Palace. In that case, it'd be good to have a steady business in the future. You don't have to tutor Soph anymore, but please don't stop visiting us, Helen said to Jacob again. Of course, Jacob nodded. Jacob took the cloth bag and flew towards the beach. Although both of his hands had the invisible 5 mountain bracelets, Jacob didn't sense any discomfort. The output of the nature essence of his body remained normal, but there would be a slight tinge in his arm when his nature essence output reached the critical point of mid-tier 4th level. The 5 mountain bracelets only limit the output of nature essence that's above mid-tier 4th level. Susan is worried that I may break my limit and harm my body again. After Jacob understood this, he felt relieved. It wasn't revenge after all. Susan wasn't as cruel as she seemed. Traveling on top of his sword energy couldn't compare to the speed of the River Mountain painting. but it was just a few minutes from the center of the city to the beach. Jacob returned to the entrance of his home. Then he tidied up his clothes slightly, knocked on the door, and entered. "Master!" Crisp voices sounded instantly, followed by Jade and Julia running towards him at full speed, which forced him to take a couple steps back to prevent falling down. "Master!" Seeing Jacob glaring at them, the twins instantly took one step back to give him space. Then they both took turns hugging him in welcome. They sensed it as soon as Jacob was on the land again and came over to his house immediately to meet him. Jacob indeed missed them, since he hadn't seen them in almost 2 months. Jade and Julia thought about visiting Jacob in the UK, but held the urge. Jacob had his own life, and they shouldn't bother him too much. "Where are my parents?" Jacob asked while he walked into the house with him. "Your dad is still at the research institute, and your mom is resting in her bedroom," Julia answered. "How about my grandma?" Jacob asked again. "Grandma said that the village's air is very fresh. She plans to live there for a while, and asked you not to worry about her." Jade interrupted and said, "Is that you, Jacob?" Hearing Jade and Julia's shouts, Mila came out from the bedroom on the second floor in her pajamas and glasses. "Mom, I'm back," Jacob yelled energetically and hugged his mother. "You look tanned, but also healthier than before." "I missed you." Mila was very delighted to see Jacob. "I missed you too, Mom," Jacob replied with a smile. They all sat down and talked for a bit before Mila said, "You must be tired, Jacob. Go rest now." "Master, there'll be a surprise when school starts," the twins excitedly told Jacob as they stood up with him. Mila stood on the second floor, saw Jade and Julia talking to Jacob, and went to look at her work-related documents with a smile. Mila found that these two girls weren't only playful. In fact, they were very good at taking care of others as well. Except that they always called Jacob Master, which sounded weird. They are outstanding in all other aspects. After knowing that their parents passed away, and they had to live with their grandpa, Liam, who was always busy and no time to take care of them, Mila was heartbroken. She treated both girls extremely well. Jacob went inside his bedroom, saw that his room was completely spotless, and knew that Jade and Julia spent a lot of energy and time on this. "Master, you seem very tired. You can take a nap," Jade said. "I want to go to Fifth Heaven. Can you guys bring me there?" Jacob asked instead. Without Snowflake, it was difficult for Jacob to fly to Fifth Heaven. His sword energy could reach the traveling speed of the Nascent Soul Realm cultivators, but it was too hard to reach Fifth Heaven. "Fifth Heaven? Sure," Julia nodded. The red energy sphere surrounded the three of them as they flew towards the sky. Mila, who sat in front of the desk reading data, felt the cool breeze blow by and didn't hear any sounds from Jacob's bedroom. The girls must have left," Mila murmured and continued flipping through the documents. The twins could be very chaotic, yet very calm. After they got released from the North Atlantic Dragon Palace, they'd been cultivating earnestly and recovered back to a level that was equivalent to the mid-tier 8th level, only a bit weaker than Susan. In fact, their cultivation method was a type of dual cultivation, which allowed them to intercommunicate with each other and empower each other. They were bound together for growth, as well as misfortune. If the twins fought Susan together, the latter might not be a match against them. The three of them broke through the array formation of Fifth Heaven and entered the ethereal summit. The trees created shade, grass grew luxuriantly, and hundreds of flowers and herbs were blooming at the same time. They only hadn't been here for a month, and there was such a massive transformation. "Kathy!" Jacob saw Kathy, who was busy in the field, right away and called her. Kathy, who had her head lowered to check a spiritual herb named Heavenly Morning Aroma, didn't see Jacob entering the valley. When she heard Jacob's voice at this moment, she raised her head in happiness and replied in surprise, "Hey, you're here." "Are you back home?" Kathy asked Jacob. "Yeah, I just got back." Jacob looked at the valley that was entirely different and asked, "How did it change so much?" "There were only weeds and rocks in the valley, and it seemed empty. Snowflake happened to have excess fertilizer, so I planted some trees and flowers," Kathy smiled and said. There was some mud stuck on her hands, but it didn't affect her. She was used to it by now. It seemed like she hadn't been idle in the past month. Her parents were busy at the factory, and she came to Ethereal Summit to organize the flowers and trees. She treated this place as a home and put lots of time and energy into it. Just then, Jacob's eyes fell on something very unusual. On the green grass, more than a dozen white, furry snow lion cubs were rolling around and playing with each other. Where did these snow lions come from? Did you exchange them? Jacob's gaze turned to these snow lions. No. Didn't you say that there were a few more 7-color snow lotuses in the snow lion cave in a northwest sky mountain? When I had time, I brought Snowflake there since it wanted to visit its parents as well. Girls are more considerate. She thought about bringing Snowflake back to see its parents. I'd never thought of that, Jacob thought. The lion cave has an array formation from the past, and only cultivators below the 3rd level or core formation realm could go inside. So only Sophie or I could go there, Kathy said. And then, Jacob asked. Kathy's voice suddenly dropped to a whisper. Snowflake already reached level 3 and returned to its nest gloriously. However, it found out that its parents had passed away. Oh. Jacob was a bit surprised to hear this news. He knew Snowflake's personality. After reaching level 3, Snowflake would want to show off its strength in front of its peers that used to bully it. However, it discovered that its parents weren't there anymore when it ran into its cave. This kind of news was undoubtedly a great shock to Snowflake. Even though Jacob didn't see the scene with his own eyes, he felt sad just imagining it. Snowflake had always been silly and funny. It didn't like to do work, and it liked taking credit for achievements. Even though it seemed like it had many flaws, it was loyal and understanding. And then Jacob was stunned for a few seconds before asking again. Snowflake was very sad. Since that territory belonged to the regional Earth Elemental Dragon clan, and the snow lions relied on snow lotuses for food, I didn't pick the matured ones. I only got some seeds and planted them here. When I was about to leave, many mature snow lions stopped me and gave me their kids. It's probably because they saw that Snowflake had good encounters outside and wanted me to bring their kids out of that cave, Kathy said. Oh, Jacob nodded. All parents wanted the best for their kids, both humans and animals. When Snowflake's parents asked Jacob to take Snowflake, they probably wished that Snowflake could be freed from the cave. Also, the other reason might be that they were old, knew that they couldn't take care of Snowflake anymore. Kathy felt bad and couldn't refuse when she saw those tearful snow lions, so she took all the cubs with her. Jacob could imagine the scene. At that moment, Jacob turned his head around again to look at the carefree cubs. Where is Snowflake? He asked. Snowflake is in its cave. It's been really down for the past 2 days. Kathy pointed at the tiny cave beside Jacob's cave. Snowflake! Snowflake! Jacob yelled. Seeing that Snowflake didn't move, Jacob could only fly over and put his hand into the tiny cave. As expected, Snowflake curled itself into a ball and hid inside. Jacob dragged its back legs and pulled it out. Snowflake was different from the past. Its 2 round eyes dropped on both sides of its head, and it looked dispirited. Jacob felt very sorry for Snowflake. He used to pat Snowflake all the time to annoy it, but he couldn't tease it today. He hugged it in his arms and rubbed its head gently. Snowflake shrunk in Jacob's arms and looked up with its black eyes, which were filled with tears. All right. All right. Jacob brushed its hair softly to comfort it. Since Snowflake was now a level 3 demon beast, it hadn't activated its intelligence fully yet. However, snow lions were one of the smartest breeds of demon beasts. Besides, it was brought out of the lion cave by Jacob and had the closest relationship with Jacob. Snowflake whined, and its body was shaking. When it saw Jacob, the hidden sadness came out all at once. Even though it liked to be with the girls and run around with Noah, it still had the deepest bond with Jacob. Jacob was the first cultivator it met, as well as the first cultivator who took care of it aside from its parents. This kind of bond was solid in Snowflake's heart. Okay. Jacob dragged his tone and felt sad when he saw that Snowflake, who was usually careless, had teary eyes. We will take good care of you. Look, Soph, Kathy, Jade, and Julia all like you. Jacob didn't care whether or not Snowflake understood, but he spoke softly to it. Don't cry, Snowflake. Your glory days are waiting for you. Jacob scratched the fur on its head and said with a smile, Don't cry. Don't cry. Jade and Julia came beside Jacob without him noticing and rubbed Snowflake's back as well. Snowflake sniffed its nose as tears still filled its eyes, and it looked at Jacob, Jade, and Julia again before finally it stopped whimpering. Jacob let Snowflake out of his arms, and it turned into its snow-lion form and lifted Jacob, Jade, and Julia. The golden paws of Snowflake shot out 4 clouds of flames. It's finally feeling a bit better. Jacob could sense Snowflake's mind a little, saw this animal getting a bit better. Snowflake's parents didn't even get to level 1. I must help Snowflake get more powerful. Sitting on Snowflake's back and traveling through Ethereal Summit, Jacob thought to himself. On the grass, more than a dozen snow-lion cubs raised their heads and looked at Snowflake enviously. They didn't know how to transform yet, and they sat on the grass and looked at Snowflake flying over their heads, before rolling over one by one. Their silly postures were just as cute as Snowflake. Jacob jumped off from Snowflake, landing on the grass, and was about to grab a cub to play with. However, these snow lions ran away instantly. Snowflake landed with Jade and Julia on its back, and these dozens of snow lion cubs quickly surrounded them. Wherever Snowflake ran on the grass, these snow lions followed. Jade and Julia, who were still sitting on Snowflake's back, laughed happily, seeing dozens of small, white and fluffy lion cubs following them. Anyone would find this scene adorable. Snowflake is finally feeling all right. Seeing Snowflake playing with the cubs, Kathy, who was organizing the garden, walked over. Those snow lion cubs that were chasing Snowflake earlier instantly rushed to Kathy and jumped around her legs. Just like how Jacob brought Snowflake out of the lion cave, these lion cubs had a deep bond with Kathy since she brought them out. Especially when Snowflake was depressed these days and didn't pay attention to these lion cubs, they got even closer to Kathy since she'd been taking care of them. Snowflake should be all right. Jacob walked towards Kathy. How's the situation with gathering spiritual herbs? The snow lion cubs ran away immediately when they saw Jacob walking towards them. The one that was in Kathy's arms couldn't run away, so it stared at Jacob with caution. Hey, I'm not the bad guy, Jacob thought as he shook his head sadly and sighed. Nowadays, many people come to the entrance of the valley to ask for pills, and the white bulletin board is filled to the max. Some had good seeds of spiritual herbs, so I exchanged them for pills. I collected 3 spiritual herbs that can be the catalyst for growing the core lotus, Kathy answered. How did you raise these cubs? Jacob asked Kathy. One snowflake already ate a lot. With the addition of dozens of snow lion cubs, Jacob didn't know how to take care of them. I organized a field to plant some low-level spiritual herbs that snow lions love to eat. Their feces are very nutritious for the spiritual herbs and can nourish the field. I probably won't limit them. They can move around freely in the valley, as long as the array formations are preventing them from running outside. Also, there are more and more cultivators asking for pills, and there's more information for exchange outside of the valley. We'll have to organize it every day. I've already ordered the surrounding 3 sects to deal with these matters. If the circumstance isn't very urgent or it doesn't involve high-level items, the outsiders could contact those 3 sects instead of leaving messages behind at the entrance. As for those 3 sects, I send them 3 Foundation establishment pills every month. Since I'm worried that they might get too arrogant, I ordered them to pay us 100 spirit stones every month. What do you think of the arrangements? Kathy said, one by one, as she played with the snow lion cub in her arms and asked for Jacob's opinion. Sounds great. Jacob was dumbfounded because he didn't even know how to deal with these things. However, Kathy, who used to be the class president, arranged everything systematically. As long as you don't have any objections. Seeing Jacob agreeing with her, Kathy said pleasantly. She had resigned from her duty as the class president. However, in Ethereal Summit, she again had full authority over the operations. Jacob looked at her delighted expression, smiled, and suddenly thought of something. He grabbed the bronze demonic bow that was the size of a thumb from his necklace. What is this? Kathy asked. This is for you. Jacob put the demonic bow in Kathy's hands. Feel it and see if you can control this treasure. Treasure? Kathy was slightly surprised. She cultivated life-death notes, and she still didn't own a treasure. The treasure that Soph got from people who were currently at the Ethereal Summit, but were too ordinary. Try it, Jacob said with a smile. Jacob cultivated the sword Shadow Scroll, and didn't need a treasure at all. Although this demonic bow could be paired with his sword energies, he still had the water sword techniques from Darius. He wanted to practice his sword techniques, and didn't plan on switching to a bow and arrows. Kathy's life-death notes essentially also cultivated 5 elements at the same time. Her realm was still too low, and she hadn't mastered the life-death notes yet. But, other than Jacob, she was the only one who could control all the 5 elements. If Kathy could use this treasure, it would be a good thing. Kathy held the demonic bow, closed her eyes, and slowly injected her nature essence inside. The bronze demonic bow released a light yellow glow, gradually turning from the size of a thumb to palm size, before growing to a meter tall. The bow's gold string vibrated slightly after Kathy injected some of her nature essence into it. This is incredible! Kathy opened her eyes and inspected the semi-heavy bow. The bronze bow turned into a long bow when she put nature essence into it. When she saw it, she got very happy. Where did this come from? Kathy asked with her eyes wide open with excitement. Kathy loved this ancient bow so much that she wouldn't let go of it. She wasn't into swords, but she loved this bow that could transform from small to big and big to small. The Dragon God Shrine gave it to me. I don't use bows, so I'm giving it to you, Jacob said. He didn't mention the things that happened in the Demon Sea. The Dragon God Shrine even gives these kinds of things? Kathy examined this bronze demonic bow and saw that there were 3 characters engraved in the position where she held it. It said, Sky Breaking Bow. You should try whether you can use it, Jacob said. How do I use it? Kathy looked at Jacob with a bit of doubt. You could probably shoot your life-death ruins with this bow, Jacob suggested. Okay, I'll try. Kathy put her right hand on the bowstring. She accumulated sufficient spiritual energy to pull the bow and release it. Spell's Origin Note Scroll. Kathy softly uttered these words. A silver light shot out from Kathy's fingertips. The rays slowly lengthened and formed a thin line. The brilliance of Spell's Origin Note Scroll was that it was formed from the 5 elements of nature based on life and death. It was able to transform into many different shapes and forms, and could ultimately turn into different techniques. Jacob's Sword Shadow Scroll could simulate any treasure when he cultivated it to the highest level, while the ultimate stage of Kathy's Spell's Origin Note Scroll could simulate any technique. They both were cultivating all 5 elements, but Spell's Origin Note Scroll could completely suppress the Sword Shadow Scroll. Kathy had cultivated the Spell's Origin Note Scroll for a while now, but she still couldn't control many notes simultaneously. However, it was still an easy task for her to transform a note into the shape of an arrow. There was a small mountain far away from Ethereal Summit. Kathy focused and targeted it. Then she shot out a silver arrow. The silver arrow let out a sharp noise. It flew out at the speed of light and lighted up its path. It hit the mountain that was far away. It exploded and created a medium-sized hole in the hard rocks. This power of the silver notes was stronger than she had thought. Kathy put down the longbow in shock. She'd been afraid that she didn't have a good enough aim, so she focused on the aim and decreased the power of the silver notes, so it wasn't at its full power. If this hit one's body, even a core formation round cultivator would be wounded. There were 6 arrow grooves on the bow, meaning that she could shoot 6 arrows simultaneously. If she was able to perfect her skills, she could destroy a large area in one strike. Keep it so you can protect yourself. I saw that you're still not really good at your notes from the way you shot it from your palm, Jacob said. Kathy nodded. She didn't like hurting people, so this treasure was great for her. She slowly retrieved her nature essence, and the demonic bow turned into a thumb-sized pendant that was a shiny, dark golden color. It was very delicate. Kathy took out a red string from her pocket and put the little demonic bow on the red string. She wore it like a necklace around her neck. Jade and Julia were playing in the grass not far away. They caught 2 chubby snow lion cubs and were playing with them. They had silently watched Kathy try out the treasure. The demonic bow was different from the heavy bracelets that Jacob had worn because when this demonic bow shrank, it barely had any weight. So Kathy could easily take it around with her. You just have to wear it like an accessory. Jacob suspected it was because the cultivators of the past did not have things like storage spaces. In the past, assigning a treasure as one's natal treasure and putting it inside one's body was not a popular thing to do, so they could just shrink the treasures and put them inside their pockets. However, maintaining the miniature size of the treasure still required a bit of nature essence. "I'll go around and visit the surrounding sects," Jacob told the girls. "Okay." All of them nodded. According to what Kathy had said, 3 smaller sects became subordinates of the Ethereal Summit. That meant that they could sort spirit grass, organize information, and record the transactions, decreasing Kathy's workload so that she could have time to cultivate and practice alchemy. There were at least 1,000 of these small and unknown sects on Fifth Heaven. These smaller sects had the risk of being absorbed into a larger one or being extinguished all the time. So when they had the opportunity to rely on a nearby Nascent Soul Realm cultivator, they would do so to protect themselves. They would not dare to refuse to complete a mission sent out by such a master. In fact, they would risk it all to complete it. However, Kathy treated them well and would give them 3 Foundation establishment pills every month. This action made them ecstatic. The 100 spirit stones were only a symbol of payment because the 3 Foundation building cores were worth more than 1,000 spirit stones. Kathy was generous. However, Jacob understood that talent attracts envy. So Kathy's generosity would surely attract coveting from surrounding sects. This rationale was what led to the attack on the Mystic Sect. He didn't know how well the Mystic Sect had been recovering. Because of this sudden thought, Jacob flew towards the Mystic Sect. "Welcome, Master!" The female cultivators who were cultivating on the square yelled uniformly as they saw Jacob flying above the Mystic Sect. Just like the soldiers of the North Atlantic, these female cultivators' voices were also very loud and strong. Jacob landed steadily on the square. Elder Emily, the sect master of Mystic, heard the greeting, so she rushed out of the inner temple with her 2 disciples. "Welcome, Master!" They bowed to Jacob when she saw that he had come. They knew that Jacob was not the Nascent Soul Realm cultivator, and his real master hid in the valley. He did not appear before them. However, Jacob was the disciple of that master, which was equivalent to seeing the master. That was why everyone showed respect and called him Master too. The 2 disciples beside Elder Emily were Clara and Doris. They both had been saved by pills from Ethereal Summit, and thus respected Jacob very much. Especially Doris, because she had seen Jacob use his powers. She knew that Jacob was very strong, despite his young age. "I only came to see how you guys were doing," Jacob said softly. Over a month had passed since the last time he brought Doris with him to the Moon Sect to seek justice. However, he was worried that other sects would cause trouble for them. "Please sit down, Master," Elder Emily led the way and said. "Doris, why didn't you get tea for Master?" "Yes." Doris, who was in white, turned around and rushed to get tea from the inner temple. "We're teaching some new disciples sword cultivation techniques, Master. Would you please give us some advice?" Elder Emily led Jacob to a cool spot in the inner temple and said, trying to please him. It was a great honor for them, for this close disciple of the Nascent Soul Realm Cultivator Master to come all the way to Mystic Sect. Elder Emily was here to listen to the orders of their master, so she didn't dare to neglect him. "That's the close disciple of the Nascent Soul Realm Cultivator. He looks pretty young. He's extraordinary. He's reached the top-tier core formation realm. I heard that Doris respects him a lot. Even our master respects him a lot. He was able to defeat the Moon Sect alone, only last month, before we had become disciples of the Mystic Sect. He had fought for our Mystic Sect because the Moon Sect had stolen herbal medicine from us. He fought 18 core formation realm elders that charged him at the same time. He was able to fight off 6 elders with just 1 shot. I also heard that the 1,000-year-old Moon Sect was destroyed in half a month. All the elders have fled. Yeah, all because they angered the Ethereal Summit. Looks like our decision to join the Mystic Sect is right." The new disciples were all talking amongst themselves, and Jacob heard them all. Mystic Elder Emily's realm was lower than Jacob's, and her five senses were not as strong, so she couldn't hear what these new disciples were talking about, and only saw them whispering to each other. She then slapped the desk beside her. "Practice sword techniques." Teaching sword techniques was the job of a second-generation disciple of the Mystic Sect, but she was too busy looking at Jacob and had forgotten to teach the new disciples. When she heard the sect's master's reprimand, she hurriedly turned to the dozens of new disciples. "Sky Spirit Sword Technique, first formation." She slowly performed the formation, and the new disciples in array followed suit. "These are new disciples. They're not yet skillful in sword techniques. Sorry you have to see this," Elder Emily said cautiously. "Master, please have some tea." Doris came out from the inner hall with tea on a tray. Jacob felt weird hearing "master," but did not intend to correct their address. In the area of Fifth Heaven, cultivators of the core formation realm were powerful cultivators, not to mention those of the Nascent soul realm. Therefore, their cautiousness was reasonable. Jacob picked up the tea from the tray and took a sip. Doris immediately stood beside Jacob cautiously. She did not dare to peek at Jacob. The tea was neither fragrant nor sweet, but it tasted good. This must be the best tea leaves the Mystic Sect could afford. Thanks to your care, the Mystic Sect now enjoys peace. There are many new disciples than the previous year. Except for Clara and Doris, the other first-generation disciples are all selecting new disciples at the foot of the mountain, so they cannot be here to welcome you, Master. Elder Emily stood beside Jacob and reported the situation in the sect. In the past, a low-tier sect like Mystic Sect could barely recruit a few disciples a year. Those that actively came to the sect were bad-quality young cultivators who were kicked out from other sects. Doris had a special body type, and so was mistaken by other sects as spiritually impure in the entrance exams. She fortuitously joined the Mystic Sect and fruited a golden pill. She was an extreme rare and excellent disciple. Also, Doris was grateful to Elder Emily's support and teaching, so she continued to stay in the Mystic Sect. Some disciples, once they first tasted achievement, pretended to be independent cultivators and joined other sects instead, much like job hopping in the secular world. With the weak strength of the Mystic Sect, there was no way to recall those disciples who ran out. But this year, the situation was very different. The story of the disciple of the Nascent Soul Realm Master of the Herb King Valley defeating the Moon Sect with one move was widely circulated in the Fifth Heaven in various versions. Everybody knew this disciple did it for the Mystic Sect, and it was speculated that he must have the approval of the Nascent Soul Realm Master. All of a sudden, the Mystic Sect, who nobody had heard of, became famous. Many female cultivators came to join them. Now the Mystic Sect was extremely busy with cultivators coming and going. Elder Emily could only stay by Doris and Clara, and sent the rest of the first-generation disciples to the foot of the mountain to select new disciples. During this time, all kinds of good news kept coming. Children with single spirit root or even double had come to join the sect. At the same time, the surrounding sects, large or small, all sent their ambassadors to make friends with the Mystic Sect. The sect which had hurt Clara in a fight even had the clan head himself come to apologize with gifts of many spiritual herbs to show sincerity. The status of the Mystic Sect went from a low-tier sect directly to the treatment of a first-tier sect overnight. After all, some first-tier sects did not have Nascent Soul Realm cultivators in-house. Even some first-tier sects, which were far away and had no dealings within Fifth Heaven, sent disciples to make friends with Mystic Sect. Including Mystic Sect, the three small sects around the Herb King Valley still bore the identity of Exchange Agent. The female disciple of the Herb King Valley would regularly issue Foundation establishment pills to the three sects. But the incident of the Moon Sect set an example for potential thieves. Now nobody dared to rob the pills. On the contrary, bigger small sects all wanted to curry favor with these three small sects. They knew that the Nascent Soul Realm Master of the Herb King Valley specialized in elixir making, and the importance of these pills in the cultivation world went without saying. Except for the Sky Mountain sect on Sixth Heaven, which was known for its elixir making, it was harder than reaching the heavens to obtain a good pill in Fifth Heaven. Contrary to what was expected, the Nascent Soul Realm Master in the Ethereal Summit had declared that, except exchanging with level 5 or 6 spiritual herbs, Other small amounts of pill requests should be handled by the three sects, and no one should bother the valley otherwise. One pill was hard to find. In order to obtain multiple pills, the other sects must have good relations with these three sects. Especially the youth pill, which female cultivators dreamed about, was managed by the only all-female sect, Mystic Sect. The market price of one youth pill was 200 spirit stones, and it was not always available. But here it could be exchanged with spiritual herbs. Of course, there was a qualification on the amount and quality. Combining these factors, in this month and a half, the Mystic Sect went from non-existent to popular. The ceaseless stream of visitors almost flattened the threshold. Correspondingly, all kinds of spiritual herbs and resources kept coming to the ethereal summit from every corner of Fifth Heaven, continually replenishing the spirit field that Kathy was tending to. The second formation. The disciples who taught sword techniques shouted. The dozens of new disciples all switched to the new formation. In front of the disciple of the Nascent Soul Realm Master, they all performed very seriously. In their hearts, they secretly wanted Jacob to notice them and take them in as a disciple of the Nascent Soul Realm Master, despite it being almost impossible. Of course, they did not dare to flirt or do anything out of line, since the cultivator did not even take a glance at the graceful Doris, who had reached the core formation realm. How would he like them? They only hoped their seriousness could attract this cultivator's attention. It's all good, as long as the sect is progressing. Jacob had another sip of the tea, waved his hand, and stood up. He came to oversee the situation at the Mystic Sect, and was not slightly interested in the sword technique practice. These new disciples were disappointed to see Jacob losing interest and leaving. But if they thought about it, joining the Mystic Sect and training under the indirect blessing of the Descent Soul Realm Master was already an enormous gift. They should not be greedy. Jacob strode a few steps. Elder Emily and the two disciples followed closely. Jacob took off, and Elder Emily, Clara, Doris, and many Mystic Sect disciples bowed hurriedly. "Farewell, Master." They deeply admired this disciple of the Nascent Soul Realm Master, who could directly take off without the aid of flying swords. Not many core formation master cultivators could do it. But until now, they still didn't know Jacob's name and called him Master, because no one dared to ask. Jacob returned to the valley. Kathy and the twins were feeding the snow lion cubs. Snowflake ate spirit pills and spirit herbs, which are of high quality, so its feces were the most nutritious, and it grew the quickest. But for these snow lion cubs, Kathy could not afford too many spirit pills. Instead, she used the spiritual herbs received from the three sects to raise them. A dozen snow lion cubs surrounded Kathy and the twins, happily munching on a green spiritual herb. Although snow lions were called lions, they were generally gentle creatures and ate meat only occasionally. It was only the spoiled Snowflake who would never eat raw meat. If Soph saw a dozen snow lion cubs being raised here, she'd be very excited, Jacob thought, missing her at this moment, as the other girls played with the cubs happily. "Jade, Julia, it's almost time to head back." Jacob landed on the grass and said, "Yes, Master." The two let go of the snow lion cubs in their arms and got up. When the snow lion cubs, who were lazily rolling on the grass, saw Jacob, they ran away all of a sudden. "I have to head back as well," Kathy got up and said. "When are you returning?" Jacob asked her. "I think I'll be back right before the classes start." Kathy touched the bow on her chest. "Thank you." "For what?" Jacob laughed. "We're not strangers." Kathy nodded and smiled. She sat on Snowflake's back. Snowflake carried Kathy and took off. It soared out of the valley. "Master, we're going back too?" Jade and Julia held on to one of Jacob's shoulders and left the valley. The surrounding three small sects saw two lights flying out of the valley in different directions. In the next few days, Jacob stayed at the house to cultivate, and the twins would visit him every day, just for company while not disturbing him. He had been so busy with cultivation that he hadn't had the time to visit Sophie in a week. Jacob's water sword technique went up from 6 variations in the first formation to 10 variations. "Jade, Julia, would you like to practice sword techniques with me?" Jacob sat on a chair cross-legged and said. Leaning against Jacob's bed and enjoying the air conditioner in the room, Jade and Julia almost went to sleep. When they suddenly heard Jacob say this, their spirits were immediately lifted. "You want to practice sword techniques with us, Master?" "Let's go." Jacob went out of the house and into the open backyard. He single-handedly snapped 3 wilted twigs from the tree, got himself the shortest one, and handed the rest to the twins. "Master, we also know sword techniques." Jade picked up her twig and said with a smile. This was the first time that Jacob had asked them to spar. "Okay, let's begin." Jacob gently nodded. He drew 3 arcs with his twig. Jade and Julia eyed each other, then flanked Jacob on both sides. The twigs in the sisters' palms fell to the ground. On their wrists, 2 shallow red marks appeared. "Master!" They blinked and looked at Jacob with surprise and admiration. Outside the house, the sound of a car's horn was heard. "I'm back!" Kathy's voice sounded at the door. "Kathy, you're back." Walter, who was reviewing a report in the living room on the first floor, immediately came out of the house. An SUV stood in front of the house, and along with Kathy, Helen, and Sophie also stepped out of the car. "Kathy's ticket was booked by Draken through our company. I had some time today, so Soph and I went to pick her up," Helen said, seeing Walter's surprised look. "How could we bother you? I had told Kathy to give me a call after she confirmed the flight," Walter said. Jacob and the twins walked to the door from the backyard. "Kathy's like family. I didn't mind picking her up," Helen said with a smile and looked around. "Is Mila not home?" "She is at work, and I took a day off today because I was waiting to pick up Kathy." "Who knew you'd get her?" Walter said while welcoming Helen into the house. Kathy dragged her suitcase and looked at Jacob for help. "Kathy!" the twins called happily and rushed to help Kathy carry her suitcase into the house, before Jacob could even move. They had both grown pretty fond of Kathy over the months. "Draken and I are going out of the station for a business trip. Can Soph stay here for a few days?" "Is that okay?" Helen asked. "Absolutely, no problem. Leave Soph to us. Mila always says that we are family," Walter quickly answered. "Would you welcome me to stay for a meal?" Helen continued. "You're always welcome, of course," Walter laughed. Mila and Helen had become very good friends, but he and Helen were not as close. Once Helen joked, the atmosphere suddenly relaxed. "But Jacob's going to college tomorrow," Walter said. "About that. Soph will actually be joining Jacob and the girls in college from tomorrow," Helen said. Jacob was shocked when he heard that, because the last time they had seen each other, Sophie was still pretty set on not starting college right away. "Oh, now I thought that you were going to take a year off, Soph," Walter asked Sophie with surprise. "Yeah, that was the original plan, because I wasn't sure what I wanted to pursue. But I'm sure now, so I thought, why to wait?" Sophie shrugged nervously. She had been at home for a week contemplating this very decision. She had insisted on taking a gap year because she didn't know what she wanted to study. Her original plan for this year had included traveling and chilling with friends. But everything was different now. Her original plan hadn't accounted for meeting Jacob and her only other friend, Rose, moving away for university. Not to mention, she felt a little left out when she thought about staying at home, while Jacob, Rose, Kathy, the twins, and literally everyone around her age would be going to college and enjoying their social life. When she read all the books that her mom had gotten for her, only one of them caught her interest. Now, with all these factors in play, the gap year only seemed like a waste of time. So after consulting with her parents and reassuring them multiple times, she decided to join the university with Jacob. "Oh, that's great. What are you going to major in?" Walter asked with interest. "I've decided to go for business. I've always been interested in my dad's business and wanted to learn more, so it feels right to take it as my major," Sophie answered, a little more confidently than before. Jacob, who still hadn't said a word, was surprised once again. He had thought that Sophie would go for architecture, since he had seen her work at her mother's studio. But he had no idea that she had an interest in her dad's company as well. "That's amazing, Soph," Jacob finally said with a smile. Sophie looked at him and smiled back. She was excited at the prospect of not only moving out of the house, but also moving to the same university as Jacob. Choosing a university had really not been a question for Sophie, since this was not only the one that had Jacob, but also the one her father had enough influence over to get her a last-minute admission and dorm. Not to mention that it was one of the best universities in their region. Jacob knew that getting the admission wouldn't have been difficult at all for someone of Sophie's background. It was just like how the twins had easily joined in the middle of the semester last year. He tried to imagine Sophie being right there on the same campus as a freshman and couldn't help but get excited. "Walter, can I please ask you for another favor? When you take all of them back to the dorm tomorrow, will you please help Soph with the procedures? This trip has really come at an inconvenient time for us," Helen said pleadingly. "No problem. I'll take care of those matters tomorrow. You rest assured," Walter quickly answered. There were minor matters for Walter. A little paperwork and one extra kid in the car didn't bother them. In the evening, Mila returned and saw Helen and Sophie. She was surprised and thrilled. After a lively dinner, Helen left to prepare for the trip the next day with Draken, and Sophie stayed at Jacob's home. But she felt so jittery that she couldn't sleep. The next day, Walter drove all 5 kids to college and took Sophie to do her boarding procedures. "Jacob, come with us for the procedures," Walter shouted. "Sure." Jacob walked towards them at once. "Princess, we're going to our dorm now, but you can call us anytime if you need anything," Jade waved her phone and said. In the summer, Liam bought a new phone for each of the sisters, which made them very happy. They were getting used to this fun world, and they were planning to go back to Above Realm. "I'm going to arrange my dorm as well, and you can call me too if you need any help," Kathy said to Sophie gently before walking towards the dorms. Sophie appreciated the support. Moving away from home for the first time was intimidating, even though she could visit her parents on the weekends. She had visited the university before, but being here as a student was making her look around the campus with a completely different perspective and curiosity. Today was the first day for the freshman students to report to the campus. Most of the freshman students liked to get to the college a couple of days in advance and get settled in their dorms. But there were still many cars parked at the entrance, full of parents who were there to drop their kids off. A lot of the sophomores and juniors were lurking around the admin office, just to see all the new faces. They all immediately recognized Jacob when he walked towards the office and started questioning his purpose of being there. "That is Jacob. Who's the girl with him? She's so beautiful. How many girls does he hang out with? I think she was also there at the basketball finals with him." As always, Jacob chose to ignore the unnecessary chatter around him. The registration process was relatively quick. The line was short, and their turn to fill out the paperwork came pretty quickly. Sophie showed her student ID and signed the terms of accommodation. When Jacob's eyes fell on Sophie's ID, he was surprised to see that it didn't say her correct age. It took him a moment to understand why that was. He had recently met the princess of the East Atlantic and seen her baby. From that, he knew that dragon babies were generally bigger than normal babies in size at the time of birth, and they also grew up quicker. Sophie's parents must have admitted her into school earlier than kids usually do, and given an increased age in her paperwork so that she could fit in with her peers. No wonder she was already in university at her age. Walter paid the accommodation fee. According to the office, Sophie got room number 406 in Dorm C. Jacob recalled that Kathy and the twins were all in Dorm A, which meant that Sophie wasn't in the same building as them, or even the one next to theirs. There were multiple dorm buildings on campus, because most students opted to board here, rather than get an expensive apartment or travel back and forth from home. Walter and Jacob accompanied Sophie upstairs to her dorm, and then followed the room numbers to find the correct room. There were 4 beds in room 406, which corresponded to 4 writing desks and 4 wardrobes. The layout was similar to that of Jacob's bedroom, but there was an independent bathroom. "Phoebe!" Sophie saw her ex-classmate in the room and got excited. "Sophie!" She was surprised to see Sophie as well. The other 2 girls in the room made quick introductions and got back to their unpacking. Sophie was happy to be rooming with a known face. Phoebe and she were not best friends by any means, but she knew that Phoebe was a nice girl and would make a good roommate. Jacob set Sophie's suitcase near her bed for her to unpack later. She had brought only 1 suitcase full of the necessary items here since she had the advantage of living in the same city. "So, seems that you have everything here. If you need anything, have Jacob buy it for you." Walter looked around the room and said to Sophie, "Thank you, Dr. Brown." Sophie thanked him. Walter gave Sophie a pat on the head to wish her luck and left from there. Jacob walked to the balcony of room 406. It was then he realized that Sophie's dorm was exactly opposite to his. On the other side of the dorms, he was able to see the balcony of his own room from here. These two buildings were only 200 meters apart. If Sophie's eyesight were good, she would be able to see what Jacob and his buddies were doing in their dorms. Jacob was squinting now on the balcony and was able to see Ryan, Sam, and the others inside his room playing games. "Which dorm building is your room in?" Sophie asked as she walked out to the balcony and looked at the campus. Jacob pointed to the furthest building opposite hers. "There." "Oh, what's your room number?" Sophie continued to ask. "Room 302, Jacob told her. Sophie squinted and tried looking over very hard. Finally, she shook her head and gave up. "Too far, can't see." Jacob was relieved. He couldn't imagine how conscious he would be if he knew that Sophie could be watching him at any time. His friends being goofy and stupid definitely wouldn't help his case. "I hope she never comes to my dorm without telling me first. Someone like Sophie shouldn't be subjected to whatever she might find," Jacob secretly prayed. "So," Sophie started. "So, this was a sudden decision. You're sure, right?" Jacob asked her after a pause. "I think so. It just took me a while to figure it out. Anyway, how difficult can it be? I always have you to tutor me if I have any issues." Sophie shrugged playfully. "Oh, don't take me for granted. I'll have you know that I'm also starting my junior year. I don't know how much time I would have to tutor you," Jacob said, imitating her shrug. "If I remember correctly, you were the one who had said that my grades were your duty now, so I'm sure you'll make time. Otherwise, I'll just show up at your dorm and demand you to teach me in front of all your roommates," Sophie said proudly. "Oh, God, don't do that. All the boys on my floor will pass out if they see you in our building," Jacob said, and they both laughed at that. "By the way, there's still a lot of things that I need for my room. You have to go shopping with me," Sophie told him as they walked back inside. "Okay, let's go." Jacob held her hand when they exited the room. On their way out, Jacob saw the new building of the Cherry Grove Elementary School, which was right opposite their campus now. He recalled that his mom was in charge of dropping Noah off at school today, since his dad's car had already been full. He couldn't believe that by some coincidence, all his cultivation partners had ended up in such close proximity to each other. Now they all could help each other out, and even go to Fifth Heaven together. He wasn't sure where the classes for the business department were, but he imagined what it would be like if he could see Sophie's classroom from his classroom, just like their dorms. Suddenly, Jacob looked forward to starting the new semester. Maybe someday, when Sophie was reading a magazine below her desk in class, he'd be able to spot it immediately and send a text to warn her not to read random things in class. Jacob laughed in secret. "Hey, why are you smiling?" Sophie nudged him with her elbow. Nothing. Jacob tried to pretend that nothing was going on. Helen had asked him to supervise Sophie's studies, and he decided that he would have fun with it and annoy Sophie, now that they were on the same campus. "Our campus is pretty big, and it'd be hard to go around the whole place without a bike," Jacob said as they walked towards the market area. "I could just buy a bicycle," Sophie said without thinking too much. This was when a lot of freshman students were coming to school, so there were rows of new bicycles in the nearby store for sale. Jacob knew that these bicycles were almost scams. They wouldn't even last 1 year. However, Sophie had already run over. "How much?" Sophie asked the bicycle salesperson. $200, he answered. "Deal," Sophie said without hesitation. Jacob was running over, but it was too late as Sophie had already paid. These bicycles were from random brands. The stores around the city temporarily rented a place near the campus to sell their bikes, and their quality was poor. "Okay, I have a bike now. Now show me around." Sophie pushed the new bike over to Jacob. Jacob stared at her helplessly, as he knew that he could not get a refund. He could only ride the bike now. Unaware of this fact, Sophie grabbed onto Jacob's wrist and sat on the back seat of the bike. Although the bicycle was of poor quality, there was still something good about it. It was light, and Jacob was able to ride the bike with Sophie on it quickly. Jacob pedaled hard and turned back towards the campus to give Sophie a proper tour. He circled the library once, then he biked to the academic buildings once, and went around the basketball court. Lastly, he brought Sophie back out towards the many cafes and restaurants just outside their campus. Time flew, and it was already noon. Both Jacob and Sophie were hungry. Jacob remembered that he had brought Sophie to one of the restaurants outside his campus before. He locked the bicycle before he took her around to find a restaurant for lunch. Not only were there many restaurants, but also a lot of stuff that students liked. For example, there were cinemas, karaoke, and other stuff. There are a lot of things I need to buy. Do you have enough money? Sophie asked Jacob. Yes, I have enough, Jacob said helplessly. Who told you to buy the bike, he thought. Hey, Jacob! Sam's loud voice sounded from the back. Jacob turned over and saw his friends wandering around the area. Sophie, right? You've come again, Ryan said with a big smile when he saw Sophie. Yeah, I'm here now, Sophie answered. Weren't you guys playing games in the room? How come you're out now? Jacob asked. How do you know we were playing games? Sam asked before saying. We're out for lunch. We're still playing in the afternoon. Want to join us? Play games? Play what games? Sophie asked curiously. No. Jacob immediately rejected these bad offers. The guys were half naked and yelling in the dorm room. There was no way that Jacob would let Sophie join them. Moreover, he wasn't good at card games, so he didn't play with them often. He'd rather play video games. Sophie, come visit our dorm if you want. Ryan couldn't finish his sentence because Jacob rushed to block his mouth. After that, Jacob turned around and grabbed Sophie's hand before walking away quickly. Hey, Jacob, let's have lunch together, Sam shouted. No, thank you. I'm having lunch with Soph. Jacob turned his head around and yelled. It was only fun for them if Soph went to the dorm. For Jacob, it would be a nightmare. Sophie studied on the same campus as him now. If she became familiar with his friends, it would be disastrous for him. He didn't know what kind of stories the guys would cook up in front of her just to embarrass him. Jacob held Sophie's hand and pulled her away, and they got away from Sam's group. Because they were good friends of Jacob, they were able to joke with him and wanted him to embarrass himself a little so that they could tease him. Let's have pizza. Jacob pulled Sophie into a small pizza shop nearby. The start of school was a busy season for the restaurants because many students would all come here and get together. This small pizza shop was elegantly decorated, and it was filled with mostly couples. Coincidentally, there was a spot by the wall. This is Jacob. His roommate Sam won the National Basketball League championship this summer. Many students started talking about him when Jacob walked in. Therefore, a lot of students were focused on Sophie as well, since she was with him. Who's this girl? I've never seen her before. Is she a freshman? When they saw Jacob and Sophie entering the restaurant hand in hand, the students here started to discuss among themselves. I heard he's close with Susan. Isn't he dating Kathy? I heard the twin sisters, Jade and Julia, also like him. They've been in this complicated relationship. Approaching so many girls at the same time? Whew, he's such a playboy. I hate these types of guys. All sorts of negative comments that attacked Jacob slowly flooded the restaurant.